There's a new force of nature at hand, stirring all over the world. They are the young people whom, frankly, we have failed, who are angry, who are organized, who are capable of making a difference. They are a moral army. And the most important thing that we can do for them is to get the hell out of their way.
The youth of today, like Nelson Mandela, who is now hailed as an icon of peace, must be ready to be called terrorists. We must be ready to be called criminals. We must be ready to be jailed for crimes we did not commit. We must be ready to be character assassinated like Ida Mtwana, Robert Sobukwe, Unhopo Sisiro, Steve Biko, Winnie Mandela, and Julius Malema.
We demand that the people who have been arrested and abducted be released unconditionally as a sign of goodwill. We demand that there be heads rolling in the police department because there are people who gave those orders. We demand as young people that you respect our lives, that you stop killing us. One life was one too many. There are people who will never walk again, and that's why we walk on the streets. And we demand that you follow this constitution, because all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance to this constitution. And remember that while you can kill a revolutionary, you cannot kill the revolution.
We don't have a country here. We are useless. If it was for us, I would say, let's destroy this country. Watch the bomoke yote. But for our children and grandchildren. And that's why I support them. Let them teach us a lesson. Because we are jokers.
Sisi vile vile sio wote ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimpata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Jeti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu, wewe umetukosea.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk, open forum political discussion show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, the day is here. Gachagua and the Senate, the lawyers are displaying their prowess in the application of the Kenyan law in terms of public service, abuse of office, and all the terminologies you can name. Well, it is now clear that Gachagua has to face the Senate. His attempt to use the courts to stop the process was thwarted early in the morning, and so he had to put himself together and be set for the trial at the Senate, with a promise from the courts that in case whatever the Senate does is not satisfactory, he's free to revisit the courts and they will audit whatever that has taken place in his trial. Well, I wanted this particular show to look at what went down so far. And of course, the trial has gone into the deep night. What is cooking? Is this what will save Gachagua or will bury Gachagua, and why? the exchanges between senior lawyers, junior lawyers, and all manner of law men and women in our country on the stage. What did you see? What did you hear? And where is this leaning to? We asked previously on whether Gachagua is the cause of his troubles or he is a victim of circumstances. How do you see this case going, and your judgment on the same? Karibu kwa show, naomba tafadhali karibisha mtu tumakinike pamoja. I am not feeling too strong, but I believe we'll be able to pull through. So I invite you to be on the forefront, invite somebody to join from wherever you are, and let us dive into the discussion. I appreciate Mr. Wangira is already here. And so I'm calling upon everybody, wale mnaingia studio, link ya kuingia iko tayari kwa comment section, click on it, allow us to configure for you the camera as well as the audio. There will be in this space for us to get talking. Freedom, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here. Tuni Muhammad, asante sana kwa kuwa hapa. Karibu N, welcome to the show. William Adilo, welcome to the show. Favor, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwai. Nashukuru na ni mwingine hapa. Shamil, welcome to the show. Jafeth Mongare, karibu kwa show. All right, thank you. Well, naomba tumakinike tunapoanza kwa fujo. Taanza moja kwa moja Bwana Wangira hapa. Nashukuru kila mmoja, naomba tumakinike. Na wewe utupatie habari, unatupata ukiwa wapi? Kesi unaona inaendaje? Gachagua kahukumiwa ipasavyo ama ni kuonewa? Na kama anaonewa na nani, kwa nini? Mtuambie kwa kina ili tukaelewe mambo haya ipasavyo. Asante sana. Bwana Wangira, hali vipi?
Oh, hali ni salama Bernard, labda wewe?
Niko mzima nashukuru. Yes, siku ya
leo
imefika.
Leo imekuwa ni siku ya vitimbi Bernard. Tumeona vitimbire. Vitimbire ndio tumeona. You know, yesterday Bernard, I told you that, you know, if you look at the origin of impeachment, impeachment was about, you know, trying the monarch, I think the monarch of France. And it was a very, very serious thing, Bernard, because it meant that when that monarch was found to be guilty, Bernard, he was to be hanged and a new king appointed. That's how serious impeachment was. It was a very, very serious thing, Bernard. It was not about the witch hunt that we are seeing here. It was not about rumors. It was not about innuendos. It was not about the market talk, Bernard. And when we imported this particular doctrine in our 2010 Constitution, that's why the writers of our 2010 Constitution were very, very clear. Because they did not want to entertain what I'm now calling the innuendos, the witch hunts, you know, the market talks, and what have you. And that's why they say that for you to impeach the deputy president of the republic, it must be on gross violation of the Constitution. Not only violation, but the violation must be gross. Then they say that, you know, they must, you know, you must demonstrate that, you know, the deputy president has committed either a national affair, has committed a crime, is believed to have committed a crime, either under the national law or international law. And finally, it was about what they call gross misconduct. But what have we seen in this gentleman, Mutuse? It's called Mutuse Bernard. Bernard, I am not a lawyer personally, and I tend to believe that, you know, if whoever drew up this motion hired me to prosecute that matter, I could have done better than Mutuse Bernard. I could have done better than that gentleman. That gentleman came out as an illiterate lawyer because he calls himself a lawyer, an illiterate lawyer. And you know why he came out as an illiterate lawyer, Bernard? you know, there are things that we call this, what we call the law. What I've just quoted for you, the three grounds under which you can remove the president. That's the law. Then there are the facts. Then after the facts, there is evidence. And you know, all the three must balance, because if they don't balance, then there is a problem. But in the Mutusi issue, you know, he was trying to apply the law under the provisions of Article 150 of our 2010 Constitution. But looking at his case, he lacked the facts, he lacked the evidence, and that's where his problem was. Because he dwelt so much on hearsay, he dwelt so much on witch hunt, he dwelt so much on what I call market talk, you know. Ile story ya pale sokoni, you know, I heard that deputy president has a farm in Nyandarua. You know, watu wameniambia deputy president iko na shamba Nyandarua. You know, you don't have the fact to prove that the deputy president has a farm in Nyandarua. You know, that's what I call market talk. And you know, because of that particular design and architecture of this particular motion, looking at it, and if the senators will rely on the law, and if the senators will rely on the facts, and if the senators will rely on evidence, Berard, this particular impeachment motion against the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya will collapse. But there's a new jurisprudence that, you know, a gentleman called Grand Mula has introduced called, you know, a new jurisprudence that is called, you know, jury pesa. Jury pesa is a new jurisprudence that, you know, Grand Mula has introduced. Jury pesa means, you know, who has the deepest of the pockets, you know. Whoever has the deepest of the pocket, you know, calls the day. So if it will be about jury pesa, who has the deeper pockets, you know, in this particular instance, then, you know, regarding Gachagua will lose this particular fight. But if it rely fully, if the trial will rely fully on the law, on the facts and evidence, then, you know, then, you know, this particular impeachment will be lost. This particular impeachment will be lost. And, you know, it's a good start for the Republic of Kenya, because this is the first time in the Republic of Kenya that we are trying to impeach a deputy president. And I've always argued, and I've even argued in my book that, you know, Parliament has turned to be a conveyor belt for the president. And because it has turned to be a conveyor belt for the president, especially the National Assembly, it has turned out to be the conveyor belt of the president. They do anything the president wants them to do blindly. You know, they don't interrogate whatever the president brings to them. Yeah, you know, that's the reason why, you know, we had issues around the finance bill 2024, 2025, because, you know, they are blind to facts, they are blind to issues. Whatever the president tells them to do, as far as they are concerned, you know, is right. And, you know, today they have been indicted. They have been indicted. The National Assembly has been indicted, Bernard, seriously indicted. Because, you know, how did they vote 282 people to send their motion to National Assembly if the mover cannot prosecute his own motion? The mover cannot prosecute his motion. How did they, Bernard? How did they, Bernard, approve for that particular motion to go to National Assembly? So today, National Assembly stands indicted. It stands indicted, and, you know, they need to do a re-examination, because, you know, the crafters of the 2010 Constitution, you know, foresaw an independent parliament. They foresaw an independent National Assembly. But what we have is a National Assembly that is captive to the president, and in this particular regard, that is captive to President William Samoei Ruto. And, you know, look at what he's trying to do. William Samoei Ruto is trying to use parliament to fight his war with regarding Gachagua. You know, this is a fight between a political fight between the president and the deputy president. But what are we seeing, Bernard? we are seeing a president who has influence over parliament, and he's trying to use this parliament, Bernard, to hit back at the deputy president, Bernard. And that's why I'm telling you that, if the facts, if the law, the fact and the evidence will stand, Bernard, this particular impeachment is going to flop. But if the jurisprudence is called what? Jurispesa, what Granmula called jurispesa, that means that whoever has the deeper pockets, Bernard, carries the day, Bernard. If the jurispesa will be applied in this particular issue, Bernard, regardless will be sent home. But if it will be entirely on the law, on the fact, and on the evidence, then this particular impeachment will flop. And that's why I am in agreement with what the judges said, what Judge Chachamwita said, and what the three-judge bench said today, that they have what we call the supervisory role over what will come out of parliament. Because look at what we have been treated to as the people of Kenya, better. Look at what we have been treated to. I watched it entirely. Look at what we have been treated to, Bernard. Is that enough reason why we should be impeaching the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya? And you want to say that whatever comes out of the Senate is final? Should that be the reason? And that is why I agree with the court that they must pretend anything that comes from the Senate tomorrow. And it will be interesting. But having seen the way especially Bernard, we guys, where we come from, we are always called watchmen and cooks. But look at the material of the guys that here. Look at the guy called Elisha, the way he dismantled the entire National Assembly case in the Senate, Bernard. So if Elisha Ongaya will continue with the same spirit, Bernard, tomorrow, and knowing what Rigathi Gachagua is, because he's going to stand as a witness, and knowing what he is, Bernard, then this particular impeachment is as good as lost, Bernard. Unless Jurispesa plays a role here, this particular impeachment is good as lost, Bernard. Let me just stop there and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Mr. Wangira, you are invoking Jurispesa to to discredit the case. Do you mean that Gachagua has no case to answer?
Bernard, I'm not the inventor of the theory of Jurispesa. The inventor of the theory of Jurispesa is a prominent senior counsel called Granmula. Granmula is the inventor of the Jurispesa, and he has written widely on the topic Jurispesa. Jurispesa simply means who has the deeper pockets. And we know that Jurispesa is a key element, in our courts, Bernard. And it could be a key element, in our parliamentary corridors. You never know. And that's why I was telling you that, where I stand today, Bernard, this evening, where I stand, is a good morning. Where I stand this morning, Bernard, Rigathi Gachagua does not have a case. He does not have a case. Tell me if you saw any case there. He does not have a case. Unless Jurispesa plays a role here, Bernard, Rigathi Gachagua does not have a case.
But now, you need to look at the merit and the demerit of the case. This Jurispesa should not come into play until it is finally done. Of all the 11 accusations leveled by the National Assembly in the Senate against Gachagua, in your opinion, let's remove the incompetence of Mutuse and the lack of English, according to Tuni here, or being challenged with the communicating in proper English. You want to tell me that of the 11 charges are all fabrications? There is nothing serious there that you would consider as an individual in indicting somebody?
Bernard, I've never gone to law school, but I take, I study law personally here in my house. And, I have an entire library on legal books, which I read to try and educate myself, because I had looking illiterate whenever I make an argument. Bernard, I've just told you that the framers of the 2010 Constitution were very, very clear on the grounds under which a deputy president can be impeached. They talked of gross violation of the Constitution. The word is gross. It's not even violation. The word is gross violation of the Constitution. Then they talk that they must be, I believe that he has committed a crime under national or international law. Then the final part of it was, gross misconduct. Personally, where I stand, I've not seen, among the 11 counts, Bernard, none of them fits within, gross violation of the Constitution, I believe, of a commission of an offense or gross misconduct. None of it. Unless, that's my opinion, and that's where I stand. And, you don't need to agree with me. You can also interrogate it on your side, and you tell me what do you think, meets, gross violation of the Constitution, what you feel meets, misconduct, or what you believe could be a crime under national law, international law. This is a debate, it's not a monologue, you also give me what you think it could be.
Okay, in my observation, okay, there are two levels of looking at this, especially when it touches on the politicians and let's say National Assembly and the Senate. When it comes to these hearings and plenary hearing for that matter, there is the drama part of it, and there is serious consideration of violation of law. And I think most of us get carried away with the drama and then forget to look closely on exactly what law is being cited to have been violated. And the really matter here is to prove beyond shadow of doubt, or rather make it clear enough to get this person to admit or to have committed whatever that is being alleged. And so when we remove the drama, there are some like the cross-examination questions that are really seeking out to make either the witness confess to have been made to swear the affidavit or stand by what he has sworn, and if there is any proof over that. Like there was that aspect of the concocted affidavit by the former, I think, CEO of KEMSA, and the lawyers did their best to get him to renounce or admit to have fabricated the thing, but they couldn't succeed. And so I think if we separate the drama from this, there is serious case here that Gachagua needs to work hard to prove himself innocent, especially with those WhatsApp messages, the phone calls, and okay, the lawyers are trying hard to make it look like it was not an intimidation. But what do you expect when you receive a letter from a deputy president or a son of the deputy president having sent you to collect something from him? I mean, if that's not intimidation, what would it be? And if that's not a due process in terms of obtaining papers from KEMSA, when all those papers have been put aside for scrutiny. So to me, hapa kuna kesi, ni lazima tuangalie vizuri.
Bernard, yes. I know you are anti-Gachagua. I know you are anti-Gachagua, but that's your right. But me, Bernard, I'm just looking at the law, I'm just looking at the fact, and I'm just looking at the evidence. And remember, this is not a Gachagua's case. The owner of this case is this gentleman, the mover of the motion called Mututsi. The MP for Kibwezi West. He's the owner of the case. It's up to him to prove his case. Gachagua does not need to prove anything, Bernard. He does not need to prove anything. And so far, he has not proved anything. Imagine the issue of the 23 companies. The 23 companies, they were named one after one, and he was being asked, do you have an issue with this company? No. Do you have an issue with this company? No. Do you have an issue with this company? No. So, so far, the case is his. You know, if you are prosecutor, Bernard, in court, if you are prosecutor, the case is yours. It's up to you to prosecute the case in the best manner possible. Because if you don't prosecute it in the best manner possible, you lose it. The prosecutor in this particular moment, Bernard, is this guy called the MP for Kibwezi West. I don't know whether it's Mutuse or Mutusi. That's the owner of the case. But unfortunately, he has failed to prosecute his case in the best manner possible. Look at how he was dismantled by Ongaya. Totally dismantled, totally dismantled until he became confused. So, the case was his. The case was not regarding Gachagua. And that's why if you watch the last picture, where regarding Gachagua was laughing, he was laughing because you knew that, this case is lost. If the case is lost, because if you are prosecutor and you are not prosecuting your case, up to you. And that was the case today, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangire. We appreciate that. Okay, what I mean by Gachagua proving innocence is the proof is on both sides. When an allegation is made and your fingerprints are somewhere, now the burden of proof is on both. Mine is to prove that these are your fingerprints. Then for you is to deny these are not your fingerprints. So the proof is not one-sided. And in this matter,
that's not a legal. That's not a legal doctrine. That's not a legal doctrine, Bernard. It's not a legal doctrine anywhere. If you accuse me, Bernard, the onus to prove that I'm guilty or not you. It's not. I don't need to implicate myself. I cannot incriminate myself, Bernard. The onus to prove that I'm guilty is upon the person accusing me, and that's the law.
I'm not now. I can see those. Some of you are already going personal. I don't have a liking for Gachagua. I don't support Gachagua. But in this matter, I'm not looking for my likes or dislike. We are looking at the credibility of the cases, the allegations leveled, and whether they are credible or not. So much a history, I don't like Gachagua. I'm simply looking at the accusations leveled against Gachagua and his defense team, and even what his lawyers are doing. Okay. Instead of them either defending the case, they are poking holes into the allegation and stop at poking holes. That alone is not enough. It has to
Bernard, come to a place. What is the work of what we call cross-examination? What is the work of cross-examination? What's the work of cross-examination in a matter?
Cross-examination is confirmation of what the witness said.
No. Bernard,
stop it. Mute your mic, Kwanza. We are moving. Don't mute your mic. The Jakindube, your mic is on. Mute it, please. Now let's get this straight. The cross-examination is from both sides. Okay, it is not one-sided. A witness can be for Gachagua or for the National Assembly, and the lawyers for both parties cross-examine the same witness. Okay, one is to poke holes in what the witness said. Then the last one to cross-examine the witness or confirm what the witness said is the lawyer for that particular section who does what? Tries to reinstate what the witness said by ensuring that whatever allegations that were leveled by the other lawyer were all either fabrications or exaggeration or trying to intimidate the witness to agree with him. So it's both sides. To sequate, tunasema it's one-sided, and poking holes alone is not enough. There has to be poking holes as well as cementing them, not just poking them and then leaving them hanging. All in all, asante sana. Naomba hivi tufungue flow. Wangira, hold on. Tufungue flow ili
allow just 1 minute. 1 minute alone. 1 minute, and then I'll be done.
Yes, what is it?
Bernard, this is how a matter is heard in any trial. There is what we call examination in chief. Examination in chief is where your advocate leads you. Then there's what we call cross-examination. The cross-examination is where the defendants, poke holes into your evidence. Then there's what we call re-examination, where, your now advocates tries to fix, the holes that have been poked. That's how it works all over.
So the English is the problem. Cross-examination, re-examination, and poking holes and trying to repair the holes. It's the same thing. Thank you. Domi, karibu.
Okay, I'm Jambo. This is interesting. Asante. This is interesting. You see, I think let's not be over excited with the little that we see. You see, according to me, when I watched the whole story, I think there is some drama, as you say. There is some drama, but there are facts. According to what I saw, it's easy to just say, to dismiss, because you had somebody was asked a question and he got stuck at one point or another. That's not enough. So far, what I say, if I may remember, there were about 3 witnesses. This lawyer only cross-examined one. And I remember there was a time the speaker asked him, you have only 9 minutes to cross-examine all other witnesses. So they only cross-examined the one. So what about the evidence these other witnesses gave? They were not. They did not have the opportunity to poke holes in them. Okay, if at all we're going to use Brother Joram's word, poking holes. So they only poked holes in one witness. What about those others? They did not. Okay, about the poking holes, what I can remember is they only poked holes in, I think, five allegations. They did not poke holes in all. So we cannot say, you cannot just principally say that because they poked holes, so there is nothing. My friend, I think you did not listen to the whole thing. That's what I was saying. Because, okay, yes, they checked they asked about the companies. And I remember there was a time he said, when you give us time, we are going to explain how we link these companies to Gachagua. I remember that well. When you're being cross-examined, this person who is cross-examining you, he's doing it at his convenience. Remember? He's doing it at his convenience. You are going to answer what he's asking. What about that question he did not ask? That you presented. Okay, there are some things that you presented that was not asked. That they presented that they were not asked. What about that one? Then it was not trashed. So we cannot assume that the regatta. According to me, the whole story is, even if it means having having 60% trash, but we have 40% that holds. That's what I saw. So we cannot just trash everything. And also, according to what the proceedings, the proceeding is not a court. This is a political process whereby they do not have to prove everything airtight. As long as they can get some evidence, some proof, enough proof that there is something fishy here, it's enough to throw you away out. This is not a court. In fact, it was explained there, if you heard well. So they do not have to cement everything. They just need to make it, to make you look dirty. As long as they can prove you that you are dirty, that's enough. That's what I will say for today.
So thank you, Domi. Now, I also don't want to turn the show into examination, cross-examination, and prosecution. We are looking at the hits and the misses in the ongoing trial. I can see most of you now are beginning to look for your lawyer's uniform and that wig. Please, let's debate on the merits and the demerits of the case, what you saw, what you heard, what you support, what you don't support. I am also not a lawyer. I can see Hesfa saying that the law is not going in my direction. I'm not the accused, neither the defendant in this matter. I'm only saying what I saw and what I judge as a layman in this matter. You don't have to be a judge of the High Court or whichever to judge a case. We are all judges in our own capacity. And when we have a case and it is shredded into drama, if you go for the drama, you miss the whole thing. Look for where the facts are. And if there is one way of proving, like, for example, Mtuse needed to prove that the companies he's claiming belong to Gachagua, he has to put evidence to that effect to link Gachagua to those companies. And Gachagua needs to admit whether he has links to those companies or not. So that is something that you must prove because it's a certificate of ownership or certificate of being part of the company. It is not something we imagine. It is a practical aspect. So when you claim I own Sound Candid Talk, then you must prove. Get to the registrar, get the documentation, find out who are the directors of this, and if my name is there, I can't deny it. And so Mutuse and his company, they need to come out strong if what they are claiming is anything to go by. But of the 11 charges, I think Gachagua may not escape all of them. And the really deal here is if he doesn't win in any of it, he's going home. And he has to get 2/3 in all of them. So it is a tall order as much as you would want to dismiss it that way. And then I also want us to, as much as possible, to try and avoid the pesa juris pesa approach that Wangira is trying to introduce in the game too early. Let us look the way things are going first, and then we'll claim on the juris pesa baadaye. Lakini saa hii mapema itakuwa excuse, badala ya sisi kuangalia kesi, tunaangalia pesa zilitembea ama mifuko zilifanywa nini ndio ikapita. So for our keenness and serious consideration, let's look at the merits and the demerits of the case. Thank you. Nimlete Jakindu Bey naye achangie. Jakindu Bey, hali vipi?
Salama sana Bernard, na wasalimia wote.
Karibu. Jana sijui kawaje.
Jana bwana
ulibebwa ama ulijibeba?
Jana nilikwama. Sasa naweza kusema hivi, kuna vitu nimekwambia, hii mambo ya kuiga ni mbaya, kwa sababu unaona hata sisi wenyewe, sisi wana Kenya wenyewe hatujui kitu gani inaendelea, hatujui. Na hii ni constitution ambayo sisi wenyewe ndio tunasema tulikopi. Tukikopi sasa tunashindwa kufuata. Manake sasa ukisema ati watu ndio wanaweza kumimpeach kwa sababu alichaguliwa, hiyo impeachment iliwekwa kwamba watu wanaweza kesi inatoka kwa watu na inafika kwa wabunge, na wabunge wana kuimpeach na Senate. Hiyo ni kazi yao. Hauwezi tena kusema ati hiyo sio kazi yao. Hiyo ndio kazi yao. Ukisema eti wanafanya hiyo unasema ni fitina. Sio fitina, ni kazi yao. Hiyo ndio kazi yao. Sasa hii kitu watu wajue, hii si koti, hii ni political process. Na hii political process haina lazima useme ati tulimuona. Ni kama sifa za mtu. Sifa za mtu, unajua sisi wa Kenya ndio maana tunachagua wezi, kwa sababu ukiambiwa huyu jamaa tabia yake si nzuri. Anasema basi amepatikana nini, amefanya nini, amepelekwa kotini, hizo haziwezi kufanya mchague viongozi wazuri. Kuna vitu vingi watu wanafanya, mtu saa zingine ni msherati, lakini haujampata kumshika, lakini ni mtu watu wanajua huu ni msherati, huyu jamaa si jamaa mzuri, yeah? So hizi vitu lazima sisi wa Kenya tungekuwa tunajifunza kujua namna ya kuchuja viongozi, kwa sababu kusema ukweli Gachagua hata tu kwa kuchagua, Gachagua si mtu wa kuchaguliwa kwa vice president. Kama watu wangeambiwa sasa chagua, tungemchagua, lakini kwa sababu ya upuuzi wa Wakenya tunachagua tu mtu kiholela bila kuangalia sifa ya mtu, sifa ya Gachagua. So hata sasa hizo kesi zake ukiangalia, hizi makampani 22 ya nini na zingine ni dormant. Yani anaregister company haikufanyi kazi, anaregister company haifanyi kazi, anaregister company anaregister za nini? Hizo ni lazima ziwe company ambazo zinafanya kazi za ulanguzi, na vile vile tulishaona katika koti hii ya Kenya ilimpata Gachagua na pesa ambazo halishindwa kusema zimetoka wapi. Ama mimi ndio nasema mimi labda ndio sijui, lakini nakumbuka Gachagua alipatikana na pesa milioni 200 ambayo koti ilimwambia, ulimuuliza ulipataje hizi pesa, hakuweza kuexplain, na ile explain yake sababu zake hazikutosheleza koti, na hizo pesa zilichukuliwa. Amerudishiwa baada wao kushinda, akarudishiwa hizo pesa. Na tena Kenya ndio mahali unapatikana na pesa za ulanguzi na unaachwa ufungwi, kwa sababu kama ingekuwa ni Uingereza ama Amerika ama Ujerumani ama wapi, angekuwa jelani, angekuwa amefungwa kwa kukosa kwa kuwa na pesa za ulanguzi, angekuwa jelani. Sasa hii watu wa Kenya, sisi tunasema wa Kenya lazima tujue hizi vitu tunakopi, alafu hatujui vile zinafanya kazi. Ukishapatikana Gachagua, kama angekuwa muungwana ama angekuwa mtu ambaye anasema ukweli vile anasema, au Mkristo vile anajisema, angekuwa ameresign kitambo, angeleta majina, kwa sababu hata hizi makampani yeye mwenyewe alijisema hizo. Wakati ule alikuwa anatoa, alizitaja hizi makampani zote. So mimi sioni vile Wakenya wana sasa wanageuza, wanataka kuwa na huruma na yeye, eti sasa wapi evidence ni hizo, so wamesema, na hizo yeye mwenyewe amekubali hiyo moja tu, hata kama ni company ni moja. Na vile alivyosema, hata mimi nakumbuka Gachagua alisema ati watu wa Central Province kwa sababu wamepata ministers sijui ni 7 sijui 8, that is satisfied. Sasa wewe ni vice president wa nchi nzima, kwa sababu wakati uchaguzi imeisha, hakuna tena eti na hao walinichagua na hao hawakunichagua. Sasa wewe ni president wa Kenya, wewe ni vice president wa Kenya. You can't sema kwamba mimi natoka Central. Hiyo sasa hakuna. You don't talk like that. So hii mambo ya watu kama hajui kazi, tusiwe na huruma. Gachagua hajui kazi, hajui kuwa vice president manake nini, hajui. Anafikiria yeye bado ana represent sijui Central Province. Haku represent Central Province jamani. Ukichaguliwa, uchaguzi ikiisha, ukitangazwa wewe ndio umeshinda, hakuna tena usemi eti fulani walinichagua, kwa sababu sasa kodi inatolewa Kenya mzima. Sasa wewe ni president wa Kenya, wewe ni vice president wa Kenya mzima. Sasa uwezi tena kusema ati sijui watu wangu, sijui watu wa Kenya wote ni wako. So yeye hajui uongozi, na huyo ni mtu mbaya. Mimi namfukuza hata kama hizo hakuna. Wacha Gachagua aende nyumbani, alafu tubaki na Ruto. Wacheni hii mambo ya kuruma ati ati hatukupata evidence. Evidence gani? Hiyo kitu wamesema inatosha, na mimi nataka kabisa na waaji hawa senator wamfukuze, wamimpeach, kwa sababu hivyo ndivyo anataka. Kiongozi ambaye hafai kabisa, hafai.
Okay, sawa Jakindube, asante sana kwa utangulizi mzuri. Madai ndio hayo na ukweli wa mambo utajulikana. Jakindube kila anachosema ni haki, kwa sababu wewe kama kiongozi wa umma, wakati jina lako limewekwa dosari kwa vyovyote vile, njia ya heshima na ya kutoka kwa ofisi kwa heshima ni kujiuzulu, sio kwenda kujitetea. This is not a criminal case whereby you have to defend yourself and save yourself. It is public opinion, and in the prosecuting this particular case, in the public opinion, Gachagua amekuwa maswali mingi, na wengi wanaomtetea Gachagua hapa ni kwa sababu wanaona dhambi zake ni chache kuzidi za Ruto. Hapa sio maswala na Ruto amefanya nini ili Gachagua akafanya nini. Swala hapa ni katika haya madai yote ambayo yamewekwa kinyume na Gachagua, yepi ya kweli, yepi ya uongo. Na katika haya yanayosemwa ya uongo, yote ni ya uongo ama kuna kaukweli fulani katika hayo. Na in all that, I think we all need to tread carefully in securing whatever we want to secure. In my opinion, as much as Ruto has committed more than Gachagua, right now the case we have is Gachagua. We deal with Gachagua first, and thereafter we revisit Ruto. And to me, this is a good debate in terms of a good conversation. And from the fact that it is Ruto engineering it, makes even matters better. That after we have questioned Gachagua, investigated Gachagua, and found Gachagua with some sinister, whatever, some questionable operations, then from there we also have a right to investigate Ruto, check his operations, and where we find he has violated the constitution, wembe ni ule. So let's not look at which one is a lesser evil, which one is a better evil, which one is acceptable, which one is unacceptable. Quickly, before I bring Innocent, let me just quickly read this. Has been sent by one of us here. Joy says, I've always felt that people concentrate on the drama in the National Assembly and forget the bottom line will be the substance. Forget those who are dramatic. The move of the motion put 11 points. Gachagua defended himself in the court of public opinion for 2 hours on TV unsuccessfully. If you ask me, some MPs spoke to the matters at hand, including insubordination, by telling the whole world he was removed from State House WhatsApp group. The move Mtuse, Otiende, Kaluma, Ichungwa gave evidence on some of those 11 issues, including DP going to court in March this year to exchange the executor mandate to give himself power to oversee his brother's wealth without input of beneficiaries, brothers, wife, and kids. Abuse of office in the Kemsa case, where DP himself accepted on TV to have sent his son to there on a specific errand, which was interference. The Vipingo land where the kids seem to have been involved at the ages 15 for the older one. The sons taking loans of 600 million without guarantors. Kandui MP Otiende Kaluma are represented the National Assembly amongst other lawyers. These were other lawyers with interest. Let's wait. Now, I share that in my observation of the same. When we get carried away with the drama, we lose the really nitty-gritty of the case. Kwanza hilo suala la familia, as much as it may look like it's far-fetched, I don't think it's far-fetched because charity begins at home. Mtu anayehujumu wa kwake atakosaje kuhujumu wa Kenya akiwa kwa public office? Now, let's just okay, let's keep going, please. Innocent, Hali vipi?
Salam.
Your witness number?
Witness number 2.
Okay,
But
bring your evidence.
I was not cross-examined.
We will cross-examine you here. The cross-examiner is here, Wangire.
I've just listened to Wangira and the rest of the panels. Bernard, I didn't watch the whole proceedings. I just looked at it a bit, and I was busy doing some few things, so I might not give the hits and misses. I'm just here to listen more from what these guys are saying, but Wangira naona ameingilia sana huyu jamaa ni kama ni lawyer ni lawyer wa parliament. Sijui kama ni wa Gachagua ama ni wa parliament, but from the bit of the things that I looked at, I realized that Gachagua has something to answer, and this was just an introductory part of it, and I believe tomorrow is the main thing. But I looked at how do you call him, this senior counsel Orengo, and I saw some misses from what he was saying, especially that DP went to UK to see the brother, and akatuonyesha the ticket and the day he traveled, and what he was saying is that Linda signed the will. You see, what Wangire is saying is right, because if you don't bring that evidence, if you don't show that he signed the will, then those are just hearsay. And number two, when he said that the money started disappearing from the bank at immediately when he died, you must bring the evidence that it's Gachagua who took that money from the bank when the brother died. And immediately when he died, the same day the money was removed. I believe it's high time that we bring even this, how do you call them, the bank CCTV, to show that really it was Gachagua who removed it. Because any person can remove. If they had an access to the bank, maybe the relatives, the wife, the sons, they can remove. So I believe, to me, those were some of the misses from Orengo, and whatever you're saying from Mutuse also, I think he confused himself. But let me say that we have the VAR. VAR will come. Bernard, for us who watch football, unajua refari akishasema ni goal, hata kama mashabiki mpige kelele huko nje mseme nini, as long as the referee says it is a goal, it will be a goal. So people might rejoice, people might give their verdict, but the referee himself is the one who is going to tell us. And whatever Wangire is saying might be true. The word is using, I don't want to use it because hii kitu kama walitumia pesa before, this might be just a gimmick, ile tu just kupita to the process ionekane that it was done, the impeachment was done. But I'm just waiting for Friday, because if I see the president nominating a different person immediately, I will know that he was behind it. But one of the things that Bernard, I'm disappointed for for this ticket is especially to see the believers who are not forgiving one another, the believers who claim to know, to carry the word, who claim to say praise the Lord everywhere they go, and the two first lady and second lady who are intercessors at State House. They cannot even intercede and mabwana zao washikana. I don't know whether these days wanatembea pamoja the ladies because mabwana wamekosana. I don't know, but I'm just waiting to see. But let me tell you, lawyers are very smart. There were 11 points, and they could only use about 4 to 5, and wakipatikana tu na moja, Gachagua is gone. And that's why you could see even also those the DP lawyers, they were also trying to grow themselves on some specific issues. Hawakuwa wanataka zile zingine kuguza zingine because they knew hizo zinamshika. But Bernard, as we said, the person who, kama kuna mtu anatakana kwenda nyumbani, Wangira, I believe you will support me this, it must be Ruto first. I wish they had started with Ruto first. But now the problem is that government near bottom up. So they will start with the Gachagua, and then we hope it will go up to Ruto. Thank you.
Thank you, Innocent. Thank you for that reminder, bottom up. So tumeanzia pale chini, tunapanda hapo juu, sio? Ama namna gani? So well, thank you everybody for joining from wherever you are joining. I believe you're following the conversation. I really want us to, avoid getting personal. Some of you are too personal and too, I think it's a new trend in Kenya where we are too quick in running somebody down because of an act or because of a decision in one aspect or in one case. Let us, if where you doubt, confirm. Nowadays, everything is available on Google and other places where you can find more information. So, story ya dismiss people and beginning to, look down on them, that's not debating, and that's not even looking into the case critically. And of course, defending Gachagua because you're from the mountain as a reason, to me, that is neither here or there. We just need to look into this thing the way it is. Gachagua may have his own issues, but he should be prosecuted and judged according to the law, and he should find justice by the same law, not for us to dismiss him because he's this and that. So naomba tafadhali, especially on the comment section, let's avoid the business of running people down and trying to gaslight people simply because you think by doing so you're winning the case. That is not it. Let's debate objectively and, of course, give reasons why you think otherwise. But saying things like, Orengo is overrated, just say what Orengo said, what Orengo did, and what you think Orengo was exaggerating. The issue of Orengo is overrated, is underrated, and all that should not arise, in my opinion. And I'm saying that generally because some of us, when Samuel does something good, we all come and praise him. And he does something we don't like, and we dismiss him, we sentence him, we bury him. That is not how things are done. Even your child, your own child, doesn't do everything right. But you don't use what he has done wrong to write off his life, write off his destiny, write off his future, simply because he did one thing that is not right. So let's be objective and focus. Asante sana, naomba wote tunapojiunga, tafadhali hakikisha unapiga kura yako. Tunauliza kama hii kesi ya Gachagua itabadilisha mambo katika uongozi wa Kenya. Your yes or no answer is invited on Sound Country Talk and Sound Country Talk Live. And please, we request you to give us thumbs up on the video as you watch. And if you have not subscribed, now I was checking the analysis yesterday on the YouTube channels. And can you imagine that over 80%, okay? 80% of our viewers are not subscribers. That's how bad it is. That only 20% of all our viewers are subscribers. The rest ni wakuja kutusalimia wameenda. So tafadhali, if you're watching from whatever you're watching, from wherever you're watching, if you have not subscribed, subscribe. You're the one, causing delay in the breaking forth of this channel. If 80% are not subscribers, there is something very wrong, either with what we are doing or I think we are giving too many people. Let me not just say it. So, tafadhali, I beg you, if you have not subscribed, please subscribe. Let me see the number of subscribers rising. 80% not subscribers, but daily routine viewers, returning viewers. That's how YouTube describes it. They are returning. They are watching every day. They don't miss the show, but they also don't subscribe. So, shida iko wapi? Utuambie. Sura yetu, sauti yetu, yale tunayosema ni nini? Tafadhali, I want to see subscribers. I beg, I request. You want me to use which language? Hata mkitaka Kiluya nitaongea. Tafadhali, I want to see subscribers. 165 people viewing. Please, let's get more people subscribing even as we continue with the discourse. Tutamrudisha Wangira naye achangie tunapoendelea na mchakato wetu. Asante. Bwana Wangira, karibu, lakini Jurispesa tusubiri kwanza tafadhali.
Bernard, I try to be as intellectual as I can on this argument. I don't just argue for the sake of it, because I try to educate people on this platform as much as I can. Domi, it was Domi here who was talking of the regarded team having exhausted its time. That's not the position. The position was, even as they were closing and saying they will be returning tomorrow at 9 a.m., it was agreed that because, Rigathi Gachagua will not be calling any other witness, so there will be some extra time that will be used. And, the Rigathi team will use that particular time to cross-examine the two remaining witnesses. Remember that, National Assembly has called their two witnesses and there are remaining only two. And on the Rigathi side, he will be his own witness. He will not call any other witness. So on time management, Domi, don't worry. We'll have our time tomorrow as Team Rigathi Gachagua. I am proudly Team Rigathi Gachagua. Bernard, looking at James Orengo, Senior Counsel James Orengo, James Orengo's father was my father's colleague in the police. So we share some background. But today, when I listened to James Orengo, Bernard, I listened to a prominent lawyer who was firing blank. You know what I mean, firing blank? Orengo was firing blank because Bernard, he started by quoting the scripture. Then he went on accusing Rigathi Gachagua of having disinherited, the family of his brothers. And if you have been watching this particular impeachment, Bernard, everything is done on affidavit. Bernard, there's no single affidavit that is accusing Rigathi Gachagua of having inherited his brother. This issue of Rigathi Gachagua having disinherited his brother's family, Bernard, is strict talk. Bernard, in the story ya Java tu ya pale Marikiti na Gikomba, Bernard, it does not appear in any single affidavit. It does not appear in any single affidavit. And look at that, what Nani was doing, playing to the gallery by, trying to accuse, Rigathi Gachagua of having, disinherited his brother's family. What I call, firing blank. Look at what Nani did in his introductory. Elisha Ongaya.
Mr. Ongera, just before you drop that point, who is supposed to swear an affidavit to that effect? Is it a direct complaint from the family, or must everything be sworn on affidavit before it is made an accusation?
Bernard, you need to pay me for becoming your teacher.
I agree. I will pay you.
Bernard, every evidence that is being adduced, Bernard, is adduced on the basis of an affidavit. The two witnesses so far, Mutusi and the other guy from KEMSA, they have done it on the basis of an affidavit. It's on the basis of an affidavit, that the evidence is admissible. I get you. I hope you are getting me. You swear to allow for your evidence to be admissible. There must be an affidavit in this particular regard. And looking at the whole issue, there's no single affidavit, Bernard, where anybody is accusing, or regarding Gachagua of having disinherited, his brother's family. As much, Rengo wants to use it to play to the gallery. And again, the nearest, Bernard, that accusation came was through an affidavit by this guy called Njomo. And I think he's one of the two remaining witnesses that will be appearing tomorrow, where he's claiming that, he had a secret deal that is going to buy the hotel and later sell back the hotel to Rigathi Gachagua. But today, in cross-examining, the main witness, Bernard, that thing was discounted, because even this particular hotel that Njomo purports that he was told to buy, then he'll sell it back to the Rigathi Gachagua. It does not appear in Njomo's name. It's not owned by Njomo. So if it's not owned by Njomo, so it's not Njomo who bought that particular hotel. And if it's not the one, if there is a point, the way things stand today, if he's not the one who bought that particular hotel, the hotel was bought by somebody else, then how was he going to transfer it back to Rigathi Gachagua? So look at the type of contradictions we are having in this matter. And Njomo was an afterthought. The Njomo guy was an afterthought. There was even, I remember Paul Mwite contesting his appearance, saying that, he was not part of the matter when it was at the National Assembly. He was introduced at the later stage. And, he was introduced at the later stage to panel B. And, his panel beating, but that does not work. So these people who are trying to connect, Rigathi Gachagua with disinheriting his brother's family, it does not hold water, because, there's no single evidence, Bernard, that can confirm that particular fact. Confirm that particular fact. Look at the issue of KEMSA, Bernard. The issue of KEMSA. This guy talks of having been bullied, or Rigathi Gachagua having been interfered with the tendering process. Then when the issue comes to the floor, and even the report of the National Assembly is tabled, Bernard, the guy finds himself confused. He finds himself totally confused. So where things stand today, Bernard, as we were closing, they closed today at 11:12. I watched it up to 11:12 p.m., Bernard. Where things stand, Bernard, there was nothing tangible, Bernard, nothing, an iota, not an iota of tanginess, Bernard, to fix the Rigathi Gachagua. And that's why I agree with what you people are saying, that, this is a jury, Bernard. It's not like the court where the judge, you rely generally on a magistrate or on a judge, This is a political process, regardless of how you argue it, the people will determine, whether you go home or not as a politician. But, there's a principle in law that says that, argue your case well. Argue your case well. Do you know why you are told to argue your case well, Bernard? Even when you end up losing, Bernard, it gives you chances of appeal. That's why you always told, argue your case well. Even if you know you are going to lose, always argue your case well. So that even if you lose it, you'll have chances of appeal. And I believe that's what Gachagua is doing. He's arguing his case well, so that in case, he gets impeached, then he'll have grounds, Bernard, to move to the court of law. He'll have grounds to move to the court of law. He's not going to determine on whether he's going to be impeached or not. That's up to members of parliament. And you know that they have been whipped already to vote against him. And I've told you about the jurispesa. Bernard, jurispesa is a real doctrine, in this country. It's a real doctrine in this country.
It's not part of the constitution. Don't drag it in here. But I went before we dropped that. You talked about Orengo firing blank, and I remembered Keegan and the Kericho governor's lawyers when they were arguing about the 0.33%. Okay, it looked that they're on the losing end. The other guys, the MCAs and all that, the argument was strong. The kind of evidence they were willing to adduce was heavy. And Kinakigen were just, the underdogs in this, and they kept insisting on that. And by the end of the case, they carried the day. So probably it's a strategy for you people to be pro Gachagua. Like you have
Bernard.
You seem to be one of the lawyers of Gachagua. So
let me ask you a question. Yes. Who was the underdog in this fight? It was Gachagua who was the underdog. In fact, people dismissed Gachagua even before the matter started. Majority of people were shocked that that Gachagua could marshal a strong legal team. Before it started, he was the underdog.
There was no questioning on marshalling a legal team. The questioning of Gachagua is in his competence and in his capacity to marshal we wanted him to marshal the National Assembly with at least a third, but he couldn't. So that's the only place. But the issue of putting together lawyers, anybody can put together lawyers as long as you can pay them. So, and of course, you are cancelled on which lawyer does what where. So, hapa tuwezi patia credit to Gachagua. And Gachagua wants to save his skin, save his job. So, you don't send amateurs to go and save you when you're hanging on the rope. So, hiyo maneno tuende pole pole. All the same, let's keep going. Thank you. Eli has joined as a member. We appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much for being the latest member of Sound Candid Talk. So if you are yet to join as a member, Eli amekupita. Tafadhali hakikisha kwamba haupitwi. Una join kama member na unaendelea kusaidia na kusupport channel tunapoendelea kuchambua masuala haya jinsi yanavyokuja, na tuelewe tu, kwa sababu tunatafuta haki, na haki hii ni ya Kenya bora, sio haki tu ya Mkenya mmoja, haki ya kila Mkenya, na wote ambao wanahujumu haki ya Wakenya basi washughulikiwe ili Kenya ikuwe huru na kila mmoja awe na nafasi ya kuishi Kenya bila kujihurumia. Saa hii tunavumilia kuwa Wakenya, saa hii tuko mahala ambapo hatupendi kuwa, na yote ni kwa sababu ya uongozi mbaya wa nani? William Ruto na Gachagua. Kwa hivyo tunapoangalia masuala haya tusisahau kwamba the bigger picture is how do we free Kenya so that Kenya serves all Kenyans and are led the way they deserve. Yes, Reverend Lala.
Thanks, Bernard, and everyone else. I just want to challenge my brother Wangira for coming in here to tell us the legal why Orengo did what he did was wrong, and Wangira, this is an impeachment, is a political a process. It is a political process. It's where if you push your wife, and that is deemed by the public that is not in order, they can impeach you and kick you out of the office. It may not be in the law, in the books, in a constitution, but you can go home if you disrespect certain personality. So let's remember that if there are some things here, for example, let's talk about what Orengo's. I didn't watch. I'm just coming in now, but you're talking about disinheriting the brothers. These are things that have been going on for a long time. People have been talking about what Gachagua did. What could have happened is that Gachagua should have brought in a family member from that man to say, no, this is what happened. But to hear you, Angira, defending Gachagua with it's not factual. It's not. You are the one who's on the wrong. This is not a court of law. We are not in one of those judges court. This is a political process. This is more than just the law. This is what is decent for a community. This is what is Kenyans agree with as something respectful of who they are. It's kind of leadership they want, integrity issues and things like that. So I think if you bring it to the court, let's wait for that. Maybe if he challenges this in law, court of law, then maybe he can be able to tell Orengo, come to court because you kind of misrepresented what the facts are. But at this moment, I think who should have been there is the brothers' children saying, no, this is what it is, to challenge Orengo, so that that point is taken care of. But you can't tell someone not to speak this way because there's no affidavit. No, that's not what the impeachment is all about. Maybe I'm wrong. Somebody else can help me. I just wanted to answer that.
Thank you, Lala, for throwing that in. Wangira, before you respond, tunataka kuleta furaha. So naomba hivi, before you respond, you should also put in consideration that Gachagua is on record to have admitted on national television that the money he has, some of the money he has, he got it from his brother. So how did he get money from his brother without disinheritance? Or was he willed? And if he was willed, where is the will that says third or three quarters of my estate goes to my brother when he has a wife and children? And unconfirmed reports say that the son of Ruto Gachagua is in prison for 20 years on robbery, and all of it is allegation by who? Gachagua, to throw him in so that he runs the show. So Gachagua admission about the inheritance. Yes. Wangira.
Bernard.
Bernard, please,
Bernard.
let me say something before Wangila comes in, please.
Very brief, because hapo tunataka kusikiliza Fra.
I think there's a point that we are getting very wrong about Orengo, and I believe they put him there technically because he can handle the technical part, the most complicated part about the will. This is what Orengo said. Orengo said it was so convenient that Gachagua could take a border plane from Kenya 7 days to the death of the brother. Yeah. Go to the hospital and did not go to see the doctor. There is no evidence that he saw the doctor. But there is evidence that he went to see the brother. There is evidence that time they wrote a will. Yeah? And there is evidence that the will included Gachagua in it. So the technical part is, how convenient is it? That's the case that Orengo was bringing. How convenient can it be? Okay, let's be realistic. How convenient can it be? 7 days to the death of your brother, you are going to make a will, cause your brother to sign a will that is including you. Really, my friend? You tumekataa bwana.
Okay, sawa Domi. Wankira, one moment.
Allow me to
Ngoja kidogo, Wangira, you are the one going to respond. As far I said Gachagua's admission on national television. The other was just an example, and I said unconfirmed reports. So, tafadhali, asante. Wangira, please, in the shortest time possible.
Bernard, remember that, you know, the Senate trials are what we call quasi-judicial, which means they are half political, half judicial. And the only way the evidence is admitted in that particular matter is through affidavits. There's no any other way you will admit evidence. It must be through sworn affidavits. Bernard. So listening to what my brother Domi is talking about there, Bernard, it takes me to what Orengo was talking about. For example, Orengo talked about, you know, regarding Gachagua having traveled to London. Then when he reached London, you know, he went to his brother. Then he even purported that, you know, on the day the brother was dying, you know, regarding Gachagua was withdrawing money. You know, that's what we call, you know, street talk. Story ile ya Gikomba na Marikiti. Because it's not supported in any affidavit, Bernard. Because, you know, the lead witness, Bernard, who is Mutusi. Mutusi is the lead witness, Bernard. He has concluded his evidence. And nothing of sort appears anywhere. And he was the lead evidence. So which other evidence are you waiting for, Domi, to confirm this particular point? You know, there isn't any. So that's why, you know, I'm telling you.
I'm becoming suspicious. Do you in any way have...
Nani said, Nani, he quoted in the evidence. He quoted, it was there. Or did you, was I not hearing?
Okay, Domi, ngoja.
Where was it?
He
quoted it in the evidence.
Where did he quote it?
Order, all of you. Thank you. Now, let's look at the hits and the misses and not prosecute the case afresh. Okay? The other part of the case that is yet to be heard, let's not speculate. Let's wait and see. Wangira's notion that there is no affidavit to that effect, that is where my questioning is beginning. Do you have that charge sheet with you and the whole volume to prove that there was no an affidavit to that effect? And if there wasn't an affidavit to that effect, how did it find its way to the Senate floor? And you said nothing can be admitted there without an affidavit. Yes, Wangira, in half a minute.
Unfortunately, you people are gagging me. Even before I finish, you are all over me. Why are you all over me? Because I was very, very clear in what we call the introductory part. You know, both parties were given 30 minutes to give their introduction. And in the introduction, you know, is where, you know, Orengo introduced this street talk. Is where he introduced this street talk. But in the main matter, listen.
Don't use street talk. I'm asking you, do you have a copy of that case with you right there? You are referring to a missing affidavit, or you're also giving us street talk? Since that's the vocabulary you have introduced here.
Unfortunately, you want to gag me even before I say anything. You are all over me.
It's not gagging you. You cannot say what Orengo said is street talk, and you are not substantiating where you have accessed those affidavit or missing affidavit in that. Me, I don't have a copy of any of that. I lift my hands. I'm only using what I had, what I saw. So if you have a copy of the charge sheet and the wherever the respondent, wherever the accused, the respondent, and how they responded, and without affidavit, I would love to know that. Then we'll take what you're saying. That there is nothing to that.
Let me conclude. Let me conclude.
Please conclude.
Let me conclude, and let everybody keep quiet and allow me to conclude. Even if you don't want to agree with me, just allow me to conclude. Don't intercept. Let me have my thoughts. Bernard, the National Assembly is only remaining with two witnesses. One of them is the secretary to the cabinet, and the other one is this guy called Njomo. The main witness, has concluded his evidence is the guy called Mutute Bernard. He has concluded his evidence today, both on evidence in what we call examination in chief, cross-examination, and the examination. He has concluded, and nothing of sort appeared, Bernard, when he was being put on examination in chief. Nothing of sort appeared. So, my question would be, where did Orengo pick this street talk from? If it was not part of the men trial, where did he pick it from?
Okay, now in the interest of time, tafadhali Domi, just hold it. Let's hear Frahabad Kwanza. She's been on hold all for long. Please let her weigh on this, and then we come to you, Domi. To Lisa.
Hello, everyone.
Hi to you. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know where to start from exactly, but let me just mention that I've been listening to you people for the longest time, but I've never really joined. Sometimes I put my points in the chat, but I've never really entered. But today I just wanted to start from the point of, everyone has been rubbishing the National Assembly, but there was at one point before the day of the impeachment at the National Assembly, Otiende Amolo himself said he would impeach the governor based on what would come on the floor. And Bernard has said that there's a lot of drama, and we pay attention to so much drama, but there were very weighty matters that were raised at the National Assembly. And I remember on that day, the two people who tried to, to be objective about what happened at the National Assembly were, I think, Mark Neto and Temba. And because even after conclusion, after Gachagua concluded, Otiende Amolo was very categorical that it has to go unanswered, that this person has been given an opportunity to present themselves and to, to be heard with their lawyers. And today, I took my time and I listened to everything from beginning to end. I think I missed just when the senators were seeking clarification, I missed a few of them. And this is where I want to start. I had Wangira giving his points, and Innocent, when he came in, he also talked about the misses, and he said Orengo also missed. It was an introduction, and when he mentioned the will and how it was acquired, they actually interjected. And when they did, he clarified that he is actually using DP's response. It is in his response where he's giving details about him going to the UK, seeking his brother. Orengo actually clarified at the point they interjected. Up to the time the speaker now said, stop the interjections until let him finish, and then you will have an opportunity to rebut. But Orengo did lay the foundation because he said this will come up in the course of their prosecuting of this case. They will show why it is necessary to actually give this thing this kind of introduction. And if you go back to the National Assembly, Kimani Ichung'wah presented, I think it was an affidavit or a document signed this year, in March this year. The DP went, and actually today it was also prosecuted, and there was evidence that he did go to the court to seek to be the only executor, or to be able to execute the will of his brother without the beneficiaries. without the beneficiaries. That is something that Kimani Ichung'wah raised at the National Assembly. Today it was prosecuted. And in the queries, Senator Orwoba sought clarification from the DP's lawyers as to what is the state of the children of Nderito. What is their state of mind? Are they of sound mind? Because the DP himself, in the court of public opinion, because he prosecuted this for 2 good hours, 2 hours thereabout. And there's a lot of things that he himself admitted that his lawyers were tasking the main witness on, the 2 witnesses that we saw. They tried to task Honorable Mutuse, they tried to task the CEO on matters relating to KEMSA, where he himself admitted sending his son to KEMSA on his behalf. So there's a lot of evidence that has been prosecuted successfully. Since the time the National Assembly, people didn't want to listen to the sober minds that spoke. Kaluma, MP from Homa Bay, the people who spoke to the issues, people were not keen. They were even talking about the women, shouting that, DP Gachagua, demeaned women. But you see, and they were saying, where is the basis? But on the Gachagua's impeachment, the fourth ground lays basis to the fact that, he actually spoke ill and threatened the judge, Esther Maina. So I don't know at what point people who we've been journeying with on this journey, people who want good governance, people who want, this country to thrive, you keep telling us, Ruto is worse. And I remember, nowadays we don't pay attention to the people at Jacaranda. But on that day of the National Assembly, there's one gentleman, he's not a popular face at Jacaranda, and he gave this illustration. If I have 2 rats in my house, and I catch one, and I say, no, because I have caught one, and there are 2, let me go of this one until the day I catch the 2. So I've always wondered that if we are saying the presidency is soiled, and we have caught one thief, you are actually telling us, leave this thief, until we catch the other thief. We shall not prosecute this thief. Can we look at what is being put on the table? And if indeed, based on even the utterances that our DP has said, and if at any moment we felt that these things were a mistake, why would we want to clear this person? Why would we want him not to face the full wrath of the law? It is his cross. Why do we want him not to carry it? And we want to rubbish everything that is coming here. But if you listen to the questions, the queries that were being given by the senators, and if you believe they had been sober enough to ask some of the questions and how they were responded to, I think we will be the better, we will be of sound mind. So I'll be here, I'll listen a bit, but I've always wondered, where are we coming from as a people that we want to save Gachagua? Why? If he is impeached, there will be probably he will seek legal redress. And if indeed all that has been put forward is neither here nor there, then so be it. But let the process, just go through. Let the process go through. My background is HR. I'm not a lawyer, but, we have these cases where we have to, we have stood for employees, and employees have a very difficult time against the employer. And my specialty is labor relations. So I don't understand where we come from when we are saying the governance is rotten, where we are saying NHIF, whatever, all these problems are so heavy on us. But this very person, DP, is still DP as we speak. So the bad governance, he has been part of it, So if Ruto is also, our president is also culpable, for now, on the chopping board, we have this one. Let us deal with this one. And then if we feel that he shouldn't go down alone, then the other person should join. I think, Bernard, for now, that is my submission.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. That is clear and interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, let's focus. Let's focus in terms of ensuring that we do the right thing. I love that illustration of two rats traveling in the house. You catch one, and you say, some people here now say we should release the rat and wait until we catch both. I think let's deal with the one we have got first. After that, we now look for the other. Whether it's under the cupboard or it has gone in the sink, we will find it. But at the moment, let's deal with the one that we have got. And of course, interesting days. Interesting days. One of the things I see coming out clearly, it is our usual Kenyan culture. Kenyan culture whereby we save the thieves, and thereafter we complain they are stealing from us. That's what I wonder. Okay, when thief is been caught and is being prosecuted, say no, mtu wetu tunamtetea kama hii hata huyu amefanya sana, and then when the thief is led to steal, we still complain he is stealing from us. So let's make up our mind. We either want to have leadership that is stealing from us and we shouldn't complain, or let whoever has been caught first be dealt with, then thereafter we get another one. No police officer arrests everybody because somebody has committed one thing, or that my neighbor wronged me. I went to accuse him. Then he also said the other neighbor wronged him, so the police should leave him and come and arrest the other neighbor. No, let's deal with one at a time. I appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. The number of viewers is increasing. Tafadhali naomba tuendelee kushare, na kama uja subscribe, tafadhali, I've said again, our analysis shows that 80% of our viewers are not subscribers. Let's get busy subscribing. Just subscribe, turn on the notification bell. It doesn't take ages. It is 10 seconds each thing. Just click on the subscription button, turn on the notification of all the notification, and that is it. Either on Sound Candid Talk or Sound Candid Talk Live, or both. We really need to get from where we are, wherever, plateaued as a channel, because we have vibrant shows like this one viewed widely, but 80% of our constant returning viewers are not subscribers. Nataka usubscribe tafadhali, na kama uko na jirani ambaye ulimuinvite hapa na haja subscribe, follow the person up, make them subscribe. Asante sana. Aya, Domi, ulikuwa umeinua mkono, kuna nini?
Okay. There was an issue. I think our sister has touched on it about what our brother was talking about. But okay, before I get to that, let me point out some things, some parts of what was spoken, and that I think they would have a lot of weight for us not to just to assume. You know, at this point we're operating on assumption. If at all we try to just rush everything and say, Gachagua head is day, okay, he's on the winning side. You know, I can remember very well that when they were presenting the witness. Okay, we're calling him the key witness was presenting. I think the volume is so big. It's not just small. The volume is big. And assuming that he said everything that was up, that was in the volume, hapo hivyo tutakuwa pia tunadanganyana. And I remember well also when they were cross-examining, they picked on some issues that they did cross-examine, but there are some issues that they did not. So we cannot assume that those things those things that, remember, those things that they did not touch, then it means that it is either it has no weight or they are unable to challenge. Because there are several things that they are unable to challenge. One, it's clear that the DP expressly talked about yeye anatetea watu mlima. Yeah, as a DP, he belongs to the whole nation. According to the constitution, this is somebody who is supposed to be standing for the whole nation. And I remember even the one thing that was quoted. And I think this is one thing that got 207 into an eruption. This issue of isolation. Isolation in 207, many people take it as it was the plan of the opposition to isolate one community. But let me tell you, what happened was this. One community was isolating themselves and calling themselves superior. That then these other people reacted on it. Yeah. Now, if at all this guy is calling one community as shareholders, okay? If that one community and the other they are shareholders, with us, I remember even Sifuna touched on it. What about us that are not part of those two communities? This is an isolation that Rigathi, as the deputy president, is isolating two communities, yeah, against everybody else. What if it happens the other way? Now, these other communities that have been isolated now starts fighting. Because if you anger them, they will fight. Yeah, if you keep angering these other people, they will fight. That is why an impeachment, they may decide not to impeach him on anything else, but on that one, he deserves an impeachment. On that story of shareholder, he deserves an impeachment. Talk of any other thing, but that one deserves. There is another one. This is somebody who has severally undermined evolution. Unfortunately, in as much as I also agree that probably the decision of Nani, who is this guy, Sakaja, may not be very popular. I may also not agree with his decision. But standing in public to challenge that decision, I can tell you it's that one hits him on a very wrong position. Okay, let me come to what our brother Wangira was talking about here. Trying to dismiss that we are finished. It's like almost everything has been finished. As we said here, we are looking for just one or two things that are enough to throw him out. And our sister has made it, has presented it well. Yeah. We cannot leave Gachagua a dirty man there just because Ruto is dirtier. No, no. Then we are not being patriotic. Yule mwenye tumeletewa to deal na yeye kwanza. If anything, you cannot sweep the whole house at a go. Sisi watu nafagia. Can you sweep the whole house at a go? No. You cannot say the other room is dirtier, so we should not sweep this one until the other one is cleaner. No. that one is very elementary. we need to think beyond there, bwana tafadhali. Okay, I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you, Domi. Interesting indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to engage, please invite somebody. And if you have not subscribed, please let's do the campaign for subscribers. It is alarming that the majority of our viewers are not subscribers. We need to get more people to subscribe. And those who support the channel, let's keep doing so. It is important. And of course, we all enjoy being here. So let's ensure that we keep the show running by paying the bills. That one is non-negotiable. And Gachagua is dirty. Let's not clean the dirty one because another one is dirtier. Kila mtu huosha watoto wake, hawashangi wa jirani kwanza, sababu wa jirani amechafuka kuliko wa kwako. So yule ameshikwa, kesi yake ifanyike kwanza, baadaye tutafute yule mwingine. All in all, the truth is, there is a reason why the case is presented the way it is presented. And the case, I don't think is airtight, but 11 of all the 11 traps, I don't think Gachagua can jump all of them. He may jump some, but some will have to catch him. And then somebody is talking about the Senate embarrassing the National Assembly. On this one, I don't think so. I know there is a war between the Senate and the National Assembly, but I don't think they can play that on this particular case. They can play that on the way they play on the issue of amendments and refuse to admit amendments. But on this case, they are together in the same group. This one is going to be interesting. Let's wait. This is not far. By tomorrow, end of tomorrow or Friday, we'll have the verdict. So hakuna haja ya kuzozana na kuchukiana, ukweli wa mambo ujulikane. Lakini kama Wakenya, naendelea kuwahimiza tuache story ya kutetea mwizi kwa sababu huyu ni mwizi mdogo na tushike ile mwizi mkubwa. Mwizi ni mwizi, haswa yule naiba mali ya umma. Mali ya umma ni mali takatifu. Ni nafasi umepewa kulinda kwa niaba ya Wakenya. Ukiwa wewe ndio unaongoza kwa kuiba, basi wewe ustahili msamaha kwa vyovyote vile. And so let's stop this aspect of protecting somebody simply because he is from our region. On the other hand, I know this may not go down with the majority of us, but since we started, we've been debating here. Nobody has been for Gachagua. But it appears we had people who are comfortable as long as Gachagua is deputy president. As bad as he is and as incompetent as he is, they were still okay that he is deputy president. And now that is being shown the door, their true colors are coming out. That although they have been telling us that Gachagua is bad, they were still for Gachagua and they will defend Gachagua simply because their proximity from their house to Gachagua's house. Hiyo lazima tuishughulikie. Okay? Gachagua is incompetent, and if there is a grounds for him to be impeached, let him be impeached. No excuse for that, but there must be grounds for the same. If there is no enough grounds, let him jump the trap. But for now, tuache kujifanya. Asante, lakini naomba hivi tafadhali, kuna wale wameongea mara moja, kuna wale hawajaongea. Nataka kupatia nafasi wale hawajaongea kwanza na nikichanganya na wale wameongea. So tutachanganya. At least Lala hajafanya submission, ali intercept tu. Alafu James hajaongea na Roba hajaongea. Wangira umeongea sana, subiri kwanza tafadhali. Let's give chance to those who have not made their contribution. Reverend Lala, are you ready for your submission or get someone else?
I think somebody else should go because I didn't watch the whole thing. So I'd like to listen. Thank you, all of you. Domi, good to see you. It's been a long time, my brother. And plus all of you, Roba and Innocent, Jakindu Bay, and who else? James, and my sister who spoke. I can't see your name here. I'm Jambo Sana. So I will just step back and then listen. Thank you very much.
Hey, Rara, tuliwashinda. That's why you are running away.
Roba, mimi najua ni majirani, tafadhali endeni polepole.
I didn't watch, so I commented, but I've not had a chance to get the facts. So I'm here as the guy who is ignorant of what went on. So, but I'm listening. I just challenged Jared because I think he was trying to tell us something that I didn't think was correct. I think this is not a court of law. I mean, and of course, all that could have been challenged by his lawyers. So thank you very much. I'll be listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Lala. Thank you, Lala. Please, let's redeem time. We are already some minutes to 2 a.m. East African time. Nakumbuka tunarauka mapema kwenda Senate kuangalia vile mambo yataendelea. Wangira, mkono yako iko juu kila mara. Kuna nini? Nakupatia nusu dakika. Tafadhali.
I was listening to my sister here, and she was asking that why should we save Gachagua? And I want to throw the ball back to her and ask her, why should we lynch Gachagua? That should be the question, because we are in a democracy that is governed by the rule of law. It's not about either saving or lynching, but it's about adhering to the rule of law. That's all. Then finally, on Domi, the issue of shares, Bernard. If you look at the Kenya Kwanza agreement, it's all about shareholding. For example, Western Kenya, we were supposed to have gotten 30% of the entire shares of the Kenya Kwanza government. Why isn't it a problem when Wetangula, who is a beneficiary of shares, is now the Speaker of the National Assembly?
Mr. Wangira, you are the Minister of the Constitution on this particular planet. I mean, on this particular channel. That aspect of shares and leadership of shares, is it in tandem with the Constitution? Is it in line with the Constitution? And you, as constitution as you are, anything that is practiced that is in contradiction with any part of the Constitution is damned what? Unconstitutional. Now, when somebody is practicing unconstitutionalism or institutionalizing unconstitutionalism, is he whatever viable for public office?
Bernard, I just want to be very, very quick. Formation of government is about negotiation. You bring in various stakeholders. And whenever you're bringing in various stakeholders, the promises you make to them. For example, when Western Kenya bloc came into Kenya Kwanza, they were promised.
I just wanted to restrict yourself to the issue of the shares in relation to the Constitution, not formation of government.
I thought that's what I was telling you.
Can I also bring my opinion?
That's what I was answering.
Please,
I thought that's what I was answering. You like interjecting me, I don't know why.
Mimi nataka tu unambie, shares is part of our constitution. It's a provision of our part of this constitution that says when you win an election and you went for election as a coalition, you are supposed to share the government slots and government resources according to this ratio as stipulated in the constitution. If it is not stipulated in the constitution, then it's unconstitutional.
Okay, let me just answer you in one. Let me just answer you in one word, because I want to allow other people to come in. Bernard, do you know what we have? Do you know what we have as an architecture? Is what we call the winner takes it all. Is a winner takes it all. For example, when a person becomes president, it's up to him to organize the government in a manner that he wants to organize government. He's a winner. He's a winner takes it all, and that has been our problem. Bernard, are you forgetting?
Mr. Wangira, kuna mtu amesema hapa ni Eli. Amesema wewe unakuanga very substantial in your contribution, lakini leo inaonekana umeruka mahesabu. Umeruka mahesabu. Unataka kukwepa mambo yaliyo wazi tu kwa sababu you want to have an argument. Let us be objective. Tufundishe watu ukweli. Tusianze kuwachanganya. Naomba tumlete James alafu Roba. James, tafadhali karibu.
Bernard, can I say...
Habari zenu.
Hey, James, can you tell Wangira siende kwa sababu he has to answer my question from yesterday. That's all. Asiende.
Okay. Sawa. Wangira, don't go anywhere. Roba is holding on you. James, your volume is slow.
Ngoja kidogo. Unanisikia sahi?
Yeah, that's better. Go ahead.
Well, good conversation. Nawasalimia wote. Hopefully kila mtu ako sawa. So my contribution about this, sometimes I listen to Kenyans and I feel like we were not born in Kenya and we were all naturalized in Kenya. You know, anybody that was born in Kenya anaelewa hizi language zenye these are politicians have always used. And we know what is going on in today's Senate hearing here, Gachagua. As much as we want to interpret what really went on, I mean, what we saw as Kenyans is that the Mutusi huyu jamaa, he came in with a very weak case, you know. We can tell that the politics that played in parliament worked. If we're going to go with the same narrative at the Senate, it's not going to work. And this is my reasoning. If I was to listen to the case, unaona, this guy is like a guy that just took waru out of the shamba, hakupika kaosha, and then he serves it, and then anasema ukiongeza garlic, it's very sweet. Ama anakuambia it's usually sweet. Like, we couldn't eat the case. We know there is a case. We know if it's cooked well, it might turn out to be a very good meal. So there is a case, but it's not cooked. But he pretty much was shoving it down our throats for us to enjoy it. It was not enjoyable. That's what I see. It's not about Gachagua being the other rat or not. It's just the fact that what we saw on TV and it played throughout the country was people who came to Senate with a movie premiere that was about Gachagua, but when the actual movie came out, Gachagua was missing in the movie. So sisi tunajaribu kushikanisha na wakimuuliza, Gachagua aliplay part gani kwa hii movie? I don't know. I was told he was supposed to play this script. And we are like, okay, why were you premiering him? You say it's more like saying Gachagua never was missing at work, and now we need to impeach him based on those 11 reasons. And then when you bring it to prosecute it, Gachagua was not the case. He was at work. What am I trying to say? I am more concerned about Gachagua getting impeached because, like Bernard will say, these people don't need no reason to impeach him or not to impeach him. They can impeach him on the grounds that it's just political. Whether the defense presents a good case or not, they can impeach him anyways. That's what they did with Donald Trump here. But the Senate, but when it, so Donald Trump was okay because alikuwa impeached na Congress na Senate ikakataa. So it was political. So they can decide to do the same thing but about like Donald Trump, but in this case they will impeach him based on the political side being against Gachagua. But the worry is, this is why the narrative here, the rat it makes sense, but also we lose it because the bigger picture of this is that this rat, based on the public opinion, you also remember politics is about the public opinion. If they play this weak case and Gachagua takes it to court, and based on the facts that were presented here, I don't think if they were to be followed like how the court goes, all the 11, most of the cases here are not impeachable. Even the family concerns, whether he wrongfully inherited the properties of his late brother, that's a family matter. How did Kenya lose money on that? As a matter of fact, deduct that property from his 5 billion. And then you don't have a case that he came in with 800 million and now he's claiming his brother's property. Now he's valued at 5 billion. So deduct everything that's not supposed to be his. You're just reducing the case. If we're going to take that, if Gachagua is going to take that to court, plus the public opinion enye tunaona sahi, because what people are seeing is exactly what's playing on their TVs. A lot of them will go based on emotions and they will do what Ruto did. Going back to the country during political elections, claiming that simuliona hata mimi nilikuwa ninaonewa. You saw what played there. Without evidence, they still impeached me. Because this can play in Senate, but I don't think if Gachagua goes to court only said, no, you go through the process of Senate. Once they are done, you can bring a case back based on that. Because there was no reason for him to go to court, if the Senate was to acquit him anyway. So the court did not want to proceed the Senate. But wakimu impeach, aende kotini with these facts. I don't care what we sit here and talk about. If these are the facts that will go to court, Mutusia, they don't have a case. They said everything they were asked, they were not prepared, they did not have evidence. And I am afraid that if he goes to court and they go to court unprepared as they did, Gachagua's case will be reversed. He can resign after that because I don't think he should be DP anyways, but he can use that to go to the public. Na ile huruma nye Ruto alitukujia ya kusema they wanted to kick me out, that way I don't run, but you saw that they were just picking on me. Another thing that I see is that if we are prosecuting Gachagua like this, then I don't know how we'll have to prosecute a case against Ruto. If this is how unprepared, we might as well not go for the other rat. If this small rat, Meshindo we prosecute, how about the bigger rat that has the power and call the shots? How are you going to prosecute if this is how we come to bring our cases to public? So Ruto might also get away with it. So I think we should be very concerned on all we saw today. Because on both ends, it was a weak, laughable case. It only made sense in Parliament, but it fails to make sense in Senate. They can vote to impeach him, but Gachagua has a lot of grounds to say the court should reverse it. And if it does, this guy will use the same narrative as Ruto did to claim remorse from the public. And I feel like some of us who are emotional will end up voting for this guy, whether he's a president or another VP later on, and we'll be recycling our problems. So that's my observation, and that's what I wanted to put up. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, James. Lala, what is it?
James, I'm listening to you because I didn't watch the whole thing. But based on what you're telling us, is that there's nothing that can be done? Why was it not credible? Could you share with us your insight? Because you've told us really nothing regarding what could be done. All we are saying, in fact, based on your argument, there's no point even prosecuting or impeaching Ruto because there's nothing much. So what was the problem? Could you explain to me what the problem was?
I'm glad how you used the word I told you nothing, because when I listened to Mutisia when he was being cross-examined, he told us nothing. That's the reason. He said nothing. He couldn't substantiate everything he was claiming. The companies and how they associated with the DP.
How could he have put
he
it?
told us nothing.
I was not there.
Order, Lala. Let him speak, please,
Yeah.
Lala. Patie muda aongee tusitengeneze kelele.
So and Lala again, you can want to be that an critical and analytical thinker, but guarantee you what I'm trying to say here, from what was asked and what was answered, nothing really implicated Gachagua in the way they wanted to implicate him. So,
but you see, you're not giving us a point.
Hold on. From a layman, eye
You
view.
ask the question, let him answer, then you can intercept. Tafadhali, tuokoe muda. It's 5 minutes to 2 a.m.
Lala, again, I, with all due respect, I know you are a well-learned person, and you are not in Kenya. These things are gonna be prosecuted or vindicated by the Kenyan citizens. Most of them machinani. If what they brought to Senate by Mutisia was what was to go back to the public opinion, I don't think they will look at it the same way you are trying to say you are looking at it. Because to me, when I was expecting answers from the Mutisia when he was being cross-examined, he did not land. However much you are trying to put it, he did not land. He made the case that was a strong case look weak. And that if you take that to the public, as if Gachagua is to be vindicated by court eventually and take it to and then use it against the system, he might come back as a leader. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, thank you, James. He might come back as a leader, governor of Nyeri. That one.
You don't know that, so we should be worried. We should be worried.
No. Order, everybody. Let's go slow. Let's go slow and understand. Hearing now, Reverend Lala, you're being advised by Mwalimu Julia. Go and watch the proceedings.
James, I'm not. I was just asking more from you because you have something that I didn't hear. That I just wanted to hear from you.
Rather answer your questions when I represent. I want to answer some of your questions. I know your concerns.
Okay, thank you. Order, everybody, please. Let's go slow. Mute your mics. Furaha, ulikuwa unasemaje in a half a minute, please?
Okay, very quickly. I didn't capture the 11 points the way they are, but I think the first one was shareholding. And Sifuna and Mungatana, I think also Crystal Asige made queries that would try to inform, because we are saying let's get out of the drama, because what Elisha did with Honorable Mutuse was to try and paint him as if he doesn't know what he's saying. The question would be, if you were listening to Honorable Mutuse prosecuting his case, did you get points at that time? Or did you only get points when now at the cross-examination? Because the purpose of a cross-examination is to destroy destroy the case. And that he did successfully by making sure he was asking half questions. Like if it is a statement, if it is a clip, like the clip from Kayole, and the other one where DP is saying, we need empathy. They were talking about the riparian land. But, the prosecution was playing the whole clip and then making judgments. What the cross-examination would do was take the clip, say, amesema hapo si tunaelewana. Is there anything wrong with that? But you see, if you look at the whole context, and I think, I don't know if it is Dominic who said that, you see, what was prosecuted, these bundles and bundles of documents. So everyone was, Honorable Mutuse's side is taking what they think is the weightiest bit, because you have only 3 hours to prosecute something like that could take 2 days in normal proceeding. So you're only taking what is very crucial. And what I'm hearing here is people were looking at these things based on, maybe most of the people are saying the cross-examination came in, weighty. But what about the points themselves, the shareholding, the NIS? When the national intelligence question was asked, and there was a clear video where the DP has undermined the National Intelligence Service, and their only rebuttal was to play clips of William Ruto when he was DP doing the same. What Temba said, that, I've caught you with a loaf of bread, and you're saying, oh, even so and so has stolen a loaf of bread. So they actually argued that since he deputizes the president, then if the president had said it, he can also say it because he's deputizing the president. So my question was, if my boss is doing something wrong and I'm his deputy, I am obligated to do the wrong thing because I'm his deputy? So if you look at the 11 points where we are talking about the shareholding, undermining the cabinet, because you sit in cabinet, you make a decision on riparian land and people to be evacuated, and you go and weep emotions and say that, oh, sorry, we shouldn't have done it in an empathetic way. And yet you have a forum to go back and say, people are crying out and let's listen. And then on the undermining of the county governments, Sakaja was very clear. His clip was there and what he said about it. And the question of whether it was okay for the DP to speak in vernacular in the CBD, in the capital city, where we have very many communities. Then there's National Cohesion and Integration Act. Then now the corruption, the properties and all the companies. There are so many. They were able to prosecute on like the Olive Gardens, the Treetops, the Crystal Company, which is the local agent for Shokiba on the Kemsa case and how he tried to influence. And in all this, I listened to the deputy president accepting some of the things that Mutuse, Honorable, prosecuted today. So this idea of saying, oh, Mutuse's case was weak, the DP and one of the senior counsels commented, the person who advised the DP to go on live TV and, 2 hours and say things, he accepted a lot of these things. He mentioned his son, how he sent him to Kemsa. What are you people saying? What are you people saying? Bernard, I leave it there for now.
Please, thank you for that good reminder and good outlook. Naomba tafadhali tumakinike na tuhakikishe kwamba tunafuatilia. Naomba kuwe makini na Mwalimu Julia, Kipril, Mato na wataka hapa. Masaa ndio haya yanakatika na mnajua tunaenda Senate mapema ili kila ukweli ujulikane. But this is an interesting case and I'm happy the way we are looking at it. We must end up, just helping some of the lead counsel as they go to look into the matter and its conclusion. Robert, afadhali, take it now.
Thank you. I've been waiting. Wow, waiting. Hey, let me go back yesterday. Mr. Wangira, you told us yesterday what's an impeachment? If you can answer, just what's an impeachment? If you can answer, Mr. Wangira.
Oh, that's a very easy question. an impeachment, has two stages. Stage one, let me use what we have here, and which is similar to what is in the United States. What we have here is where, the charge sheet, what we call the charge sheet, originates from National Assembly. Then the trials are heard in the Senate. And I believe it's the same thing in the United States, where the charge sheet would originate from the Congress, then the trials would be done in the Senate.
Well, I don't know what let me cut yours. Yesterday, Tuambia, and he's not impeached until when he's thrown out of office. I disagreed, and I said impeachment is going on, but the outcome either he gets acquitted or he gets convicted. That's the difference there. I just want to make it very clear. Okay, let me come back and represent what I want. Bernard, some of us, you have come here. Gacheta, it should be gone long time ago. Sakayo should be gone time ago. But at the same time, I want to come here and just say, sometimes let's talk the truth. Some of us, we are professionals. Some of you, when you watch something, you want to hear and you want to make sure that what you represent is something you think is professional. Okay, for me, first of all, let us protect what I call the process. We have a new constitution, and this is the first time our vice president is being impeached in our country. My friends, I disagree with some of you who are just coming and telling us that, there's evidence. So far, there's nothing. If I was the one, as a senator, I hate Gachagua, to tell you the truth. I hate him to hell. Most of you know that. But at this point, I cannot convict. Do you know why? There's no evidence. There's no evidence. Just because somebody alikuja kaongea lugha ya Kikuyu. So I go to Nairobi, nianze kuongea Kikisi. Now you want to convict me because of Kikisi, so you should throw me out of the job? No. Somebody, you talk of Kemsha and other things. Let's go back and say Kenyans. Sometimes let us get it right. When something's right, it's right, we stick it. And when something is wrong, we just say it's wrong. Yeah? On this point, I want Gachagua to go. Nipatie nyama, nipatie mifupa, give me the meat. What I want to see is experts coming, giving us evidence. This is a vice president. We are not talking about even a governor, even a member of county assembly. This is a vice president of a country. If we have to set up a standard, we have to do it now the right way. But not to come, the same person, I don't know, the main witness. Iyo company, hatuna shida nayo. Why did you put it there? We just put it there just in case. He's claiming, kwa sababu Gachagua has a lot of bank companies under his name, that's a crime. No. All I've been waiting for, I watched it, Bernard, I watched it. What I want, mimi nitaka tu nipatie evidence, nipatie nyama. Then from there, Gachagua has to get out tomorrow. But at this point, Mali mefikia, if I'm the one, and I'll give you my reasons. There's nothing there I can just say, you know what? Oministua, kumbe. Yeah? He was asked, one of the questions he was asked about money laundering. That one, I don't know anything about money exchanging. How? Let's be sincere and let's hold them accountable. That's why I told you what waende. From all those senators who are seated there, and then all those MPs and Bible worker, what waende. What all of them, they are useless. The way they do things. Well, let me say this. What in any impeachment, if it's really means seriousness, what we want to see is fairness, a fair process where we know we did something, even when the all was watching, we did it because there's something. We can't just wake up and just say, you know what, Huyu Jamal Sema, shareholders, because of that, now we want to impeach him because of that. That's a crime. There's nothing here. He has a right as somebody to speak whatever he says. He can say whatever he says, but that one doesn't mean he has committed a crime. It's a crime of high misdemeanor. It has to be a crime. So here's this. Prosecutors, the House, show me evidence. Nipatie nyama. Yeah? So, mambo ya Kemsha. That's where I wanted to link you. That's why I thought maybe there's something. So I'm being told he a company because of this, because he called somebody. To call somebody a phone call, kumwambia give me back my information about we submitted when we were trying to get a tender, and that's a crime. No, that's not a crime. Yeah. So here's the thing. Going forward, we have to set a standard where everybody appreciates. We have to set a standard where if he says, I mean, someone like William Ruto, I can hold him accountable because he was the president and the people died. That we can hold him accountable. That's we can impeach him. All these people were shot. He's the one he's the commander in chief. We can hold him accountable. Sasa kusema the same William Ruto ndiye ameenda huko Murang'a, the same tape you are watching, anasema shareholders Murang'a mmepata nyingi hata na nyinyi. The same person is vice president, amesema the same thing, yeah? And now we call him, that's an offense. No. Let us stick to the evidence. Mimi nipatie kama hiyo pesa nini transaction kama hii case ilikuwa huko. So we get him out. I need something. I want when somebody is taken out, we don't need to second guess it. Evidence, nipatie nyama, and something beyond a reasonable doubt. Beyond a reasonable doubt, then I will convict. But at this point, I will acquit. If I leave Gachagua because I want to protect the process for the future, vice president and the president, not because of this our whatever. Kenya kwisha ward and whatever. Let them get out of here and we clean our country. We don't need even an impeachment. What do I end there? They are wasting our time. Thank you. Thank you, Penalty.
All right. Thank you, Lala. What is happening?
Roba, we umeharibu. I mean, let's look at what is impeachable. I mean, what's the standard? First of all, it's the abuse of power, corruption, negligence of constitutional duties, or action resulting in loss of public trust. Has Gachagua, can he go? He should go because of all those violations, all that. So when we talk about evidence, I want to see evidence. What are we talking about?
Dara, if we are talking about public trust, the public trust, let's start with the members of parliament. Their public trust, I don't trust what comes from them.
I agree. You go. That's no problem.
Order, everybody. Thank you. Please, you guys, slow down. Lala, just hold on. Aroba, the issue of KEMSA. I watched that part keenly because that is where I thought the fulcrum of the case is in terms of abuse of office and interference. And if you got what the CEO was talking about, is that after the people made the biddings for those mosquito nets supply, there was a suspicion that there is wrong underway in the way wherever the bidding was done, there was some corruption. So what happened is that all the files and all the documentation were taken and put in safety, okay, so that they can be relooked at into the issue of what? Corruption, the claims of corruption. And while they were in custody, that they were not supposed to be accessed, that was the time when the deputy president and his son were now using the CEO to give them the files, while the files were still under scrutiny and they were not to be accessed by the public. So that means there is a protection on the files. I've been given the files, like the guy who was killed for keeping cocaine. He had the key for the cocaine. The cocaine is for the case. And then they come and kill him and take away the cocaine. You remember the story during Kibaki's time. Yeah. So if I am the CEO and I've been given orders not to give out these files until the scrutiny and the checking of the procurement is cleared.
Okay,
and then
Bernard.
You as deputy, your deputy president, you're sending your son, I should give you the files out of order.
Okay, Bernard, let me correct you on that.
Abuse of office?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
you are right, but there's something here. Maybe you missed it. Maybe you can correct me. From my understanding, all the 17 companies were kicked out. They were rejected. After rejection, Yeah, after the section, these people are trying to make photos on their documentation. Yeah, so that's when the new CEO, the request from what I saw. So I mean, from there, give me evidence. That's unajua kama ni wao wako na evidence kama vile wanasema. First of all, if at all, if you could have got a tender and you could have influenced all of them, it is were kicked out. So somebody from Tanzania and I don't know from another from somewhere, they got the tender. So that one never even worked out. That's not even enough to get somebody out of power. What I want to see is where the influence came in, where the influence is.
So, Roba, it's only a crime to you when it has worked. If it failed, the attempting itself is not out of order. When all the 17 family companies have been, the bidding process has been halted because there is need for scrutiny and investigation in suspicion of corruption. And while those files were undergoing that particular scrutiny, you are using state power to force me to give you back your files.
Okay.
Why should I give you
Bernard,
back your files
thank
while
you,
it
thank
is
you.
under scrutiny? Why
Thank
are you
you.
afraid for them being scrutinized?
Okay, bring the DCI, what we are they were doing it, and they are being pushed. Bring the AESC or somebody else. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. Evidence. Bring these people. What Wakuje, they testify against him. What was him? Look, he came here. We were trying to scrutinize these files, but they demanded them when they realized they have been cornered. Bring them. From there now, I can just say, you know what, something here. I can cement a rat. But sahi, bwana, akuna.
So, thank you. Najua, when, for example, a place is marked as a scene of crime, okay? Like the joke of the year when they marked a police station as a scene of crime. So if these files have been secured as a scene of crime, nothing should leave the place, okay? Ned, you're telling me I should give you the file from that particular place. Are you not violating the law? If you are calling me using your office as deputy president, you don't have to insult me. You don't have to command me. Your office itself is a threat from the fact that you are pushing to get a file while those files are not open for the public. If they were said everybody who submitted whatever they submitted, they will not collect until the scrutiny is done. Then you want them to be collected before the scrutiny is done, or is true. To me, there is a violation.
Okay.
But
In fact,
if it's
Bernard,
gross,
that's what I was waiting for. Unajua hiyo kitu umesema. I was waiting when they said it was threatened. So I wanted the man to tell me I was threatened. I mean, walimpigia simu kamwambia hivi na huwa sana nini. But so far, he said, oh, the only thing is because he told me they wanted the file, whatever it was. And that's not threatening. I want to, Bennett, give me something. Gachagua must go. Give me something.
Sawa Roba, sawa, nashukuru. Leo kumewaka moto. Mato, tafadhali naomba muje tu. Furaha, hebu ulikuwa umeinua mkono ndio tuende kwa Jakindu Bea amenyamaza sana.
Yeah, just something on the KEMSA issue. You see, is the DP even supposed to be, is a company associated with him supposed to even bid for a tender with KEMSA? You see, that's already a violation. He's not even supposed to be, he's not even supposed to work with KEMSA, you know? And that is one of the things that Honorable Mutusa was prosecuting. As a DP, a lot of his companies are working with government. That in itself is not acceptable. So whether this Crystal company was the local agent for Shokiba, it shouldn't have been bidding for that tender for KEMSA in the first place to supply those nets. That's not acceptable as a DP. He wasn't even supposed to be, looking for this in the first place. The other point that, because maybe I might not be able to conclude, I mean, I might not be able to have my final submissions. I just wanted to point out there was this question that Ledama raised of consent, because they were tasking Honorable Mutuse about the judge Esther, because you see, they said, how was this consent? How did they arrive at this consent? Because a court of law had found DP to be in contravention and had already ordered that 200 million be taken back to what is it called? Wherever this assets and recovery place. And this consent came after he became DP. So there was the insinuation that he used his influence to actually do away with the law where he was found culpable and those assets had been taken back. So there's a lot that is here that actually meets the threshold, because this is a court of law. And if, it goes to a court of law, the threshold will be higher, it will not just be quasi-judicial. And the evidence that is here, because, okay, what people are looking at, they're not looking at everything that is available. There's a lot of documents, even from the DP himself. And I don't know how we can rubbish things that he owned up to. I don't know how, if you accuse me and I say, yes, that is my company, okay, even if you don't have a problem with it, but these 22 companies are his. And then you have this few that have issues, but you have another 22 which don't have issues. And the question would be, why do you have these 22? And Honorable Mutuse gave it in responding to the clarification. He said, even if there was no, I think it is Ojenda who asked, Senator Ojenda, even if we didn't have issue with 22, we're just asking, if you have one construction company that is viable, why do you need another 4 that are dormant? You see? And if I ask you that question, you're supposed to respond in a way that is satisfactory. So, Bernard, I will want to leave it at that. But I'm thinking that as Kenyans, I think we are our own worst enemies in terms of putting political people on check. I think we are here because we want people to blame, we want people to lay our problems to. But when things are put to us, we also try to find excuses for these people. We try. This person went on record and owned up to so many of these things. So I don't know why we want to save him from his own admissions. Thank you.
Can I make a follow-up?
Asante sana, Robert.
Yeah, Fura. Yeah, I get your point. But the problem is where the witness says potential. So potential is not a crime. That's where I was like, I don't want to hear the word potential. You see the potential. Also, Bernard, he Senate, they had of room. Sasa the witness, when witness and a testimony, have lawyers, the heavy, one space, when attack a witness, yeah, and they are not even comfortable. Yeah, they need to create room when a witness is testifying, or when the lawyer say, when something is embarrassing. It's as if they don't have enough space in there. Yeah, we want somebody comfortable answering question, but an answer at the same time is being pushed kwa nyuma. Lawyers they don't even, I've been seeing the same lawyers on this impeachment of governors. The same people came up. Yeah, same lawyers, some of them we have seen them before. But the problem is party evidence, and then court of law, it's evidence. But at the end of the day, they have made their minds already. He's going to be convicted. But I need more evidence. If you saw some senators video walikuwa wanauliza maswali, it's already done. It's cooked. It's gone.
So he's going to be convicted without evidence. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. As we continue the conversation, tafadhali naomba tumakinike, tuendelee kufanya vile tunapaswa kufanya. Kama huja subscribe, tafadhali subscribe kwa show. Tunahitaji subscribers, tunahitaji mchango wako tunapoendelea kufanya yale tunapaswa kufanya. Kumbuka, ni muhimu tueleweshe wa Kenya. Na naona nani amechemka huko kwa comment section kwamba tunazungumza masuala haya. It's part of the current news and we can talk about it. We don't need to ignore it altogether. And of course, kuna sababu za haya. Hata kama ni Ruto ameleta hii wherever impeachment. Na we don't want Ruto. Discussing it doesn't mean we are supporting Ruto or we've been trapped by Ruto. It is just a matter of it's the current information and I think the greatest concern of Kenyans right now. If we ignore it, at least I think will be relevant in whatever lesson we are offering, as much as there are more grave matters that we need to raise and be able to articulate. They must all be related to something. They can't be we can't work in isolation and be cut off from what is happening. The Senate is a national Senate, is not Ruto's backyard. So let's be objective and let's do what we must do. Lala, mkono yako iko juu. Kuna nini?
Yes, I think we may also be misleading Kenyans. When we talk of impeachment or impeaching a vice president or a president or a senator, whatever, this is very serious. But it is not strictly about the law as it is written in law, a court of law. It is that which erodes public confidence. It's about criminal behavior, and it's about people misusing their offices. And so some of them may not strictly fall in the line, the constitutional, threshold, as we call it. But if it is something which we know will impact the nation negatively, that's an impeachable offense. So when we talk about conspiracy, or I think, Robert, you stated, I think I'm basically addressing, part of you that you want to see it, planning or anything that you can't see, therefore it is not. Actually, conspiracy is a crime. Just planning something, or it is attempting something, whether it succeeded, it's the same thing. And again, co-conspirators, I agree with you 100%. These people all should go. Gachagua is the second person to Ruto. They are part of the government. So the failure of the government is they are in it together. He has to go, and then all of the team that are in this together will have to go. Those deaths are not just
Ruto alone, it's Ruto and his team. So they gotta go. So for us to
Lala, we have lost your audio. We have lost your audio and you should be landing, please.
I think it's a big mistake.
Lala, we didn't get your last part. Your audio has gone off.
Rather give me the big fish. Bring him. Bring the big fish. That's what we are waiting for.
So naomba tafadhali tumakinike kwa kusonga mbele. Unless Furaha, you have something you want to throw in. Nataka Alex hajaongea na Jakindu pia amenyamaza sana na Innocent. You're done? Okay, thank you. Jakindu, are you still there? Okay. Now, Alex, you keep being thrown out. What's happening? Organize your gadget. Clear the cookies. They may be organizing you. Innocent, you said you're witness number 2.
I've not heard of Innocent.
Innocent is still putting together his evidence. Okay. Kenyan would love.
Yes, sir.
Unajua
How you doing,
na
sir?
ngoja lala. I'm well. Sasa vile Mutusa alikuwa anaongea hapa, Tuni amesema haikukuwa kizungu. So nashukuru umekuja, utatuelezea kwa sababu watu wengi wanasema vile Mutusa amesema akieleweka. So because you have that advantage
Wachaneni na
of
mimi.
understanding the language Mutusa was using, please help us. Mimi naona kesi
Bernard, you are impeached, bwana. You are impeached.
I will impeach you from this show.
I
will impeach you.
Just carry out a vote of no confidence. There's no problem. I'll be willing to resign.
Roma amekufa hata huko yeye. Bernard, I will impeach you in this show, by the way. I will start my vote of no confidence to impeach you out of this show. Unajua sisi Wakamba sasa
I will go to Kilimani. Kilimani will reinstate me.
Bernard, unacheza na watu wabaya. Sisi Wakamba hatupendi mchezo. If we impeach you, we will impeach you. Anyway, Bernard, I came here because I'm not just if you give me just 1 second, I am not bado sijaiva, niko jikoni. There's something that we've been speaking here. And even Roba knows hata yeye hajaiva. Kuna kitu tumekuwa tukiongea hapa na tunangoja tunangoja hii kitu ifanyike yote. First of all, let me address, what's her name? Furaha Bad. Yes.
Ndege yenye iko na furaha.
Ndege yenye iko na furaha. A very happy bird. I want to thank you so much for getting that cahoots to come here. Kwa sababu hapa ndio kichinjioni, but this is a good kichinjioni where people actually come and have their conversation. That's why we call it Sound Candid. And we are really happy to see you here. Now, Bernard, time yangu and I believe time ya Roba bado ijafika. Hata yako ijafika. Ingojeke hapa, ngojea tu hapa about 9 hours. 9 hours ndio tutaongea sasa. So for me, I am not going to say anything. I came in because I know you have to go. I'm not even going to moderate. Mi nitaacha kila mtu ajimoderate. Mimi tu ni kuonesha nani ataingia, nani anaongea, saa ngapi, nini. Mimi nangoja tu I get, yani I'm waiting for the time. I don't have anything to say right now, my brother. I'm sorry, I don't have anything to say. I will not say anything, and I know Roba also doesn't have anything to say until kesho ndio tutaongea. Sasa ndio tutakuja kusema. So for tonight, mimi hata sisemi chochote.
I'm waiting for
Tuni anauliza ilikuwa kizungu. Kama ni kizungu alikuwa anasema nini? Hebu tusaidie na hiyo kabla niende.
Siko huko. Hiyo tutaongea kesho. Mimi niko hapa tu just to keep the show running. Sijui Lala ananisumbulia nini. Lala, I'm not trying to talk today.
No, let me just say bye as the conversation continues. Lala.
One thing, just one.
I'm taking off, Lala. I'm taking off. Just hold on. Kenyan Would Love will proceed with the show, and I want us to keep it civil and, of course, ensure that we do the very best. But the campaign is on subscribers. It is illegal for us to have 80% of our viewers not to be subscribers. Let us campaign for people to subscribe. And if you enjoy this show, you have not subscribed, please do. And want to appreciate those that are joining as members. That's one way of supporting us. The other way is by sending your M-Pesa through the details that are scrolling on the screen. Let's not relent. Let's keep fighting. We'll make Kenya better. It may take time. It will take some fights. But at the end of the day, a better Kenya for all Kenyans is the surest win for Kenya. Thank you very much.
Okay, Bernard,
Over to you. Lala alikuwa anasema kitu.
Hold on,
Sorry?
tell me
Dakika
the
moja tu.
Ngoja Lala kidogo. Ngoja Lala, I'll bring you in. Bernard, tell me the mkururo venye iko, because I've just come here. Mi leo I'm not back. Hata siongei na mtu, mimi nimenyamaza, mimi I'm just ule mwenye anafanya. So inakaaje? Mkururo inakaaje?
Mkururo, I think is open air kwa sababu everybody has spoken. Jakindrube ni kama amedose off or something like that, and Innocent wako busy behind the curtain. So uko na washirika hapa James, Lala na Roba na wengine ambao utaconvert while I am away. All of them have spoken, so panga vile unavyotaka na uhakikishe kwamba wanasema ukweli na ukwe through witnesses.
Mimi si witness ya mtu mpaka dunia ishi.
Bernard,
okay.
You can send me the code if you want me to help a little bit better. Just when you get your code, you can send it to me, please.
Okay, let me do that when I sign out. But Kenyan Good Love has admin powers. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. Yes, Lala, is it concerning me?
Basi, asante sana, and we'll talk. But I just want to say one thing before you leave, because I think this is a very important topic. I've not watched what happened, but impeachable offense can mean actually calling a president if the economy start going down. He can be impeached for that. So let's not talk about this law, these guys. Let's not confuse Kenyans. It is something that brings our confidence down, the economy going down. We can impeach a president. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lala. My brother Roba, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing very good. About you, I don't know. I'm waiting someone to convince me about the member. I can't convicted. I'm still waiting because shown evidence here. That's what I'm waiting. Someone to convince me.
Thank you, brother. It's been a long time, and thank you for what you did for our channel. I know it. I've been there. I've seen it. Yep. Okay. When ujui kama najua hizi vitu I was there. And I saw it. I know. Thank you for what you did for this channel. A lot of people do not understand what I'm trying to say. But asante sana, Roba. Great man. Thank you so much. Hata Lala amekupigia makofi.
Oh yeah. Lala anipigia makofi kwa sababu Cleveland yake hiyo Cleveland Guardians tumewapiga 2 games nothing ya Mayanki fan bana.
Ala. Kumbe mko na issue hapo na Cleveland. Wewe uko?
Mimi niko Yankees, New York Yankees. Two games. Kesho tuko Cleveland.
We are coming back. Just you come.
Yes, to go town.
Na mumeona venye tumewachafua Chiefs.
You got us, we are coming back.
Yes.
Yaani nyinyi mnachafuana huko Yankees na nini? Okay, sawa. Sisi huko juu tunawachafua na Chiefs. Chiefs tumeenda unbeaten all the way.
That's fine. They are coming San Francisco. Not far from where, by the way, they're coming. It's just not far from where we have YouTube. A couple of procs from YouTube. That's where I come to play there from Niners. So we are good. Okay. I won't beat you up the first lose. You want to lose the first game. Come on, Chiefs.
Mm-hmm. Don't talk like that, because we've already. I mean, it's gonna be three in a row if we win this one.
Yeah, you win the championship. You beat there for Niners. But you are coming, let's see what happens next. Just come.
Because my team is not doing very well at all.
Yeah.
Weni mtu wa jets wewe, kwanza hizo yenye wazifanyangi, hiyo yenye inaangukanga huko. I don't know, we need to go to Kawangware to go get it. We lala, hiyo yako it's nothing. Anyways,
coming back. The old glory is coming back. You know, we are the the custodian of football. You know that.
No, Super Bowl tulishabeba hiyo,
Oh,
hata hiyo
yeah.
tulishabeba. So okay, we are the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah,
Anyways,
Kansas Chiefs bwana. Nyinyi mko huko Trump country huko bwana, huko Kansas City. Sitaki kuwasikia nyinyi.
Anyway,
yeah.
So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having been here with us. This is one of that show that we say it's called Sound Candid Talk because of a reason. The reason we call it Sound Candid Talk is because we really have a sound candid talk. The reason you see us even going into a lighter mode like we are doing right now, or what we just did, is because we are here to sound candidly talk. Ama nimedanganya, Roba?
No, you're right. You're right.
We're here to
That's why someone like me nilisema Gachagua and Ruto, if I had my way, kesho they will be home. Ningewachukua. Lakini sasa hii process ambayo tumeletewa ya Gachagua, I need, tufanyie haki. If we want to be a true country, I need democracy. A democracy where we believe one another, we believe on the process. Then we need to do it, and this is the time you have to do it. But kukuja with some of these things that, yet unajua wanafanya vitu katikati, let's complete things so that hii mambo kama ya Adani, I don't know you Indian, if something comes we can even impeach Ruto tumweka aende. But now we are rolling ourselves bwana, tunataka evidence.
Roba,
unataka evidence gani?
Roba, you know this our young man in Chicago, the GFC son, was just using his money collected, campaign money to treat his wife. That was impeachable. In other words, there's a lot of things that we are overlooking now. What evidence do we need? If the economy goes down, suddenly we can impeach a president. So impeaching Gachagua should not be, the threshold has been met long time ago. Just Kenyans in Kenya.
That I get you. But what I'm saying is we have a wrong man at the wrong time doing the wrong thing with the wrong people. I want Ruto on top of that. Why you just take the small fish? Bring the big fish. Bring the big fish. That's what we want to do.
Robert Alala, kidogo nipatieni, because I like that discussion yenye mko nao nyinyi wote wawili. I like it. But kuna watu watatu wajaongea since I came in. So I just need to know that they are live, so that, because normally I try to say kama tuko watu saba, I like everybody to have a conversation what Lala and Roba is doing. I like that. And Jakindu Bay, uko area?
Jakindu Bay no nindo.
Ayuko, huo ni missing in action. Innocent. Innocent. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. If I call you na auko, I remove you. Please, ngojeni tu nani, because I like what you guys are talking about. Mwenye nitaita na ayuko. So Jakindu Bay tume-establish ayuko, si ndio? Panelist tumekubali. So huyo ameenda. Okay. Innocent uko area?
Obiri.
Innocent Obiri. Going once. Going twice. Okay. So huyo out. James uko?
Mimi niko watu wa Chiefs.
Okay. Wewe amekuja na ubaya.
But many Chiefs too. I love any Chiefs.
Okay.
Let's do this. Mato.
Yes, sir.
And Robert and James.
Yes.
I think we can't make impeachment in other words, we can't raise it to a point where nobody can reach it, because when we do that, we are helping Ruto. This man met all, I don't know, I did listen, so I don't know, you guys can help me understand what happened in Kenya. But to hear that nothing was presented worth impeachment is a shock to me, extreme shock, because everything I saw before I even from day one is impeachable. And so I don't know, maybe you guys can educate me what I missed out. Why all of a sudden some people here are arguing there's no case? I think, Robert, maybe you can help me.
So Rada, just give me a second here, because I'm on to end another with credentials, so that if anything I can help my friend there. Just I'm on to log out, then come in.
Okay, Robert, I'll be waiting for you. James Basi Tuambi, as Robert is doing what he's doing, Robert will be waiting for you. I'll be personally waiting. James,
Lala, what happened is that I'm pretty sure that from what you expressed earlier is that you didn't really follow the proceedings. Maybe you did, but at a level where
I did not. I've not watched anything today. Not zero.
So from the information that you had yesterday, maybe if you were in the show here yesterday, is that these people are to present a very strong case. But today, after me, I was shocked, because what I saw was a presentation, even a weaker presentation than impeaching a deputy governor. You know, I see somebody getting away with murder. Some of us, we are NFL football fanatics. We understand the case of O.J. Simpson, where somebody just brought the wrong gloves, and he was acquitted based on a glove.
Yeah, during the trial, John Cochran, remember when he said
during the trial,
it can't fit a quit. Can't fit.
Let me shock you. Let me shock you. The room, the building I'm in right now belong to OJ. Go back to you. This building I am in right now belong to OJ. Of course, you're sold.
So that could be OJ's wives, but by the end of the day, what was presented today in that analogy of OJ is a bunch of gloves that are not fitting. If I was with what happened today. So unaona ni witness mwenye alikuja huyu Mutisia ni kama endo chief witness, but he became the weakness of the case. You know, like alikuja hapa on grounds of not substantiating, but more of motione. I assumed, you know, when you use assumed, and you even the one of the lawyers was like, you know how serious this case is. You know, you're implicating the deputy president of Kenya, and we are not gonna come here and play those games. So the seriousness of the witness was not projected while they were being interrogated. Ni kama ule witness mwenye anafaa kuvaa prescription glasses, but when he's asked during the day of the crime, he did not have his glasses on. So whatever he saw might not be what he saw. So he's implicating maybe a different person.
James, let me add what you just said. You know the mistake they are making. That man, they brought a lot of things, thinking that the more you bring, the more... No, whatever he had, the few things he had, if they could have concentrated the time they had. Like now, you remember Kemsha, and there's some other things. If they could have concentrated that circle, at least you could make a case. But sasa anakuja na hada, in fact, he has an opening when amuliza your company, we don't have no evidence. Itoy. So you know what? Now you are subtracting your case. You are subtracting, and there's no. I mean, I was disappointed. Someone like me wants to get together, because you know what? I don't want him to survive. But so far, if I had been given the opportunity as a senator from Kisii, I'll quit. I don't have no evidence.
So would you think this is Ruto's conspiracy? Gachagua and Ruto are working together kind of woodwink all of us? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is this. We have to protect the process the way we do things. This is our first impeachment of a vice president of a country. If at all we have to do a process, let's do it in the correct way with evidence. So when these guys, they say they had all these things, I believe them. But now what they are giving me, they are giving me bonds, mifupa. Unaona? All these companies are letters. Leo, if you look at it, I watched the whole thing. I watched it. He's saying, he's saying, oh, that one, we don't have a problem with that company. Almost all of them, we don't have a problem. Now what they are trying to convict him is something which is not even under his name. It's under the sons. None. Or somebody else, third party. You cannot convict a vice president using a third party. Bring the evidence, ukiweka evidence hapa kwa mesa. Kacheta, in fact, because of that, he could have even resigned from yesterday. He might even survive. Because I saw the senators there, some of them, even scratching their heads. I'm just like, give me something. They were scratching, I could tell. I've watched these things. I watched Ngangasa. I've been doing a trial. I watched even some of this trial. The governor, the deputy governor of Kisii when he was convicted. I've watched this the way they do the things in the Senate. Okay, even Mwangasa, evidence was not like there, but there was something. But this one, bwana, hii ni kutoa makamu wa rais. Niambie, let the police or TCI, ESC, mahali wamefanya investigation, tupatie evidence. This we caught him on tape. Yeah, this is the evidence. They were trying to fake things here. Instead, they're just like, oh, it's just like, that's the way. That's what I have. That's what I have. We can't run that way. Go ahead,
and also what I feel, even if we were to impeach Gachagua, remember impeachment is based on the Constitution, and you have to dig and find what reasons to use to impeach somebody, which they came up with 11. But then, even if all of them, or majority of the senators, were for impeaching, and then the prosecutor, the way they presented this case to the public, ni kama ule mtu anachoma, unaona? So anafanya the original agenda ya kuimpeach, it has to be vacated for now because we are just portraying to the public, because this is the thing is that we are showing it to Kenyans that Gachagua didn't do anything just because you didn't prepare yourself. So if they were to impeach him anyways, ulikuwa unaona senators wanasema watu wanatuchomea, man, tulikuwa to impeach based on some reason, make it sound strong. But now it's weaker than impeaching a chief. And then you see the witness, Mr. Honorable Mutesia, even the way he's answering the question is in a mockery way.
Wewe haitwi Mutesi, anaitwa Mutuse.
Ni Mutuse. Ni Mutuse until
I
found Mutuse.
The member of parliament, Kibwezi West.
The chief witness was answering in a very mockery way. Inasema sasa huyu, hata kama tulikuwa tumepanga kitu, anapangua. Remember, he is on the Ruto side. If Ruto is kicking Gachagua out, he should be coming in with more evidence because the boss, the main guy, has the power to produce the evidence.
You see, I had a theory here. And the theory here is that Ruto wins on whether Gachagua goes or stays. Is Ruto, because what he has done is been able to channel our anger and energy to preserve himself. Okay, so what may be happening now also is that some of the evidence may be touching Ruto, and so it is kind of hard to know how to present them. So I think we have to be very careful. Okay,
we have to be very careful. Ruto loses if Gachagua stays, because if he stays, wanapigana paka 7 years. That's what I want. Akienda now anaanza kufanya his legal thing maneuver for 2027. That's what he wants. That's what he's doing. That's what they are doing right now.
That's one theory. That's what you think, and I think that
alafu dakika moja, cause tuko open. Mtu asinipige hapa hivi ati because I'm talking and I'm a moderator. I'm not a moderator. Hapa tuko story. I said until tufika watu 6. But Dani Aroba, nataka kuuliza, ni ukweli, you're very right. Watapigana akisurvive. Sawa. Lakini akienda tutakuwa tumeachwa na mmoja wa kupiga. Hatutakuwa tunapiga wawili, tutakuwa tunapiga mmoja. What do you think about that? But Lala pia kwa amesema kitu, acha ninyamaze.
Kenyan would laugh. One part of the country is going to be happy. And the one who's going to be happy is going to be the western part of the country, because for what I know from my sources and from the keys, I said some keys you have to see. One of the things, you see, this thing was planned from a long time ago. It's the fact that Musalia Mudavadi was told kwa jana chama chake alifunja. Unaona? Ukiangalia mawaziri ambao wamewekwa recently, most of them are from Ruyaland. Atuoli yako maadhi yake. Ako na speaker wa the hii ni kitu ambayo ilipangwa kitambo. Unaona? So when it's going to, what you have seen here, they are going against Mount Kenya now. It's the western part of because ako na Raila sahi, atakuwa na Mudavadi, atakuwa sasa is going to be that now. Is the what happened 207. That's what's going to happen 207. It's like all of us against them, and that's what he's striving on. Kama muoni, that's my way I see things.
But also,
Robert, that's one theory. One theory. The other theory is, if Gachagua goes, people have smelt blood, Ruto is going. That's the other theory.
I highly disagree with that. But continue, Lala. Yeah.
And I think whatever's happening is actually people driven. And when people driven, that's the only way to kuangusha the system. Or else you expect Gachagua to stay to win or Gachagua to go to win. No, it's the people. So my theory is that if Gachagua is gone, ile wembe ule will go towards Ruto. I'm telling you. There is like a laser beam. The people have smelt the blood and they're going for it. So it depends on how you look at it. So those are two theories that are competing theories. So I don't know which is which, but both of them, one can be on different side, because to me, I think this is Ruto's, perhaps, I'm not quite sure if it is, his way of deflecting focus on himself. Now we are busy fighting Gachagua or not Gachagua, and yet the real center of shida yetu ni Ruto. So we are not. So to me, I think going to Gachagua is on the way to Ruto. That's what I think it is.
Okay. James, go ahead.
Alafu James ukisikia kuingilia uingilie. Kina Roba wanajua venye kitu inaendanga tukiwa tumebaki hivi. This is a very open conversation. Mi nafanya kukaa mbali kozai. Niko na mawaidha zangu, lakini you feel very just have a conversation with these two gentlemen. Ni watu wanajielewa. So usikae hapo umenyamaza unangoja nikuite. Mimi sitakuita.
Ni sawa. Sometimes nataka kusikia mtu akinaweza ingilia katikati alafu anitolee points zangu kwa mdomo kwa sababu what I was to say was what he's saying. But me I feel like Lala, if we are gonna evict or impeach the small rat Mr. Gachagua in this manner, then it's gonna be hard to impeach a bigger rat. If the same way, if we take the same approach, you might want to assume that finally we'll get to Ruto. But you know, Ruto silencing Gen Z, whichever way, we don't want to reintroduce other topics, but they were silenced. That was his win number one. He will, whether you like it or not, he will count kicking out Gachagua as win number two. You know, there's some wins the nyako nazo kama hizi za he's now selling at the airport to Adani. He's sneaking those other wins on the low, you know. So if we allow the system that we are watching unveiling on TV, if this is how we're gonna be prosecuting, remember all these people are working for Ruto anyways. Ni watu wako kwa mshahara. If this is how we're gonna be prosecuting mtu kama Gachagua, na useme Gachagua, it is barely 2 years into the government, useme Gachagua aende kotini, akwe impeach aende kotini, it will be reversed. And I call you to go watch the proceeding, and you will see the lawyers were asking courts that questions that will be asked in court. It might not really make sense in Senate because it's a political environment, but those same questions in court with the lawyers that came to prosecute Gachagua will win. And what will Gachagua do? He will have public remorse for the Murima, because this thing is just playing out.
James, the idea of nini kutoka Murima, I don't know about that one, but let's get the big picture here.
So the bigger picture, Robert, what I was trying to say is that we need to prosecute cases vile wewe ulikuwa unasema earlier fairly, mpaka Gachagua asiende akaseme vile Ruto alitukujia. Muliona they were picking on me.
And James, you see what you just said? That's the point I wanted to make. So if I was like here in the morning, my first witness is going to be Ruto. Yeah.
And he will use
if I want the process, I'll call him. Yeah. I'll call him to testify, because alituambia mwenyewe in the news conference, if you look at the news conference, he said, what my boss did is what I'm doing. Yeah, that's what he did. But let's get politically what's going on here. For me, I just see these people, two of them, they're taking different routes, different ways for 2027. But according to Ruto, he has realized the only way for 2027 is to change the narrative. And the narrative, of course, anajua Wakenya sisi ni wachinga, sisi ni wakumbafu, we don't follow, we follow things. Kwa sababu, this man knows very, very well, tulisema hapa, hii economy cannot change. Kama vile niliona mtu alisema ati unga imeenda wapi. Sasa yaani unga ndio economy unatuambia. Sisi tunataka people working, because this economy is going to collapse. The way it is, it's going to be the same thing. Itakuwa until the end. So ametafuta njia ya kujisaidia 2027. So here's the thing. Ruto alikuwa na shida, and that's why Ruto could have been overthrown. He could be gone home by now if Raila wanted to. Okay, hii mambo ya KNCs vile mnasema na kila kitu mnasema hivi, Ruto never stopped that. That was stopped by Raila Amolo Odinga. And if you want to know the sponsors of whatever happened, some of us were here. We can tell you, we know them. We know them. Okay? But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Just get me. Sahi, Ruto kwa mteremuko, wanasema mteremuko. Kwa sababu, the only person alikuwa na fear was Raila. But now, since yako Raila na wabunge na kila kitu, now he's just like he can do what he wants. And that's not good for the country. And that's where you guys want to concentrate. We need somebody to fill the vacuum of Raila Amolo Odinga. That's what's lacked in our country right now. So Ruto was fighting so hard. He was so fighting. Hii mambo yote mnaona inafanyikana, hii yote impeachment, it's because of Raila. Where he is right now, he has joined Ruto. The way they are doing things, Gachagua now has been sealed. Ruto's trying to find himself for 2027. It is us against them. It's us against the mountain. And that's what he wants to drive. And that's what he wants. We are stupid. We are not.
Robert, you'll be surprised when I'm saying the reason why I was saying if we're gonna get a rat, if we're gonna vindicate, if we're gonna indict mtu kama Gachagua on an impeachment ground, we need to go so strong to where he will lose also in court. So that's why nilikuwa nasema Ruto might think he's trying to do away with something, but because they are taking it lightly, if Gachagua goes and use the same approach to court, the impeachment might be reversed and he will come back and say, I resign. Then he will go back to the ground. Remember, nilikuwa najaribu kusema hivi. Us versus them, it's mostly saying Mount Kenya versus everybody. But we are barely 2 years in their government. Unataka kuniambia all these MPs, when they see things are not good in 2026, after Gachagua is not in government, because what will happen after Gachagua goes to court, get vindicated and resign? He will come and ngoja nimalize.
Hii mambo ikibadilika kesho, akienda is not going. Court will not want. He is not going. Hiyo akienda is gone forever.
But ndio ninasema Robert, eventually. But ndio nasema Robert, eventually, if how they are prosecuting him is the same way you said earlier, that they are doing a very bad job in
exactly. And I understand with my point.
Okay, and I am for that, because at the end of the day, they need to do a good job, because if they let this small rat, go and get another 9 lives somewhere, it will come back as a bigger rat, because what I'm trying to say in general. Robert, wacha nimalize.
James, let me what I want thing before you proceed.
Okay, but unajua the point I'm trying to say is to land is what you're trying to cut. Kila saa. In 2 years barely into the government ya Ruto. If Gachagua gets another life hata kama ako huko nje, he say he will start speaking. You know what he will speak? Everything against Ruto as an insider, former insider, and he will say, unaona kwa nini nilifukuzwa? Ni hii na hii na hii. And he will say some sensitive stuff that by the time 2026 comes, even Raila, you don't know if he will be with Ruto. He might flip on Ruto.
I have a question on this this thing, because I'm listening to it.
Can I answer real quick before you ask your question?
Sure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, James, there's one thing I want to tell you here. The most hated man in the ground in Kenya is Gachagua. He's no one to turn nobody. The most hated man is Gachagua, followed by Ruto, or the other way around. So there's nothing there you say he's going to turn around, atakuja na nini, akuja na wafuasi na nini. Ule jamaa alikuwa anasema ati yeye kila saa anakimbia Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya, what's Mount Kenya in terms of when you look at the whole country? He doesn't have, he's a headed man. And that's the problem. That's the problem he has.
Earlier, Robert, I asked and I said earlier that we assume, we are talking as if we were all naturalized in Kenya. We are all born there. We know how these people are conniving and they switch, and how sometimes us as a citizen, we turn around and vote the wrong people back in.
That's what I'm telling you.
It's risky.
That's what I'm telling you. At this point, anything with Kenya Kwanza sahi, people don't want to hear nothing about it.
And that's why you should agree. I mean, I think you are in an agreement that we need to seal Gachagua.
Lala, I can see you're burning too. I am burning.
In Senate and in court, we need to seal him, because if he get another life, and then the way the political ground unveils itself, once you say it's us versus them, you only need to be in that debate, and we forget Jingaya Sijui who's a good leader, and we stop vetting our leaders.
Jemo, I have a question. And I know I'm burning, and I know Lala is burning also. Let me ask you a question. I know it's an open forum. Let's have a conversation, a very decent conversation. You just said, what did you say about if Lala stays? I mean, if Gachagua stays?
He will resign, obviously. I think he will.
But you said if Gachagua was going to stay, then there'll be a lot of fire, right?
If he stays, I think...
I'm the one who said, the one who said, if he stays, watagongana baka mwisho, watagongana baka mwisho, he will never resign. He's no one to resign.
Okay.
Watagongana baka mwisho kwa sababu, he has also, the more he stays there, that's what Ruto did. He gets airwaves, he gets security, he gets everything. He's no one to, I was katai aende nyumbani. Hiyo ndiye atamuwezesha, ndiye atakuwa na nguvu when it come election. So he cannot resign.
Roba, and if he resigns,
he's gone forever. And
no,
the
no.
thing is this.
What is going to happen now if he resigns? If tomorrow he wakes up and says, you know, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya,
Besides, yeah, he has
imeamua."
arrived. He has arrived because if he resigns, he can come back, he can run, he has a right. But if he's convicted tomorrow, if he's convicted on Friday, he's gone forever. He's like Sonko. Sonko cannot run for anything in Kenya right now. It's on record. So him is done. Akienda,
Okay.
he will go forever.
Okay, what if he gets impeached? He goes through.
Yeah, if he's convicted, that's what I'm saying. He cannot run for an office in Kenya anymore.
Exactly. What if he gets saved by the Senate?
Now he can. So now he can. That's what I was saying. Now it becomes, if he's saved, now it becomes a force against Ruto now, and that's what some of us want. That's what I want. If it becomes a force, that Raila fucking might now be fit with somebody, even if somebody we don't like, it will be there because it will be checks and balance for Ruto, because these people, they cannot get it wrong. That's a fact. They cannot get it wrong. If you start also preparing like exactly what Ruto did, preparing his own party, preparing for maybe 2027, which he thinks he can win, which I don't think he can. Him is somebody, I don't, need of them. If with Fanya Haki, hakuna mtu ambaye atashinda. But it becomes a force, and that force is for good or for bad, because at this point, kila kitu Ruto wants to do, as long as Raila ako mahali yako sahi, he can do whatever he wants in Kenya, and that's a problem.
Last question, kabla ninyamaze tena nirudi kwa mafichoni tu nawasikiza tu. I mean, this is we're only 4, so everybody's here, I mean, able to talk. Hata Lala, if you want to say, just don't, okay. You know how I do this show, kama tuko watu sita, everybody can open up their mic and say whatever. Roba, now, so do you think that even if he survived, assuming he does, do you think there's anyone that is, I mean, anyone that can, I mean, that Gachagua is a threat of? Do you think he can be the MP of Madeira? Do you think he can actually become the president of Kenya? Do you think he even have that power? To be that kind of a person? I mean, don't you see that? Don't you see?
He's not qualified. He's not qualified. But remember, Kenya is a country of tribalism. He has people who support him from where he comes from.
Where?
From Mount Kenya. He has people when it comes to Mamba election. So what I think is this: if he survives, Ruto's chances of 2027 also becomes very slim, because now there's a force which is now what a Kutana.
Which force does Gachagua have, Baba?
You know, he's taking Mount Kenya. That's one thing. You know, Mount Kenya.
Who told you? I mean, people in the comment tell us, the Mount Kenya people here, tell us, nani ana support Gachagua?
What are you talking about? Since 2007,
no one supports Gachagua.
No. Yeah, that's what you say. That's same query.
Unajua nani Kenya will love.
Yes,
this is where I keep saying, if we're gonna steal Gachagua, let's do a good job, because this is based on what we saw today. Sababu akislip away, and then we spend the next 3 years, ikue not even about corruption. Of course, economy will be number 1, but ikue ni us versus them. And then Ruto, because he's a poor manager, ends up losing more of his people, because the ground is not with Ruto neither. But unajua Gachagua akiresign ama hata akae pale na kwa kusema ukweli, but he can run hata kama anaweza support mtu mwingine. Let's just say that if the other person runs against Ruto, Ruto will lose. So if Gachagua gets another life, and I'm saying this based on they are doing a terrible job to implicate him on impeachment grounds.
Exactly. We want evidence. Akienda, he doesn't have another room.
Hata kuwa na chochote.
Then we know Kenya, we have changed.
Akiachiliwa, tutakuwa na us versus them conversation that is a little bit pissed off by the economic situation of the country. Now, Ruto will not have these same people that have impeached Gachagua today. These people running after Ruto, your pesa itakuwa imeisha, watakuwa wana face the people.
Before that comes, James, well, the one thing you have to realize, hata ukiangalia vile mmeanza kwenda hata kwa Senate, unaona people from Mount Kenya, they have started sensing, you know what? I'm going to defend my people, all my whatever. That's what. Just watch what's going to happen. Then after that, there's one thing Ruto wants creating here. Ruto is creating a narrative. Sasa kwenda 2027. Oh, by the way, this time mimi nikitoka, I'm going to support somebody who's not a Kikuyu, who's not a Kalenjin, now talk about the country, because remember when people got excited when wakati Uhuru alisema somebody else other than Kikuyu or Kalenjin was part of our presidents. People, the whole country got excited. The other parts or whatever. And that's why you saw people from Mount Kenya wasema sisi at work president candidate na nini na nini. Okay? Now Ruto is going to turn, that's what the narrative is going to run on. Kwa sababu amerealize he has got Raila apate Waruya, then from there that's what his imagination here. Lakini sasa wa Kenya, this is the way we want to go. That's the problem, and that's why we have to educate our people. That's not the young people were telling us. It's not about the tribe. It's what somebody has done. These people, they were not qualified to be president and vice president, first of all. On top of that, they could not even, if we fought the constitution, they could be just seated somewhere. They are not even allowed to. They were not supposed to. But the problem is, mtu wetu. That's where the problem is.
And that's why naona hii impeachment ya leo ilienda mbaya, because ina reintroduce mtu wetu narrative. Na as much as huyo Ruto anafikiria he has sealed Baba, that's a very big miscalculation. Baba has said in public, I'm not in government. He can use the 3 years to maybe kind of get his way around the government. But comes 2027, Baba he's free to do whatever he wants to do, and he will read the ground.
Baba, even if he comes back, nobody's going to trust him. Nobody wants to believe him.
He can endorse.
Even myself, I cannot believe him anymore because he has failed. In fact, we were fighting for him. In fact, to tell you the truth, if he never came in, Ruto was going to go out. Kwa sababu tulijuana out wenyewe kwa wenyewe. That's what we kept on telling people. This government was fighting themselves. The more we got, the more they have become very weak. Let's get in, get them out. Guess what? Oh, then the person who wanted to get in power, the person we thought is the next one, everybody are going to think, huyu akitoka papa anaingia. Kumbe tena huyu mwenye anataka kuingia ndiye yako mstari wa mbele kuunga mkono. I was disappointed.
Robert, we have heard about Baba getting in for many, many years and is almost leaving this earth. And it's always Baba, 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 Baba. And it's going nowhere. I think things are not that simple, especially when we talk about the Western Kenya bloc and all that. Those are very fluid, they are there strategically in some ways. For example, how many people did Wetangula bring to that government? How many people did Mudavadi bring? Nothing. So that is a place where the Western Kenya is a place where they are very, very particular when it comes to casting a ballot. So in a way, just listen to my perspective here. I think sometimes we preach Ruto, but we don't even realize that actually we're the ones strengthening him. And you're right that Baba helped him to consolidate himself. But there are other intricacies that I think some of us are not privileged to know that did not make things very clear because clearly the way things were, there was some concerns there. What would happen to the nation? What was going on underneath that?
You don't see what Ruto is doing right now.
The thing
Ruto is trying to repeat the 2007. What happened in 2007?
Ruto, in my mind, Ruto is very weak. Ruto is very, very weak. It's just some of us, we are not organized. We're making him strong. Ruto is very weak. Ruto can go out anytime, okay? But we make him strong, especially apologizing, apologetically.
I'm not apologizing. Come on. No. My friend, you cannot just tell me that. No, let's put facts where they belong to. Okay, let's talk the truth here. The truth of the matter is because of Raila Odinga, that man survived.
Hold on my point. My point here is not just one particular theory that we are going by. I think Ruto is scared to death. That's a theory that perhaps you may not agree with me, but I think because things are very fluid on his part. Okay, there are people that he has to rely on to be able to maintain power. It's not a situation like Moi where he had all the power. Ruto does not have it. Okay, so he has to really maneuver around. Moi had everything under his thumb. Okay, so what is going on now is that he's trying very hard to consolidate some powers. And that's why I was explaining that looking at Gachagua, Gachagua is a nobody, okay? But based on what we are talking about here, he's becoming like a somebody. Somehow we are making him stronger than who he is, okay? Because we're looking at him as the one who can fight Ruto. When actually, in my mind, I don't think so, okay? Gachagua is a creation of Ruto, okay? And it's still a creation, even now it's a creation of Ruto, okay? So that's why this theory of mine is that with Gachagua being there, it is important for us to be able to see what is Ruto trying to do, trying to say, or trying to accomplish. Yes, the Gen Zs are no longer a major threat, but the threat is not gone away, okay? There's still wound that are underneath that is still there, that is very fresh, I don't think he knows what to do, how to handle those wounds and feelings. Because Kenyans are no longer the same the way they were a long time ago. There's so much information out there. The only problem that to coward, to neogopa, I think we know the truth. And so I don't think anything is a done deal at this point. So to argue that if Gachagua goes, then Ruto will be strong, is actually only a half truth. To argue that, I'm just giving him a general, to argue that if Gachagua stays, then things would be bad for Ruto, good for Ruto. You can make two arguments, on both sides. So I think the key thing here is for us to see Ruto for who he is, and then rally ourselves together and not allow him to hide behind Gachagua, because right now he's hiding behind Gachagua, okay? And Gachagua is a nobody. At the end of the day, it's Ruto, okay? And that's my point. And I don't want to people see my point, but because we are arguing, Ruto getting strong, we're getting the Western allies and this and that. No.
Who said that? Who said that? Nobody said that, rather. You are just creating it. I say that's what. No, I say there's a difference when someone says he's trying to maneuver to achieve that kind of what Raila did on 2007. That's what he has in mind, so that he could be as fast as them. That's what the narrative he wants to thrive on. That's why, that's why he has created this idea of saying he wants people from OTM. He wants people, he has put Western, his wife comes from there. I don't mean the wife or something. So there's this idea of just saying it's us against them. He's trying to create a 2008, 2007 correlation of Raila Moro. That's what he wants. Raila won the election of 2007. Raila won it. And that's what Ruto wants to do. In fact, this impeachment of Gachagua, that's what it's headed to. And that's what I see. Okay?
I'm not in Kenya right now, but Ruto, at this time, I don't think has a constituency. I think it's just a fear of being a president, but it doesn't have supporters, ardent, who are really behind him. There are very few. Okay.
The problem is with our people.
Who are there, what you are tumbo to.
Our people. Look at who's representing Gachagua right now. The same lawyer who was a couple of months ago, had some group of people singing against Gachagua, but is now defending him.
You ni kazi too. You ni kazi.
No, kazi, but look it this way. That's how we go wrong. When the same person was accusing that guy was a dictator, he was abusing power. Now he's defending him in the Senate. The same person they were singing. Just go court when they had the cases in court. Remember? Mainda Nchenga's cases in Nakuru, some places there.
That's what the Constitution says. That's how democracy works. That's how legal
So the thing is this. The thing is this. Let's get a big picture of these people. These people, they want to what we call recycle. They want to make use of our people. Our people must be educated going forward that that's what according to, according to what somebody's going to do. Yeah, not because of where they come from, where your tribe. I mean, if that's the case, then we could have a better country. But this idea of saying at every 5 years it's a Kikuyu or a Kalenjin or something is that, okay, they have come in. Wakalenjin wengine or Wakikuyu wame benefit in nothing. This is my, it's for my tribe. So what? Yeah. Sasa Kenyatta alikuja. What has a Kikuyu benefited? Nothing. Or Kenyatta alikuja. Nothing. Yeah. Mwai Kibaki was there. Kikuyu are the same suffering like anybody else. Or Ruto is there. Wakalenjin, they are buying the same things like anybody else. That's why we said our politics should go above tribes. Even if it means somebody from Teso, somebody from whatever, from Coast or whatever it is, a president, we don't care as long as he gets the job done. But that's not the way we do things. It's just all tribal. And that one is sick. I'm sick and tired of it.
And the risk that we are falling into right now, neo-narrative. You know, I was telling a friend that I just felt like that time Ruto was vindicated, somehow in the spiritual realm, we doubled down on tribalism because we rejected the narrative, Gen Z. So the only way to get out of this situation ya kufukuza mtu kama Ruto imeanza today, us versus them, because if this is what Ruto is trying to do, hata mmesema hapa, itakuwa hiyo narrative ya us versus them, guarantee you itakuwa ni mambo ya makabila. Utakuta Mount Kenya wote, regardless of the policies, voting just against Ruto. And God, hata niseke Mungu side ya Ruto conversation. Whoever that's gonna be with Ruto in 2027 will be doing a political suicide against their own careers if they are politicians. And what will happen if it's us versus them? We fall in a possibility of re-electing another Kikuyu, whether we like it or not, if we are going to go with this narrative. And that's why nasema ya Gachagua ifungwe na ifungwe vizuri.
James, I want to tell you, not all Kikuyus are bad. I don't care with the Kikuyu president, another candidate.
I'm just saying,
as long as he gets the job done, I don't care. I don't care.
And also, I don't care even if I'm Kikuyu. No Kenyan president.
Yeah, but you are just saying we are going to elect another Kikuyu. No, that's not good.
So because actually, I mean, West, the people on the ground, the people on the ground, if this is the narrative, and also just keep in mind that I'm using words like narratives. If we're gonna use this approach and we find ourselves with Ruto on one side and us versus them on the other side, and people who are politicians, especially members of parliament, have done a terrible job.
Exactly.
Unaona tutabaki na situation mbaya kwa nchi.
Jemo, ngoja tu housekeeping. It's good, whoever it is. I need to see you kwanza kabla nikuweke kwa, before I pull you in. Just show yourself, and then if I see you, because tumekuwa tukiatakiwa hapa for a long time, if I see you, then I'll put you in. Just show yourself, and then urudi tu uko kwa back kwenye uko. Okay, Jemo, continue.
James, in fact, you are right on that, and that's why I say somebody can emerge right now. Here's the problem: somebody like Kalonzo Musyoka, instead of him trying to be independent and trying to pursue his own way, he's kind of telling us to support Gachagua. People like are surprised. Someone like what's his name? The governor Orengo. He's just come there to tell us he's supporting Ruto now. These are the same people who were on our group a few days ago. Here's the problem: if someone's want to emerge, whoever's going to figure out the vacuum which is left by Raila Odinga, that will be the person who's people will listen to. I mean, as long as you stick to your principles. But if you come like the way Kalonzo Musyoka is coming, come up with Saia Kouko is running all because he sees now an open Mount Kenya, but he thinks that because he's Kalonzo, he can go there and their neighbors or whatever. No. But right now, if Kalonzo wanted to be the man, he could be the one who saw some people protesting in the whole country. It's just like, come on, Nini. Uga Trevor, Uga Makanga, Makanga, Trevor, whatever. Yeah? What? You'll be the one. But the problem is, it's just like one-sided. He has never come out. So what I'm saying is this. At this point, our country, everybody's lost. They don't know what to do. What do we? Kwa sababu the people who were singing against Ruto government a few months ago, now they are pressing him. So Ruto has taken that advantage, and now it's divide and rule. That's what it's done. The only person people could akiongea ni Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga sasa amekuwa nothing, kwa sababu na yeye amekuwa one side, Ruto. So what people are just like, where else can I go? And you can see, if you are complaining at what Kenya they never fought it, watch next time. People will never come to fort. Never. People will never. Because this is really bad. Yeah, this is very bad. If Raila could have taken and say, check this was the worst government which could have left this kind of vacuum. Because if Raila was there right now, people will feel better. Whatever he says, left, right. Yeah? Kama ni hiyo impeachment, watu waende. Kuna ile watu wakuja, watu waende. Unaona? But now, it's nowhere to be seen, but at the same time, he also has a right to be where he is. He has a right to do what he thinks is right for him and his family. Let us have that somebody else to emerge and fill in that vacuum. And from there, we'll start talking. Maybe you can give up people a test for 2027. Otherwise, people will never show up to vote. Especially the people where I come from, they cannot come out.
Robert, if we're gonna 2027 comes tomorrow and there's Ruto versus huyo Raila, mnafikiria danganya watu, guarantee you people would rather vote for huyo Raila than Ruto. And what am I trying to say? No matter how bad we feel about what Raila did, we stand a chance of not vetting the next president, because anything can be a president other than Ruto. And guess who the other anything will be? Can be, or might be. Anything but Ruto. Because the reason hata umepea Kalonzo amesema anaanza kuback Gashieta. Ebu imagine ni team ya Gashieta na Kalonzo against Ruto. So that's the risk we are subjecting our country into.
James. Let me tell you, my friend, Gashieta will never be a president of Kenya.
Ruto, sawa, nimekubali.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying from what they have put us through, them and Ruto, but Ruto
sasa Robert, wacha nikuulize swali. Unataka kuniambia if you are given Gashieta, Kalonzo and Ruto and somebody else that he chooses, you will go with Ruto? See, that's the problem we have, and that's why we need.
What are you talking about?
And nasema we need to seal Gachagua and akiendanga as he run. Only thing he can do is run his mouth. You know what Gachagua might do? Gachagua might say mbaya as an impeached guy who cannot run, so he might use all his venom to bite back while he can't do anything. So he can provide information.
Was he not the same man ambaye alikuwa anatukana Uhuru as far as like 2 years ago?
You are just saying about his possibilities and his potentials. That's what he will do. And I'm guaranteeing you, if it's Ruto on one side, usikaniambia Robert utavotia Ruto.
None. Who mean?
Sasa unaona, that's why I say it is a risky thing we are doing here.
Ruto
it is a risky
not even be
business.
Ruto should not even be given a second chance. Nilisema Ruto hata akikufa kama akufe before me or before me, na nini yake kufe pia. Akufe tena akufe aende chini, because he has killed a lot of people. He has done wrong things. He should not be given an opportunity in our country. But what I was saying is, Wakenya ni Wakenya. They are going to do it. Some of them will do it. Pengine atafanya nini. That's the two men. I said from the beginning, they were not even qualified to be president and vice president. That's why we are with all these problems. That's why I keep on saying we need somebody at this point to fill in the vacuum of Raila Odinga. Raila ameseeka bwana. Raila, somebody has to emerge. That's what I'm saying. Otherwise, now this some people, they might come in and take over.
Unasema exactly what I'm saying without saying. Even Raila tomorrow, in 2027 comes tomorrow morning. Raila runs against Ruto.
I will vote for Raila hata akiwa akitolewa kwa kitanda akuje kuwa president.
And that's how Kenyans.
Hata kama hawezi hata kaa chini, I'll vote for him.
That's why Kenyans, and I think that's why Raila is doing what Raila is doing. He knows Ruto is between a wall and a hard place, a rock and a hard place, where if he decides I'm not doing this AU thing, tomorrow is election and flies back, he will come and be elected. No matter of Adani, no matter of all these other things, because where Kenya and Kenyans are as a people, they are tired of, they want an alternative of Ruto. The problem is, if Gachagua gets away and go and form a coalition, and that's
I'll vote for anybody other than Gachagua and Ruto.
Na imagine Gachagua akikuwa VP wa Kalonzo.
Waende Victoria.
Okay, who else if Baba is not there? Who else is gonna save you from Ruto?
That's what I said. Somebody needs to fill in the vacuum.
That's a wishy-washy. And that's why Gachagua needs to be sealed 100%. Apigange moshene yake, he can spit the venom from a distance, as long as what we saw today does not happen. Because that was a weak case that I was disappointed that now we're going to end up with a loose murder. If it's just an analogy. I'm not saying he's a murderer, but I'm just saying he might end up escaping. The gloves did not fit today. And that was kind of risky. That's the reason why I'm using those examples, including Yababa. Gachagua might get away, and if he gets away and find an alternative, somebody that people might trust as number one, and
no.
Number two.
Gachagua, James, he is convicted. He will never run for any office again. Let's get it for real.
And that's why Robert wanafaa strengthen their case. What we saw today was not a good thing. I
agree with you 100%. Yes, so that when he gets convicted, he doesn't have room. He's gone forever. Then from there, tuanze kupiga kichwa ingine inaitwa Ruto.
Exactly.
Okay. Sasa because tumebaki watatu. Unajua mimi nilikuwa nataka kwanza mpige hiyo story. Robert, I agree with you. And hata James, I actually agree with both of you, even though mko na nini. If I'm allowed kuweka my opinion. Can I put my opinion, Robert?
Of course. That's why we're here.
Yeah. Mimi, what I really know is that you guys are both right. You're looking at the two scenarios. Kuna moja ameshika scenario moja, mwingine ameshika scenario ingine, but zote zinakaa ni kama zinaelekea the same place. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So, in fact, what we are saying is we are the chance. What we agree here. If this is what they have saying they want to impeach him, then the man might not even be going to be acquitted tomorrow. Yeah. But what we are saying is we have a chance. Wameanza wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Where's the evidence? Let evidence from there. When it's gone forever. But if this ikipakia the way it is right now, Sasa I even don't know, some of common sense people, he might survive. And if he survives, then you know what? Ile nyoka ambayo mlifikiri mmepiga kichwa imeenda, still is there.
Lakini here's my take, Roba. for Kenya to continue and for Kenya to be good, and this is my take, mnaweza nigonga nyi wote wawili ama mwenye ata disagree na mimi. For Kenya to continue and for Kenya, the Kenyan constitution to be exercised, Gachagua must go.
He must go, but let him go according to the constitution. Let us have
Exactly.
evidence on him. We can't just say let him go when we are saying the only thing we are holding him, alikuja aliongea Kikuyu huko Nairobi. The thing we are holding on him, alisema shareholder, because those things came from his mouth. Now we have to send him home. That one would look very bad in terms of, it's just like we are not professional. We don't have professions. That's where I said, when this guy came from the parliament, what we expected them to come in is to come with evidence. If they had evidence, then they just say, you know what, this man, this and this and that. I want to see TCI. I want to see this EST.
Roba, kabla nirudi nyamaze kwa sasa na wengine wawili wameingia. Roba, you have to look at this thing in a very holistic way. Everything that Mimi, and this is to me, maybe munigonge Mimi, but I believe and I've looked na nikatafuta kila kitu kabisa. Everything that this guy has been accused of, he is guilty of. Okay? Yote. We only need one, but all of them he is guilty of. Okay, wait. Kidogo, Roba.
Yeah.
My big brother. What are the advantages of letting Gachagua face his thing and get impeached? Is that we get to a place where the presidency is not foolproof. What is the disadvantages of letting Gachagua go? Is that everybody knows, as long as you're in a position of, position of whatever, you cannot be touched. So we have to exercise this constitution. So yes, kuna watu wanasema we are sacrificing Gachagua for the sake of the constitution, but are we really sacrificing him, or is he actually guilty?
Are we saying now, Kenyan would laugh, somebody anakuja anaongea Kiswahili huko Nairobi, is that a crime? Or somebody akiongea kitu, is that a crime? Or we want a place where we say, you know what?
We're not worried about that Kikuyu thing, and I have to keep quiet now because watu wameingia na kina Sunday wako hapa hivi. Now, but we're not crucifying Gachagua about talking Kikuyu. We're crucifying him of no, he's already
nilisema from the beginning, nipatie nyama ya kesi iko wapi? Nyama iko wapi? Ni mifupa tu wanaleta bwana.
Okay, Roba, acha
nyama iko wapi?
Acha mimi, I'm a moderator, so I'm not. Acha nyamaze, acha kina. I think James ulikuwa ushaongea, wewe tumekuwa na wewe
hapa. Na mimi mute basi.
Alafu let's see, it's an open conversation either way, and then I think Captain Roba usiende, it's an open conversation
right now. I'm just doing something. I'm around. Don't worry about me. I'm
okay.
Here.
I think let's do innocent captain and then Sunday. Innocent captain Sunday. Sisi wengine tumekuwa hapa. So innocent captain Sunday in that order. Innocent, the floor is all yours, sir. Innocent, can you hear? Innocent. Nyinyi wengine mnanisikia? Ama ni mimi?
Tunakusikia.
Okay, sawa. Innocent inakaa sikii. Okay, Captain kuja.
Okay, thank you very much. Kenya with love. Roba, James Sunday, Innocent. Habari zenu?
Salama baba.
I think I have to go directly to militaries in the American university. That is there any problem when a deputy president says that I will invite you to come to Karen, my place. We discuss the problems that you people in Kaela you are facing. Is it ukabila? Because that is exactly what I think they meant to say. For Oba, that's a question for Oba. And tomorrow is the day. I think it will be the final day. They'll decide whether the Gachagua will remain to be the deputy president or atakuwa impeach ama ataresign mapema. We don't know. There is still that room for resignation. So some of the way Roba said that all the allegations are valid. Some of them are not. Like one of them that I've said that there is no any problem if a deputy president invites some people who are complaining to his office to discuss the problems facing the people of Kayole, facing the people of Kenya. I think Kayole is also in Kenya. And all those people, they are Kenyans and they need to be addressed in by even the office of the deputy president and even the president himself. That's my question, Kenya. I would love to, or the chair, to Robert.
Thank you, sir. Robert, before I bring Sunday, did you want to answer that?
Just bring Sunday, then I'll answer the question later.
Okay. Sunday.
What's up, guys? How are you guys doing today?
We're doing good, sir. How are you?
I'm all right, just chilling. It's cold out here. Anyway, that aside, it's always an honor and it's a pleasure to be here. And, big ups to you guys for the good work you're doing. I've been trying to avoid all this Gachagua conversation because to me, Gachagua is I think it's diversionary. I think we are being played and we are just not seeing it. So I've been trying to avoid all this Gachagua thing because to me it's I don't see anything good coming out of it. Whether he goes, whether he stays, to me it's the same. So I've been listening in the back, you guys back and forth on the Gachagua, the merits of the case, the bones and the flesh, all these kind of questions you guys are asking each other and tossing around. But on this matter, the only thing I can say is who does it benefit if the Gachagua stays or leaves? That's the question we need to ask ourselves. Who benefits? So to me, I see it's only Ruto and politicians who benefit. Yes, there was that analogy of you have mice in your house and you have two and you catch one. Do you say no, let it roam free as we are? You guys were here. You know what I'm talking about. But Gachagua going home is a good thing. All right. But what does it change? It does not change anything. Why doesn't it change anything? It's the old guard still playing. Orengo the other day was among the people who are bashing this government the most. Now he's defending. Now he's with Ruto. Like, come on, guys. Raila the other day had the youths killed because they were, had a case against how the election went. Now he's supporting Ruto. What does that tell you? It's the old guards who are regrouping. And the only thing they're doing to Gachagua is they want to create room to build an alliance that is geared towards 2027. That's what it is. The game has just started. So all this is another play. This is another script that is being written, and we are playing into it. That's why that's why when I say to me it's a waste of time, that's what I mean. We should be thinking of how do we sweep everyone out, So whether it's a strong case, a weak case, to me, I don't see where a common man, benefits. Actually, this thing, a common man loses because we are trying to fight against tribalism. And this thing has just shown you how these people are very good at dividing us. Because now, Mount Kenya feels like they're being targeted. That is a script. And we're playing into it. Then the Western Kenya, the Raila people, Raila is supported across the country, but for this particular example, I'll use Raila's tribe. For them, most of them feel that they're now in government. That's a tribe card that has been thrown on us, and we are running with it. So we lose. It's a lose, 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 and lose for a common man. So I don't really see why we should even be thinking about it. We should be discussing way forward, we as a people. We, the informed, should see this thing for what it is. And we, as the informed, we should come together and start building our own alliance. You know, when somebody talks that me, I don't care whether a Kikuyu is elected again so long as it can perform. In other words, we are looking merit. So we, the informed, should be talking merits. We should start building alliances on merits. We should come with our own people. We shouldn't even be talking of Kalonzo. Even no matter, I'll say it and I say it again, it doesn't matter how cleansed and clean Kalonzo will look. To me, Kalonzo and these people belong in the same basket at the bottom of the sea. You know? So I don't even know why we discuss these people. You know? We should be thinking of who is a face that we can start building from now, because they're building themselves. This is part of a script that they're writing, and we are here seated waiting to see the end result. What will it benefit you?
I'm going to that store right there. They just dropped me.
So what I'm saying is, I mean, if we have to talk Gachagua, me, I'm waiting to see, but me as a person, it's all the same. Whether it's a strong case, a weak case, you know, these people always find a way of coming back. Whether the constitution says that if you're impeached, you can't run again. I mean, what part of the constitution are they even obeying right now? So why are we talking about the constitution that they are not obeying as we speak, and we hope that it is going to be used for them? Like, who are we fooling, ourselves or them? So that's my take. I'll be here, I'm listening, but as I say right now, we are being played, and we are playing in the game that we are being played. We are being cooked. We need to find a face. You know, we should even be talking of Omutata. How can we build Omutata and see how it goes? That's what we should be discussing. You know, and we start fronting this man. You know, and we start pushing him from now, and we start talking him to the people we know. You know, discussing him to the family back in the villages who don't know much about what's going on. We start selling them a new idea. But we can't be revolving around the same old gods who have been stealing from us. Now they're playing us with a new script and we're jumping into it and discussing it. Come on, guys. You guys know better. That's my take for now. Cheers. One love.
One love. Cheers, brother.
One love. So I was
And,
asked a question by, I think, Kip. Can you remind your question, then I'll answer it, because I can't remember exactly what your question was.
Oh, very good. I think I'll have to start with Sunday before he goes. Yeah, and then I will come to Sunday has just left.
Sunday, I mean, hata mimi nilikuwa karibu I was about to say something, but
let me mute, man. Just go ahead.
Your thing. Sunday, umeinua moto hapa bwana.
Let me ask that, he said that we should stop discussing about this thing of DP Gachagua. We are being played off and all the words that he has used. So when Kenyans are discussing what they are discussing at home, we should just keep murmuring here. We don't discuss it because we are played him while the politics is happening and taking place at home. So it's Sunday. You are okay. Whether they impeach him, they don't. You are okay with that. It doesn't concern you.
All right, let me now answer you. All right. When you've provided food for your kid, you've cooked and you've given them food on the table, and they decide not to eat, do you lose sleep because they've decided not to eat and they're healthy and you've come home with food? I don't I don't lose sleep.
Inategemea na size ya njaa.
I don't, because akisikia njaa atakula. So that's why I don't lose sleep. My point is, when you're being played, you should be smart enough to realize I'm being played and stop playing the game. This politics that they're playing.
You know, all the 50 million Kenyans, they have different minds.
Well, the problem is those 50 million Kenyans, majority of them, with all due respect, are not really as informed as you. All right? Not all the 50 million in Kenya realize that tribalism is our biggest problem.
And I think this is why these platforms are informative.
Exactly. But now yes, on this platform, but now a platform like this has you and it has me. We are the informed. All right? So being that we are the informed, we should not play to the tricks that is being played, to mess the mind of the uninformed.
And
So
that's why we're using
okay,
words like
panelists, mkifika mahali pazuri, please, I have a question for Sunday. Please, I don't want to control anyone na nini. I just want, mkifika mahali mnaweza nipatia tu niulize swali Sunday.
Sunday, and that's why we are using words like it's risky for us to let someone like Gachagua go. So whatever that unfolds in our eyes, we have to speak on its totality and say the risk about it is that we're gonna dig ourselves into tribalism. It's gonna all the examples that we have been using. You might be choosing and picking what to consume, but what you're saying is what we are saying too. So we are not
what you're saying is different. But what you're not
that's why
saying,
I say you might be picking what to consume, and that's gonna be on your consumption, just like the two kids you're using, your kids who you serve food and they decide not to eat.
So what you're not seeing, that I'm saying you're not seeing, is this, right? The people who are playing this game have been buddies and they're playing us. Why are they playing us? Right? Orengo is a very educated, smart lawyer. When he goes to a case like Gachagua's, he knows what he's doing. So when he decides to show up with a half-baked case, what is he doing? All right, that is where the play is at. This is a smart guy. He knows how strong this case should be, and he decides to make it a weak one. All right? In other words, it's intentional. So they're playing us so that the end result is what we are discussing here. So this is where they want us to be. All right? They want this thing to go the way it's gonna go so that they divide us and they give a Gachagua that upper hand because they are in the same league. Why am I saying they're in the same league? If Gachagua wins or Ruto wins, they still strike the same deals. And the example is, I started with that example by telling you the same Orengo the other day was so mad at Ruto. Now they're working together. Can't you see a deal right there? Do you know how that ended? It means these people, when it's dark, they sit somewhere and they discuss it. So when they're playing this game, it's a game. You bring a case against this guy, I'll be the lawyer, I'll make it weak, and this is the end result. So for us not to play in their game, we let them do their thing. Because they've already made their calculations, they know how they want it to end. So we don't play in their game. So we form our own game. What is our own game? Find our own person, start drumming for this our person. All right? So no matter the outcome of their game, we have our game. But if we are sitting here waiting for them to finish their game, then they give us somebody to run with, then we are doomed.
You know, Sunday, when you're a coach and you're coaching a football team, with whether it's football or soccer, and you have a game tomorrow with, let's say, Chiefs or maybe FC Leopards, and you are Gor Mahia, you know what you do to your players? You sit them down and make them watch the FC Leopards if you are the Gor Mahia coach. So us watching what they're doing, it wouldn't help if we don't know how to get into their game based on their game. Lazima tuone how they play. That's what coaches do.
Yeah,
so
but
we
you
are
also,
allowed. I think we are in order to speak about their game, because we
but
cannot go in with the same tricks there. We
I
have to study
agree.
their weaknesses.
I
in a way.
agree. But if that's what you've been doing and you've been failing, can't you start thinking on the line that they might have been, to use the same example of football? It could be those other games were like match fixing.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, you
if
can.
if you've been watching their games before you play to them with them, and you keep losing, can't you sit back and ask yourself? So I've been using this strategy that before they play, we observe how they play so that we can tackle them, but we still lose. Could
Yeah,
it be
but
that they are playing us? In other words, when they're playing with the other team that they know will be watching, they don't give us their best.
yeah,
So we think that's their best, and when it comes our time, we lose.
and that only comes up in a conversation like this. So if you have that observation and feeling, you
Hey
come
guys.
in and state it, and then we proceed as a group. That will be
And
an
that's
addition.
what I'm saying. And
Okay,
that's
okay,
actually what
okay.
I've
Order,
been
Mato,
doing.
Mato, go
order.
ahead,
At
go
this
ahead
point,
and ask
yeah,
Sandra
yes,
because me,
yes.
I won't make a
Yeah,
follow up.
even me, I'm getting really overwhelmed about this thing. Now, to a comment section, mwachane watu wenye wanaongea. If you want to come here and converse, come here. Usikae huko kwa comment section when unapigana na watu for no good reason. I don't care what you guys talk about when you wako hapa hivi. At least these are people when you wamekuja hapa hivi, whether it's me or whoever. Sunday, the only question I had for you, don't you think that this is it's a good opportunity that he goes, so that we are stuck in a limbo of now trying to understand what is it that should happen in case something like this should happen in the future, or now that is happened, what are the nini tumebakisha hapo, nini tulikuwa tujaienda, what have we not seen? So Sunday, you can answer that, and after you finish answering that, I would like us to, unless kuna mtu ako na swali nyingine, I would like us to tufuatane hiyo mkururo tufunge. And then thank you so much for everybody. So Sunday, that's my question. Don't you think it's a good thing that the deputy president goes, and then so that we are left to look at that lacuna?
Me, I don't even care about the lacuna. So to me, it's neither here nor there. Me, all I want is good governance. Hata kama tunaweza kuwa na president moja for life kama wase wa China and things are working, me I don't care. Unaona? So the lacuna, no lacuna, to me honestly it's the same, because hata if we fix the lacuna and if we find out that this is what we can become of it, then what? Right now, to me, as Sunday, I think we should be concentrating on good governance and systems to work. I mean, we are in this lacuna is going to be created because of greed. This lacuna is going to be created because an election was stolen, or for lack of a better word, we don't even know who won. This is why we are here. We are in this lacuna because Chapter 6 of the Constitution is not observed. We don't elect people of integrity. That's why this lacuna is coming. So even if we fix it and we don't fix the origin, it doesn't matter what. It will always find a way to show up. That's my answer. I don't know if it answers it, but that's where I stand on that.
Thank you. I'm really appreciating that. Thank you so much. Asante sana Sunday. Stay here, Badu. You'll still have your last word. Nini,
I think I have another question. Somebody I think has a question. I'll answer that.
I can see keep kuna kitu inasumbua keep sijui ni nini.
Sio hata kuzisumbua, ni vile tu nimeona, you know Kenyan with love.
Yes, sir.
It is very hard to deal with somebody who has lost hope in Kenyan politics. It is so hard to advise him, and it is so hard to go with him with the same speed that we are using here. We just leave him like that, but we take care of him as a jinyonge. That is what I can say to Sunday. For Roba, I was trying to tell Roba that Roba, did you say that Gachagua has to go if he's supposed to go? It's something like that I had, because I was just coming in.
Is that me?
Yes, Roba, yeah.
Yeah. Hey guys, I'm sorry for you. Man, I'm the one who just said from the beginning, and I will always say, Gachagua and the Ruto were not even first qualified to be president and vice president of our country. They are not even supposed to be where they are right
it's okay.
now.
I just want you to say yes, you want him to go, and then I'll come to your answer now.
No, yeah. For me, I want him to go so that we have evidence. What I was saying before was the way we are doing it, we have also to protect the process, because we can't have just like very weak case right now at the Senate. I was expecting more evidence so that in the future we can hold people accountable. We know that this and that. But now what we have at the Senate is very weak, very weak. You might even get away with it. That's what I thought. I mean, from what I watched.
Okay, now because I saw the member of Kibwesi being cross-examined, and there are some questions that he was asked that, and even a video was played when the deputy president was in Kayole, that he advised the people of Kayole they have a problem, and they formed a committee that they were to go to Karen to see the deputy president to discuss their problems. And the MP was asked, is there any problem if the deputy president invite the people from Kayole to listen on their problems or what they have? Is it Ukabila? So is that what you mean when you tell us that you want also him to go?
No.
Na evidence ingine mingi vile sitaweza kuleta juu sahi tunaona.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is, Kip, what I'm saying is this. When we are impeaching a vice president of our country, we must have a threshold where we just say, man, look at that evidence, pointing at, like I said, those senators wapatie nyama mahali wanasema, oh, this one you can't get away with it. But sahi what we are being told is just like alikuja Nairobi aliongea Kikuyu kwa sababu ya hiyo, so we have to impeach him. Ama alisema mambo ya kusema ya shareholdings, something his boss has also been saying. I want more than that. I said if I was a senator who seated.
On what I'm saying, hajaongea na Kikuyu, hata hii video iliongea na Kiswahili na Kisungu. Alafu kitu ingine kabla ndio whatever after 1 or 2 weeks once kusikia Mutusa akisema ile hadi nilipatiwa sijapatiwa na nimeng'ang'ana pale Senate, nimeng'ang'ana pale kwa bunge, nimetoa evidence, sijapatiwa haki yangu. What will you tell the people of Kenya in such a live public platform like this? If the thing now turns around to you that you are supporting something which was orchestrated because of politics.
So who's supporting who? Well, that's what who's supporting who?
Because I know this thing. Saa hizi tuko kwa Mutuse saa hii na Rigiji, lakini baadaye evidence itakuja kusema kana Mutuse mwenyewe huyo mwenye anachimbia Gachagua shimo, yeye ndiye ataingia kwa hiyo shimo kwamba sijapatiwa ahadi yangu.
Exactly.
Nimeng'ang'ana pale kwa Senate na bunge kujaribu kupeana evidence ndio huyu jamaa aende.
Exactly, that's the problem.
Unaona?
So that's why I said from the beginning.
The other way.
That's why I said when this case, they put all this case like the house, I was expecting something like this year to come with evidence where I'd find transactions, or it was being investigated. They come with the records because this is a government case right now. It's a government case against their fellow person, the head of the government, the one who wants him out. So I was expecting them just to come up very strong evidence.
Can I ask, Robert? Can I ask a question, please?
Right.
Can I ask anybody who is here, born a case, because this is a criminal case, right? Why is this case not a criminal case in a court of law brought by DCI? Let's all answer that question, please.
Yeah,
okay, so and just some housekeeping. Robert, you have your rights, eh?
Yes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Santi Robert, so much. I didn't know that you have them.
No, I just got. I remember I was talking. Yeah, I just got them kind of, but don't rely on me very much.
No. You taendelea hii story. Mimi, I'm signing out. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Asante na waachia Roba. You guys will have a continuation with Roba. I'll be listening from the back. Asanteni sana. This has been yours and only Kenyan with love. Roba, na kuachia hii, endelea. You guys continue. I can see Demba is here. Asante sana. And all the people in the comment section, the haters, kinaani huko, endeleeni kuchukia kabisa. But anyways, that's on a lighter note. It's been good being with you guys. Asanteni, tuonane mpaka siku ingine. We always say, let's keep talking. Asantani. Roba, the show is all yours.
Keep Kenyan would laugh, but here mimi nimekuwa batangu for a long time. So Temba it can be the one guy who can host. Okay, Kay, you asked a question. Go ahead and ask your question again. Why this case is not in the court of law?
Yes, now Lisa, unajua shida, and I want to be honest with you. Unajua shida, some of us.
Weke kuja kwa speaker bwana, wacha kutembea huko mbali.
I had to mute my TV, so ile kitu mimi naogopa, and unajua tunaongea hapa tunasaidiana tu. Venye nafikiria, wewe unafikiria, you share your ideas, right? Ile kitu mimi naogopa, and I want all of us to think. Tumeona huu jamaa. Tunajua, all of us, unajua ni nini mbaya na nchi yetu. Tunajua hivyo, si wote. So, I beg, and I will use analogies you can make sense to some of us. I do not want to, sitaki kuwa mimi nitakuwa lion, naletea cheetah, a deer, nikingojea kukula hiyo deer. What do I mean? I mean, sitaki kuja hapa. If you're a dog, nikuletee unaitwa nini kuku ama rabbit. No, rabbit. Ndio uanze kukula hiyo nini? Hiyo rabbit, ukimaliza kukula nikukule. I'm trying to say we are getting distracted. Tunakuja hapa to discuss the whole show about Gachagua impeachment. Within the same week, hii Kenya yetu imesign deals more than $500 million. See dollars? No. $500 billion Kenya shilling money. And we're here. Ketrako imepita. Shift imepita. Adani deal imepita. Na tuko hapa getting distracted by a guy anacheza 3D chess. Anacheza nini chess. Sisi tunacheza checkers. And we're here engaging in talking about chess. When we're here engaging talking about checkers. When the guy is talking about he's playing checkers. Oh, tunaenda wapi? Huyu mtu amesign deal for 400 something billion Kenya shillings. Na tuko hapa tunadiscuss Gachagua. Adani deal inaendelea, imemalizika. The next thing that happens sahi ni shift. Ni Mombasa airport imeuzwa already. Na tuko hapa tunadiscuss hizi vitu. How long does it take for all of us to understand that we're being played? We're being played. Whatever inasainiwa sahi.
Okay. Are you trying to say, so what we are discussing, we should discuss something else? We should talk about Atani and the transaction.
Yes.
We don't have evidence on what's going on, by the way. So we might speak here, but at the end of the day, what's driving Kenya right now is the impeachment. We have also to go with what it goes. So what's the talk of the day? Even if you talk right now, nobody's going to listen to you.
No.
Go back.
Robert.
Go back.
From the
Let me
source of
explain to him.
information, from the source of information, at this time of the hour, this is very early in the morning. They are waking up. All the politicians now, they are preparing to go to work. They are waking up. They are listening on us. So let's have a very serious conversation here. They are listening on us now. Continue, Robert.
Can I jump in?
Right.
So me, I want to encourage us Kenyans. Anything that happens within the borders of Kenya, whether it's Adani and Gachagua, if you cannot chew gum and walk, at this time we should be chewing gum and run. So we cannot pick and choose only to concentrate on matters zenye tunataka tuongelee. Unajua pia wakisikia pia umesema wanatusikiza, yeah, but we know that what they presenting at Senate today was trash. And that's a very good message to send to a politician, that we see through your BS. Irregardless of the fact also that you also are doing government bad deals and implicating Kenya with other countries and other companies. You're putting us in debt. So if you're saying you cannot address all issues, pengine you have to just subject yourself to that conversation, or sema ni hivyo wewe hawezi handle all the conversations, but you are free to introduce that conversation here in conjunction with what we are talking about. But if you're telling us also to just concentrate on Adani by itself, is the same thing you're trying to tell us not to do. That we are busy talking about Adani, na kumbe huko Gachagua anacheza na narudi. So we have to speak about the totality
Mr.
of
James,
the Kenyan picture.
Mr. James, my point haiko hivyo. My point nasema, hata kama tuna discuss history ya Gachagua, which is a fair deal, I think, and all of us have to understand, as intellectuals, in a sideshow, we discuss it, but we focus. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking.
And you're right about that. Okay, you are right about that. And
okay,
I think
guys,
also we are sending that message.
Can we have Temple to come in and say something?
Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I greet you all. Keep nakuona hapo. I want to maybe first, Mr. K, if you can mute. Thank you. I believe one thing that happens is every time when you're having this debate, you are guided by the topics and also the happenings. So topics and the happenings. I am aware that maybe in the next debate there will be Chief and Shah, and maybe another topic will come. So generally, maybe for Mr. K, is all that like someone has said there, we have ignored all the other things that are happening. It's only that when you come to the debate, the topic of the day guides your joining and guides your thoughts. And that confines our debate and guides us on how we are talking. So I think it's nothing can be further from the truth to say that we have ignored other things that are happening. Secondly, politics happens in context, and as it is happening, we also apply ourselves to it. So it is just within that context that we can apply ourselves. And who tells you that even these other people that are going to come in the name of politics will not play you also? So if it's a game that keeps on going. So the playing, even the people that you think will be the best in politics are also the ones that might play you too. I needed to come in and maybe give a rejoinder to a gentleman who came and said, Sunday, I think there's a gentleman who gave a similarity or a parallel, an example of a soccer game. That when you're watching two teams and you see those teams are playing, you quit. The problem with our politics in Kenya is that the ground is theirs. So even if you come and you're playing in the same ground, you can bring a new team and you're still playing in their own ground. So unless you go and create your own ground, it will always be unfair, you know. So sometimes you require a lot of wit, a lot of political awareness for you to see how to navigate and even to get that leadership. Now, back to the question on Gachagua. Personally, I'm for Gachagua going. At the Senate, it doesn't matter whether someone is saying that the evidence is not, watertight. Most of those, of course, cross-examination, if you have watched many of other cross-examinations, they are usually animated. They play to the gallery. They try to lead you on into something that they want you to believe. But if you look keenly, the substance of it all is about the facts of the motion. Yeah. So if it's not about someone was giving the idea that probably there has to be proven beyond reasonable doubt, that is not the threshold in a quasi-judicial proceeding. At a criminal court, proving beyond reasonable doubt, yes. But here is just reasonable. Is there reason enough to believe? And another thing is he doesn't have to convince the Senate in all the 11 charges. You know, only one charge that will be is enough. You know, you don't need 11 charges to impeach the deputy president. In my own view, there are some charges that even as you see his closing remark, he said he was able to prove beyond reasonable doubt some of them. Indeed, there are others that he was being led into questions that I think they were also misleading. But you see, he didn't. For example, him being asked a question of whether he's aware of certain things that were not necessarily part of his motion. And you see that also is a tactic they use there to be able to divert and even to create the perception that generally has been created. Basically, the idea today was to punch holes on the credibility of the mover of the motion, not necessarily to look at the substance of the things that he's presenting, but to punch holes on his credibility. And possibly from what I'm hearing also, they're saying that, oh, it's a weak case. It's some of them are calling it trash, which in my own view, I don't think so. Yeah. Some other question that someone was asking, is it us to agree that Gachagua should go because of the political reason? Indeed, it's politics. And whatever be it as it may, where it has reached right now, we all need to agree that even some of the evidence that his counsel was trying to adduce was implicating the person that is supposed to be his boss, and they're supposed to be working together. So generally, that means you've already exposed your boss so much that even your working together will be too difficult. You know, the relationship will have been straight. It's just like having a marriage where your wife goes and says everything, including what you do in the bedroom. And then you are told by elders that no, in spite of all that has been said, you guys must continue staying together. In my own view, it is not about whether these things have been confirmed or not. It's about their relationship is below low. It's done. You know, it's so much strain that I don't think it would even be a good thing for the country for them to go back together. Then, where it has reached right now, it has moved beyond just the people and the Senate and Parliament. It's now the test of the mighty or the strength between the two. Because some of the things they're saying there, it's just about who is stronger. Will it be possible to manage the relationship between them if they get back together? In my view, I say that's a no. So the best thing that can happen for even Gachagua himself and even for the country at large is for them to part ways. And because this is the the way that Gachagua has chosen, he had the options. He has chosen to go this way, that he'll not go alone. At least he has chosen that he'll go having washed some dirty linen of his boss too. Then I think that is the fair way to go. It's a political process, legal process, but I do think it's just the fair thing for him to go. So even if they're going to vote for any other thing, they should vote for him to go because of the strained relationship this far. Thank you. Back to you.
Yes, Tim, but thank you for that one. So thank you for bringing that one up. Everybody wants to get here to go, but some of us, like me, I was just saying, just give me a second here. So what I was saying was, on my side, I think the best thing for this one here is just like when you want to convict somebody, the following day, I don't want to start running to court. Oh, you see, I was convicted because I spoke my own language. That's what I was convicted. It was unfair process. I want some things, make it a little bit strong. Then we should be something ever all of us we will appreciate. At this point, I think also when I look at the whole thing and the whole process, the way things are going, he's not going to survive. That one is a guarantee. He's not going to survive. And I think he's going to make it even more worse when he's going to testify by himself a few hours from now, when he will just come and he's going to make some people annoyed. The way he talks, sometimes the way he feels that he's above everybody. Akienda hiyo kifua yake kesho, or a few hours from now, in fact, it's going to be very interesting. It's something because he's, according from what they said, he's going to be the only witness who's going to testify from his side. But from the prosecutor side of it, but I wanted them to consider at least 5 things. At least they can win 1 or 2, they convict like 5 of them, then we are good. Personally, I want him out. I want Ruto out. I want Kenya Kwanza out. We can start afresh, because I think the one thing, if you remember, Temple, when you were here, when everything went the way it went to, some of us, we said, for him to survive, he has to think about creating economy for the people. That's the only way you can get away. And Podu was one election. The best thing, if you want to succeed, create the economy. But you know what they have done? They have won the other way around. And that's why now he has decided to be a genius, to maneuver his way around, to start all this pocketing people like Raila and other people, so to prepare for 2027. But I hope our people will not give him a chance. Ruto must never run again as a president of a country. He's supposed to be out of the office as I go, even 2 years ago. He's a wrong man. He's a wrong man. He's just destroying the country. That's my take. White keep.
I think my question is to Temba, the way he say that Rigiji has to go. Remember, Temba, that this guy, the Senate and the Parliament are given a very hard job, because they are not the ones who chose this person for the president. Even though, as per the Constitution, they are the ones to decide. This person, or the deputy president, was chosen by William Ruto himself as his running mate. Later on, he graduated to be the deputy president through our votes. Now, the thing is in Senate right now. Bernard, now you are not giving us the criteria in which the president now will use to appoint.
Before you proceed, I think that's wrong when you say that this man was because Ruto chose him. Remember, there are some people about Walpiga Kura because he was a vice president. What Walpiga Kura?
I was coming there.
Okay, all right. So if I get ahead.
Bernard is not giving us the criteria which the president will use to choose somebody to deputize him after Gachagua will be impeached. Because, Gachagua, when he was chosen by the president, he went around the country looking also for votes. Remember, alikuwa na watu wake pia wanampenda. That is why now even Roba you have come in, and that is the good thing that there is some vote that Gachagua brought in. Now is being impeached. In which way now? How will his votes go? Because that is even somewhere some of us we are not for Gachagua anyway, but we are supporting him not to be impeached. We want him to continue working. We chose him. We didn't force him. Even if some of us we didn't know him, he brought him to us, and that is why you even voted him in through even Gachagua, or you voted in William Ruto because of Gachagua, or you voted Gachagua because of William Ruto. All those things they were going in line together. But now Indo vile imekatika, how will it be replaced? That is the question.
Okay, let me answer that very quickly. Article 140, well, I think 149 or thereabout gives the way the president should be able to, what should happen in case of an impeachment. And it's very clear that immediately after he's impeached, which I highly believe is
convicted. Impeached and convicted.
No, convicted is not for the Senate, just impeached. Conviction is for the courts. So if there's a reason for him to be taken to court now, EACC can swing in and look for any.
Okay, my question is.
Can I finish? Let me finish first.
Okay, let me ask a question. Maybe we run better. So, what about if he wins tomorrow? You call that one? If he does impeached and what?
If he does what?
If he survives.
No, you see, this is a thing. The impeachment motion becomes successful once it has been voted by the Senate. Okay. So if it passes through the Senate, that's when we are saying that now he has been impeached. But right now he's still going through the processes of impeachment. Okay. It's like being in school. Then you graduate from class 1, then you go to grade 2. You haven't finished the elementary level still. All right. So you need to go through all the level. That's where the stage is. The first stage is Parliament. Parliament impeaches, approves. Then it takes to the trial chamber, which is the Senate. If the Senate agrees with it, now parliamentary legislative activities end at the Senate. So if they approve the motion to impeach him, then that is now the finality of it. But now, this is the thing, after he has been impeached, if there are offenses within contained there that can invite the involvement of now the prosecuting arms or the investigative arms like the DCI and all, they can now, in their own motion or in a motion that someone has filed, they can pursue that, like the 200 million case. Now, back to Kip's question. How is he going to be replaced? The law is very clear on that. As soon as he's impeached, then of course the president will choose someone of his own volition, the same way he chose him out of his own volition, and he will send that name to Parliament. Parliament will discuss it, and then Parliament can approve that name. That's why there's already a special sitting in Parliament on Friday, to discuss whatever name that will come. Now, after he has been impeached, he has a right to go to court, but it will not stop the process that will already have taken place. To your second question about the voters who voted, I mean, you call people for your wedding and we contribute. Then you get married and the marriage doesn't work. Do you keep asking that what will happen to the people who contributed to the marriage, who contributed to my pre-wedding? I mean, if it has not worked, which is not the first time. Remember way back 2012, Raila and Kibaki. When Raila Baba says Kibaki Tosha 2002, and a few days later, of course, immediately after Kibaki being sworn in, ikaleta shida, marriage ikaleta shida, right? So it is not the first time we are seeing a marriage that is not working. The idea of what will happen to those who have voted and all that, those are emotional arguments that are being pushed to pursue the defense for the deputy president. Remember, I keep saying, these are regardless personal issues. They have nothing to do with Central Kenya people who voted for them. They have nothing to do with other Kenyans who voted. It is his personal political problems that is being sorted. But you see what happens in our country? When you have a personal political issues, now you want to bring the country. All of you remember the impeachment of the Kipipiri guy. He went to Kipipiri and said that I'd rather die than resign. And he was in Kipipiri telling them about a salary that is the one who is earning. Who is being paid as a deputy president? Is Rigathi, who is now fighting for his survival in a public. Can you imagine a public position? You can actually go before 9 judges to try and stop that motion, then 12 judges to try and stop your impeachment. How much is being paid in that position that you really want it so hard that you can afford all these 20 lawyers to defend you? That in itself, for me, I think is just too out of insane, if you ask me. But finally, and most importantly, we must detach ourselves from the invitation by politicians to invite us to their personal wars to make it our public problem. A personal problem becomes a public problem. Once you become, when Rigathi was going around saying that, oh, mimi natetea tu watu wa Mrema. In fact, a video was played where he was saying that I have no apologies even if people are making noise. But you see, he has invited that, but now when it's a problem, he say, what will happen to the people who voted for me? I mean, Moi came and went, and we died. Kibaki came and he stopped ruling and he went. And other politicians, what makes you think that our development as a people is tied to a politician? That if he goes, our hopes are dying. You have your vote. And next time when someone else comes, we can always vote for someone else. Central Kenya will be intact. And I believe that they'll find another person. And
before you finish, in fact, you just got a very good point. Unaangalia wakati alikuwa anasaidia au watu walikuwa anasaidia hii maroon shamba tumeona hapa, si watoto wake walikuwa anapatia millions and millions. He never gave it to other people. That's something that his kids.
You know, exactly. These things stinks to the highest heaven, and people are coming here saying that, oh, you know, Gachagua, where will people go? How much of that money that he was getting, did you see that it has gone to somebody a mama mboga somewhere? I mean, we need to be serious. Let us not tie our fate to politicians, such that the argument now goes away from the who's facing an individual to now the fate of a whole community. The community will find other leaders. You guys are here saying that we need to find alternative leaders. Why then have an argument that what if he's impeached, where are we going to go? Are we lost of leaders? Is Central Kenya lost of leaders that if Gachagua is impeached today, they are all going to die because Gachagua is not a deputy president? How much of Gachagua's salary is feeding people from Central Kenya?
Let me ask you a question, Temba.
Just guys.
Just Robert,
Innocent, are you there?
I'm leaving.
Obiri, are you there before Musimama quit here when Tembo kimaliza Musimama?
Innocent has been there before.
Okay. Tembo memaliza?
Temba,
wacha nimalize ndio kipa nini.
Haraka ndio Musimama kuja ndani.
Yeah, naona msimamo hapo. So for me, I think moving forward, we need to detach ourselves from the temptation to being emotionally entwined in politicians' issues. If they have issues with the Senate, if they have issues with the law, let them follow the law. Let them not involve us emotionally and work out our emotions to protect them. But when they are celebrating, they celebrate by themselves. So my submission and my plea to keep, and those people who reason like him, especially to the argument that if we voted because of Gachagua, no, you voted for development. You voted because you needed, not because Gachagua was there, because you thought that development will come to you. The same people you voted, you are finding yourself not getting development. Why do you still want Gachagua, that Gachagua has to be the deputy president? Is it Gachagua as a deputy president that you want, or the policies and development that comes to you? It has nothing to do with Gachagua. So maybe we need to expand our thinking in terms of political discourse. Thank you so much. Back to you.
Okay, Themba, no one has talked of development anyway. That's those are your words. Maybe this your ending remark. My question is to you that now Gachagua will have been impeached, and the president has appointed someone else and might be sworn in to take over the office. And Gachagua moved to court again to challenge that impeachment. And the court listened to him very keenly or whatever, and he says no, Gachagua has no any implicating something or whatever. He has to go back as the deputy president, and the other one has been appointed and sworn in. What will happen now? Because I know even right now today there are some sitting allowances. Some people are paid to sit down there to discuss all these things. Taxpayers are being used. Who is going to pay for all these things?
You are preempting, but let me help you short and clear. Once he has been impeached, the law kicks in the replacement. Once he has been replaced, even if he goes to what court, a court cannot return you to a position. A court will not return him to the position. A court can question. Sure? No. A court cannot return him to the position of deputy president. Once another deputy president has been sworn in, that will be it. It will have been overtaken by events. That's why immediately after he's impeached tomorrow, there will be a special sitting on Friday, and there will be a deputy president sworn in, and probably the deputy president will introduce Ruto on 12th. I don't know what that day is. Once that happens, whichever court, whatever it is, already everything will have been overtaken by event. I think that is a short and brief of it. Thank you.
Okay, I don't want to come in to many arguments with you, Themba, because I see you want to overrule what is in the public domain. I'll just accept what you are saying, such that I can allow you to run away. But
what is saying is true.
And before even being sworn in, the case is in court, and you know who is William Ruto. He can appoint somebody when even the case is in court. Okay, Robert, continue.
So I'm telling you, if he goes tomorrow, it's done. It's done. Mr. Mam, come in.
Okay, asante sana ndugu yangu Roba, Vincent na Captain Kip, lakini vile vile ndugu yangu hapa mkongwe wetu hapa Themba, habari ya masiku la KK James na wengine wale wanatufuatilia. Roba, nimesikiza hii argument ya Kip, lakini hata nimeshindwa kuelewa, labda pengine kwamba nini kitafanyika. Koti haiwezi mregesha hata siku moja Gachagua tena. Once he is impeached, yeye yake ndio imeisha. Kwa hivyo akienda kwa koti haina uwezo wa kumregesha. Kwa hivyo kama kutakuwa kuna mwingine ameapishwa, yeye ataendelea na jukumu. Lakini nikirudi haswa katika mada hii ya leo na jinsi mambo yanavyoendelea kule, nadhani hii yote ni wananchi sasa tumeweza kuelewa nini kinaendelea, kwa sababu mimi kimtazamo wangu na jinsi nilivyofuatilia Senate wamefanya kazi nyingine nzuri tofauti na bunge la 13, na kwa kweli haswa ukitazama venye nimefuatilia hii kesi, utaona ni kesi iliyopangwa tena kwa haraka haswa kuweza kumuondoa huyu na kuweza kuleta mwingine. So it's like hii ni political class ilikaa na wakaona njia nzuri haswa labda pengine ya kutimiza ahadi zao na maagano yao ni kwa kumtimia Gachagua na tena kuje mwingine. Labda kuna hofu ndani yao ama kuna makosano ndani yao ambao sio wananchi hatuwajui, lakini kutokana na hili jinsi linavyoendelea ni shairi dhahiri kuwa Gachagua kapangiwa, na kama kapangiwa na nani? Je, na wabunge? Je, na senators? Ama nini haswa kinatokota hapa? Tafsira nzima unakuta Kila Gachagua anavyozungumza naona anaishia haswa kwa bosi wake, kwamba huu msalaba unamlalia bosi wake. So it's a matter kwamba wananchi zaidi to stick yale ambayo yatatusaidia, kwa sababu tunaelewa kwamba wanaotumaliza, leo tufikisha hapa tulipo leo, wanaotukatisha tamaa haswa na matumaini ni hawa waliomo madarakani, akiwemo Gachagua na bosi wake. So mimi akili zetu naona zisimame ni jinsi gani hawa wote watakwenda kwa pamoja, ili tusione haswa hii hali ambayo tunaishuhudia kwamba bunge la 13 linaweza tumika vibaya mno, kwamba lipitishe vitu ambavyo kwa kweli vikifuatiliwa havina ncha wala miguu, kwa sababu ukitazama kesi hii definitely kiupande wangu ni kamba bunge halikufanya maamuzi sahihi na hawakuwa wamejipanga, si masuala na ushahidi na nini, yote hayo yanajitokeza miongoni mwa mapungufu ya haya mambo yao ambao wanayaendeleza ya impeachment ya Gachagua. So it's like bunge la 13 liko under one voice of which kwamba linasukuma tu. Sasa swali lengu ama swali letu kama wananchi ni la kujiuliza, je,
msimamo nenda mambo bwana, nenda mswala.
Niyo amemaliza, najua ni simu imewekwa hapo kwa ili jikumbushe wakati wa swala. But nikiendelea ni hivi, picha inayojitokeza haswa ni kwamba je, matumaini yetu ni nini haswa katika bunge la kitaifa ambalo haswa sisi kama wananchi haswa ndipo tunapoangalia zaidi, maana hapo ndo tumetumia wajumbe watuwakilishe na kuweza kufuatilia yale ambayo yanatusibu huku na pia vile vile kutupitisha sheria kule. Na ikiwa basi hawako kwa ajili ya mwananchi, wako kwa ajili ya mtu fulani ambaye anamwambia pitisheni hili kwa haraka haraka, ndivyo hapa mpaka Ijumaa uwe tumeshamaliza na haya mambo tuweze kuappoint mtu mwingine, jopo tale lipo ambalo linapanga haswa kuna nani atakaweza kushikilia katika hiyo nyadhifa baada ya kwamba Gachagua amekuwa impeached.
Yes. Sasa ikuwe vile amekuwa impeached, is out of power, ameweka mtu mwingine. You know, according to the way I see it, according to Ruto, ataweka mtu from there is at least going to ask to convince watu, umeona I'm doing mabadiliko na kila kitu. So does it matter ambaye mtu ataweka ama at the same time utakuwa na ile msimamo kama umesimama from all this time you have been here, lazima aende Ruto aende regardless mtu ambaye atachagua tomorrow or on Friday, regardless mwenye ataweka. What do you think? Is he going to impress you kama akichagua, let's say atachagua what's his name, Joe kama governor, amchagua kama makamu wa rais, will you be convinced that Ruto may change ama
no,
lazima aende?
We as Kenyan people or as Kenyan citizens let's not stick on the appointment made by Zakayo. That will not help us anymore according to my views. So to me as msimamo, kitu ambacho naweza nikaeleza Wakenya wenzangu, to stick kwa haya yote yanaendelea, kisipokuwa tu tupate zile ambazo ni credit kwetu za kuweza kulisukuma hili gurudumu, hawa jamaa waende. Kwa maana kama bunge limeweza kupitisha huu, naweza nikasema upuzi usiokuwa na ushahidi wa kutosha dhidi ya Gachagua, kwa sababu ukitazama kesi hii iliyozungumzwa Senate vizuri, nao wananchi tumepata the exact picture. Nani ameweza kupanga hii? Kwa sababu Gachagua kwa kweli ameupiga mwingi. Kiukweli kimtazamo wangu kama watamtoa, lakini kama ni masuala haya ambao wameweza kuwaleta ya kuweza kumuondoa bwana Gachagua ndio kwao wameweka uzito, hayana uzito wote, isipokuwa hili ni jambo ambalo linaonyesha wazi lilipangwa, na kama wanagombana basi ni na bosi wake. So kama hao wana tofauti, sisi tu stick pale. What we need now, wamelianzisha watu wa bunge la 13 wamelianzisha, na ikimalizikana Gachagua, inafaa wananchi tutake kujua nini ana hold Ruto, nini family issues zake ambazo wamezileta na yuko nazo, tupate kuzijua, kwa sababu ukiangalia mtazamo wa hii kesi, hata family issues za Gachagua ambazo hazifai kuletwa hapa wamezikita na wamelazimisha wananchi waamini haya, ndio nakuta hii kesi imefail. Hata kama watamuondoa, kwa sababu imepangwa wamuondoe, na Kenya kama nilivyozungumza jana kwamba kuna mmoja ambaye yuko above the law, sawa sawa. Sisi wa Kenya lazima tusimame kivyetu sasa, kwa sababu vita vyetu ni kati ya political class, as especially those who have been inside in power for long, unaona, then dhidi ya sisi wananchi. So nini, jinsi gani ya kuweza kuwashafisha, kwa sababu watatuletea hivi vitimbi ambavyo mwisho wa siku tutaacha ambayo ni ya maana yanayotusibu, tuanze kufocus na kuingia katika viatu vyao, kama hii kesi ya Gachagua. So tumii Gachagua akienda abaki kwangu ama aletwe mwingine, mimi hata akiletwa nane hajanibadilisha msimamo wangu, kwa sababu naamini hata yeye mwenye kuletwa lazima atamsikiza bosi. Kwanza tambua, ulimuona Gachagua tulivyomfanya. Wewe ukileta ngwe na wewe pia njia ndio hiyo hiyo. Kwa hivyo hata kuwa na mamlaka ya kuweza kumsaidia, isipokuwa pia ataenda sawa na bosi wake anavyohitaji. Maana vita hivi vyote ni kati ya Gachagua na Ruto, maana Gachagua na msimamo wake na Ruto na msimamo wake. Na kutokana sasa msimamo wa Gachagua ni kwamba utakuwa na mashiko, maana sometimes ana vitu kama anazungumza ukweli anatumbua hapo. That's wasiwasi wa hawa jamaa. So for real as Kenyans, tusistick katika haya mambo ambayo yanaendelea katika hili taifa, na hawa wabunge ambao ama kwa hawa wanasiasa ambao wameweza kupanga ili wazime ndoto na fikra zetu, haswa towards na poor governance ambayo tuko nayo hapa.
Okay, msimamo. James, sasa waja niliwaleta hivi. So Gachagua ameenda, ametoka on Friday. What I was thinking is, sasa tuambie vile waliiba kula, vile waliiba pesa, vile waliiba here, then from there tuweke impeachment ya Ruto kuanzia Monday. Am I wrong, James?
Hapo umesema ukweli kabisa. Vile tulikuwa tunasema hapo, msimamo nao umeleta Kiswahili kisanifu mpaka yangu inakuwa confused. Sasa what I was thinking too, Gachagua vile Ishungu aliambia Ruto, uko na snake, you need to cut the snake, but amesahau pia nyoka akikatwa, na usimuue nini kabisa, kichwa kabisa. Hata hiyo kichwa ukiwacha uikanyage bado iko na venom. So if that was their solution to the drama in the government, I guarantee you tutaona in the next few weeks to come ile kichwa ya nyoka yenye ilikatwa wakafikiria wameua nyoka, wameikanyaga, wameactivate, na hiyo kichwa itakuwa active sana ikispit a lot of venoms. Na hii ndio mimi ninasema, kwa sababu all this has come out because of the agenda yenye imekuwa leo na kwa TV. Hawa watu wawili ni kama nikiona kwa National Geographic, sasa zile wale swara wawili ndume wanapigana pembe kwa pembe. Ni rahisi sana sisi kama Wakenya, tukiwa sisi ndio cheetah, sisi ndio leopard, kuingilia na kuwateka nyara kama wako in that battle. It's easier that way than someone if una simba anakimbiza swara akiwa peke yake. So the one thing I just hope that ni wasiachilie Gachagua. Mimi najua hii vile msimamo anasema ni mpango wao wenyewe. Wamempangia, na Gachagua apende asipende, watamuimpeach. Hata akienda kotini, that court process can be a long court process.
James, wacha niruhusu. Do you want Gachagua to go kesho?
Mimi nataka Gachagua aende kabisa na asiwachiliwe, ndio hii kabisa.
Msimamo kwa wapi?
I think ameenda kuswali.
Msimamo.
Yuko hapa.
Do you want Gachagua to go kesho angeenda kitambo? Msimamo, nasikia? Unmute. Okay, inaoneka msimamo kuna shida. Kay, do you want Gachagua to go kesho, or what do you want?
That's a very good question, but I would choose not to engage in it.
So you don't have... Okay.
No. Can I continue, please?
Yeah, just hold on. There's something here. Kip.
Yes.
Hey, somebody give you a option. Do you want Gachagua to go kesho or you want him to stay?
Nikiangalia na nitapima na ile sile maovu Ruto alifanya akiwa na Uhuru, angekuwa hata angekuwa rais, so asiende. Kama ni maovu ni maovu, wote waende wawili.
Okay. So Obidi, are you there, Innocent? Innocent. Okay, myself, I want him to go. What about you, Msimamo? Tunakusikia. Msimamo, you are not on.
Msimamo, ongeza volume kwa system zako.
Hatukusikii.
Na hapo?
Yeah, uko sawa sasa.
Unmute tena. One more time.
Okay. Right.
Anasema hivi, kimtazamo wangu na swala lako Roba, Gachagua aende pamoja na jamaa yake kwa sababu walikuja kwa mpigo na wanafaa waende kwa mpigo, wasituchanganye. So masuala kwamba aende Gachagua moja abaki, masuala aende Gachagua moja abaki, bado hatakuwa hatujamaliza ubovu kwamba hawa wote waende.
Okay, kwa hivyo aende. So we are talking about what we have. Unajua yenye uko nayo mkononi sahi ndiye tuko nayo mkononi sahi. Okay, so K is not sure. Keep, he wants to stay.
No. You didn't give me a chance to respond.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I apologize. I want us to have a conversation here. And I want and I need everyone to understand to be better than what we do. Our country is burning. When you engage us in destruction stories, that's your conversation. Uliniuliza, what do I think? I told you I choose not to engage in it because I know that's a distraction. And I want anyone watching this channel to understand some of this conversation that is forced to be had in this conversation. We do not subscribe to it. We see the bigger picture is Ruto, and Ruto has to go tonight. For all of us who hasn't seen this, Sunday, kila mtu, Uhuru Park. Uhuru Park.
Thank you, Kay. Thank you for that. That's something I know. I get you. Yes, indeed. Everybody, whatever we are, some of us, our country is really burning. More especially when you see a country, it's not a working country. Young people, old people, middle-aged people, there are no jobs. And we keep on asking, when will our Kenyan people say, you know what? Mimi nikienda kupiga kura, napiga kura kwa sababu nataka kazi, ama mtoto wangu apate kazi, ama shangazi yangu apate kazi, ama my sister apate kazi, or my brother. I mean, what you see, we should put economy like other countries, number one, on top of the list, everybody. But sasa sisi tunaweka ukabila number one. Ati mimi naenda kupiga kura kwa sababu ya ukabila. Mimi naenda huko, unajua there's one thing, there's this, tuko na this bias, unasikia ati mimi naenda mkabila, mimi sio mkabila, niko na haki ya kupiga kura. Yes. But guess what? If at all, we really wanted Kenya to go the better direction, we had a chance. The first time we had a chance was Jaramogi. That's my opinion. Jaramogi, if we could have taken over as a president, pengine Kenya tungeenda the other way around. Hiyo chance ikaenda. Then after that, we had another chance when Moi came in 1982. I wish the coup could have happened. Maybe pengine tungepigana, watu wafanye nini, pengine Kenya ingesimama. We don't know. Iye kaenda. So then from there, tukakuwa, before the new constitution, Kibaki came in. Kibaki came in, he came in as everybody alimpigia kind of like he had the majority of the people. He had the will of the people. Amekuja kafanyaje? Alienda huko the first time akaambia anaenda new constitution. Guess what he did? Alikaenda hapa akasema hapana. New constitution hakuna mengine after 5 years. Akafikiri yeye ataenda huko afanye nini, achukue kura. Akaenda akashindwa kura 207. Raila alimshinda kura. What he did, he rigged himself in. Mimi, I'm one person who says Kibaki ndiye aliharibu kila kitu because he's the one who brought us 207. He's the one who brought us Uhuru and Ruto. Because I'm very sure Raila won that election. He won the other direction too. Lakini at the end of the way it went to. So we missed our chances, but let's talk about the future. Me, this is what I see. Kila mtu atoke. Or MPs waende. Ruto aende, kila mtu aende, we start afresh. If I had my wish, that's the way I can go that way. I would never trust nobody. None. In parliament, I would never trust them. Hata umtata ama yoyote. Wote ni machiliku. Wote ni takataka waende. They are useless. Because when a country is needed, hakuna mtu ambaye among them ambaye amesimama aseme, I want to hear about jobs, 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 jobs. Kazi. I wouldn't mind hata Ruto akikwepo kama if people were working. I wouldn't mind hata Gachagua akikwepo if people were working. But guess what? Wanaenda huko ni kuiba. They are just grabbing. That's what they're doing. Na sasa wameanza kuuza even our airports and other things. Something, okay, we say we want private sector, yes, to come in. But they are not giving us the correct process. Wanaenda wanafanyia vitu kwa chikoni, nyuma, ndio wanakuja wanachifanya. Sasa ukienda ametoka India utapata baadaye Muhindi huyu anaitwa sijui nani, anaitwa nani, ndio Ruto. Ama ndio mtu mwingine utapata ni Wakalenjin wengine hapo. Watu sio Wakalenjin wote ama Wakikuyu wote ambao wako wabaya. We have some people, even where I come from Kisii. Kuna Wakisii ambao wako watu wabaya sana. Yeah, ambao wakipata kitu wao tu. Imefika wakati like somebody said here. Msimamo ulisema it's us against them. It's us against them. Tafadhali our people. Tukienda kupiga kura sema yoyote ambaye atakwambia atatengeneza uchumi, huyo ndio mtu tutapigia kura. Msimamo kuna question wide.
I want even to echo mahali umeachia ndugu yangu Roba, na pia ni jaribu kupiana hapa ili watu waone nini kina jicho la ndani zaidi, jicho la tatu. Yani tutazame haswa haya yote yanayojiri. Yanatuashiria nini, yanatuelekeza nini kama wananchi na ipi njia sahihi ya kufanya. Huo tu ndio uzuri ambao nauona. Isipokuwa tu bado ni tuondokane haswa katika huu kabila ambao tumeachiwa. Na turudi haswa kama kitu kimoja, tuangalie ni nini hawa jamaa haswa the political class are total planning for us. Kwa maana ukitaka kuona kimtazamo wangu wa jicho la tatu, wanaichezesha katiba kama vile Biblia inavyochezeshwa. Yani tuone wako busy kuweza kuichambua katiba. Lakini kile ukiangalia wanapo chambua ni mle mnamo mfeva wao. Mtamzi kimeumana. But kuileta back kwa mwananchi kuweza kuielewa na kuelewa kwamba hii katiba haswa nguvu yake iko mwananchi. Hawezi drive hiyo elimu kwa wananchi. So it's like wanaichezesha kama vile tule Bible inavyochezeshwa haswa, kwamba inaacha haswa lile main silo linalofuatwa sasa hivi. Unakuta kuna chipuka makanisa kila aina. Kila mtu anakuja na mbinu yake ya kuweza kuwa na mvuto ili kujitajirisha badala ya kuweza kusema uwepo wa Mungu. So it's like tunaona mfano mzuri ambao nitamalizia hapa Roba, ili tufunuke macho haswa wa Kenya, tuagewe na jicho la tatu na tuseme Mungu ana sababu yetu haswa kutuletea hivi vitimbi kwa wakati. Tazama Gachagua jinsi alivyosimama. Yani ameelekeza wapi? Tazama wabunge walivyofanya maamuzi ya haraka, si kwamba hakukuwa na wasomi, bali kwa sababu kuna hiyo force wamefanya kila ambacho wamefanya. Alafu kimerudi Senate, wameona hapana, hatuwezi chafua jina hapa, wacha tuifanye kivyetu sasa. Na tuweze kujua haswa kuonyesha wananchi ukweli ni nani mbovu hapa. So tukiangalia kweli wabunge ni kamba wanajisema kwa mwananchi kwamba jamani, hapa tupo kweli, lakini tumebanwa mbavu, lazima hapa tuseme ni hivi ndivyo pawe, kutokana na ile mambo ambao walianzisha nayo na mfumo mzima na mpango mzima ulikuwa ndani na plani iliyokuwa na Zakayo. So for real, Gachagua aende, lakini hata akienda tusipiane nafasi ati hapa kunaletwa mwingine ndani ya uongozi wa huyu jamaa. Ni sawa sawa tutakuwa tumefuta sufuri na tumeandika zero. Itamata wananchi sasa hivi tukiamshe, wamelianzisha la mali. Hili la mali linatutosha kuweza kumtoa Ruto. Wacha tupate exact picture na tuwe na ushahidi wake kikamilifu, kiasi kwamba hataweza kuondoka katika huo mfumo wa sheria, kwa sababu naamini sheria ni msumeno, inakata mbele na nyuma. So cha kuhofia hakuna wananchi, isipokuwa tu ni tutazame jicho la tatu. Hawa viongozi wanajiweka political class, wamekaa hapa, lengo lao ni nini? Nani muharibifu? Mbona yaje haya katika rejimu hii Kenya? Tunataka tuamke pale tuseme we are now tired of this vitimbi na sarakasi. What we need ni both waende na we do start afresh. Nitaachia hapo Roba.
Okay, thank you, Msimamo. James, you want to come in?
Well, swali pia kwa hiyo swali yako ya Gachagua aende ama asiende. The big what would be good is for Gachagua to go, but based on how we see this thing unfolding in our eyes, is that the question should be who benefits when Gachagua goes, and why would and how will they benefit?
So James, when you are on that one, in the last time what wengine nilisikia wakisema, you know that what makes me angry. Mimi kama that's me. And kama Gachagua kienda lazima uchague mtu kutoka mahali anatoka. What? Who cares where somebody comes from?
That was not the way I was putting it.
No, not you. I'm saying some people were just saying wanasema, kama yeye anaenda atachague mtu kwa kabila yake ndiye akuwa the president, then from there things are okay. You know, that's I don't see it that way. I don't see it that way. I just say
but just
what do you think?
Let him just make his point, please.
Okay, so before KU in game, so the question I'll be asking, who benefits with Gachagua going? And sometimes it can be a tricky answer because the public might think that they're gonna benefit whether Ruto picks another person from Mount Kenya or not, but guarantee you it's gonna be Ruto benefiting. The energy enye mtu ameweka kutoa kikwazo na faulu, it might be costly because it sounds like these two thieves are not in agreement, and Ruto is looking for someone that's gonna comply. When he steals, he doesn't need someone that talks too much. So yeah, Gachagua ende, but at the end of the day, I don't know if Kenya is gonna benefit on
James, James, so would you predict which way ataenda huyu Zakayo? Yeah, some of the prediction hapa sasa. We want the whole thing.
Zakayo's only way in Gen Z style. me, I don't see this same process yenye tuliona leo.
Huyu aking'olewa kesho, wakimng'oa.
Hawa watu hata tuseme wangekuwa side mbaya ya Zakayo. Unaona vile wali present your case. Like I think Gen Z is the only way of taking Zakayo out, because this impeachment process, it's a joke. The way I saw it, it was a joke. And it is gonna be the Gen Z way.
Yes. Okay, so but either way, that's he has to get summoned by Friday. From what we know, the special parliament sitting is going to have somebody new. I mean, who are you predicting? I don't care. I know you don't care, but I'm just saying to make the show like, I predicted this is the way. Like now I'm predicting, I've been just saying, according to me, he's going to use Musalia Mudavadi. The way I see it, and my insight, that's what I'm saying, is going to do it, because I think he wants to go the 207 way, what Raila did, because Raila won that direction. Because already he has Joe from Mombasa, he has Oparanya, he has all this guys, he has the speaker, he has this Western Kenya, now he has Raida. I think now he will go against, I mean, that's the way I was just saying it.
My big brothers. My big brothers. Mr. Roba and Mr. James. I think unajua sasa tuko hapa like hakuna kitu kwa personal hapa. And I hope everybody na watch hapa. Hakuna kitu personal. Tunaongea hapa to discuss. We are sharing ideas. Unajua? Because whatever is happening in our country is so big. Ni ngumu. Unaona watu unakufa. Watu wetu. We have to start from there. This is not a video game or a TV show. These people, our people, our brothers and sisters. And I'm afraid hatuoni hivyo. You know, most of us maybe to go abroad. In your country where you live, you have some freedom somewhere. Like you can drive here, you can go here, you can go there. But you know there's rules, right? Kwetu kwenye tunaenda, jiulize, we have our own mothers. Madhe, shosho, anapanda nini, beans, nataka kula, hii month, ama hii mwaka. They are taking that away from us. And we are here talking about Gachagua. We are here talking about Gachagua when our airport, our sovereignty is being sold.
Okay, we go with what's current news. You're talking about the airport. So the same people, if we start talking about the airport, but right now, everything, all the eyes are the same.
Roba, hii kitu, and I want to tell you this, and I've been saying this, in this way, nikuja hapa, I fight with people. Hii kitu is a distraction. It's a distraction. Airport imeshauzwa.
So what we are saying is, it's going to be tomorrow. He's going to survive, and he's going. In fact, if it has to go tomorrow, tunapata ya kwamba amesurvive, then I think what you are saying is true. It is a distraction.
No. Usemi kesho, nakwambia it's a fact. Tunachezewa. So assuming mimi niko wrong, it's fair. Mimi niko wrong, right? Assuming you might be wrong too, right? Assume tuna waste 1 week. And Roba, let me give it. Leo umesoma newspaper, umesoma X, wanapitisha the other bills za kuchukua Kentraco. Kenya Power inatakiwa over. JKIA inatakiwa over. So maybe, and I beg everybody who is watching to realize, maybe this is a distraction. Wameshapanga venye kila kitu chakuwa. Tukikuja wakisha kuchukua airport yetu, Kenya Power, Port, Mombasa. So wana mine, wana to charge, wana control our airwaves, Safaricom imeshauza. So hata tukiongea wanatusikiza. So they will control each and every aspect of our lives. What if I'm right? I want all of us to think that way. What if I'm right? Even if you believe in what you believe, what if that is true? Tutaenda wapi?
And how do you eliminate that problem? Okay.
Roba, I can have a request.
Hey guys, just hold on. Wacha msimama kuja na msimama kuja real quick.
Because I'm running out short of bundles, I might be kicked out anytime. So this, I would like to have my closing remarks.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So naweza unga mkono ndugu yangu hapa Kei. Haya maneno anayazungumza mwisho hapo yana uzito fulani kwetu, kwa sababu hawa jamaa wanatuchezesha vinyo, wanatuchezesha hapa. Our all mind says we may stick na impeachment ya Gachagua, na tumeacha vitu vingi, mauaji hatuyajui hizo cases zimeenda wapi. We have ever seen even one policeman arrested juu ya mauaji yaliyofanyika wakati ule, ama abductions zinaendelea. Hakuna vile ambavyo sasa hivi tunazungumzia na hayo ambayo yanaendelea kama JKA na hayo mambo mengine ambayo yanazungumzwa na kaka hapa. All our minds tumestick kwa jambo jipya, na ndio maana Wakenya, naomba Mungu zaidi atuondolee hii roho ya kushangaa kitu kipya zaidi na kusahau ya jana, kwa sababu saa hii tumechezeshwa hii ya Gachagua na nini na nini na nini. Huu wote mimi nasema ni mchezo tu wa political class, kwa sababu walihofia the way Gen Z walivyokuja na moto na kuweza kuwazindua masikio wengi tu. So ndio maana wanakaa kila siku kupanga hivi vitu ili tu akili zetu zibaki kuangalia haya yanayoendelea ambao hayana faida kwetu. Yale ambao nafaa tuwapiganie nayo ama tuyapiganie, hatuyafuatilii juu ya haya mapya ambayo tunaonyeshwa kila siku, na tumekuwa tumechezeshwa na hii design. Kama tunakumbuka wakati wa mwanzo tuletewa LGBTQ wote tukastick na LGBTQ, tukaletewa GMO wote tukasimama pale, lakini mwisho ukiangalia hayo maneno watu tunazungumza sasa hivi yako wapi? On daily basis they are busy planning on how to rig our minds. So the major problem with we Kenyans, na sababu kubwa, it's a political class. Now hivi ni vita wamevitangaza baina ya political class na sisi kama wananchi. We want good governance, na wengi ambao wapo ni wa corruption. So political class imeingizwa corruption na dini ndani, of which imechafua kila kitu. Hatuna msimamo mmoja, kwa sababu mtu wetu amechagua. Mfano sasa hivi mfano tu mzuri sasa hivi, haya mambo ya impeachment, Gachagua impeach, then on my tribe kuletwa makamu wa rais for the first time, maybe kutoka coast. Unataka kuniambia watu wa coast watasemaje? Are we going to argue or to complain kuhusiana na kuhusu haswa hii government? So huu ni mpango wa political class kuweza kuiba akili ya Wakenya kama walivyozoea. So it's a matter wakimpeach Gachagua as they have planned, was na tukiwashe the same day wameweza kumpeach Wakenya to raise na to demand, if Gachagua ameenda, wacha tupate sasa the poor auditing ya aliye juu yake, tumjue kile chake haswa, mshahara yake, nani pesa alionayo, utajiri wake, family issue ambayo yuko nazo, everything juu wametuletea wenyewe. Ila kufanya hivi ni kuraise petition kupitia haya ambao wameweza kutuonyesha na kulumbana hapa, kwa sababu kivyo vyote Gachagua yeye ameshinda hii kesi na ametuonyesha njia ya kuweza kumalizana na Zakayo. So ni sisi wananchi na sisi tuweze kujitokeza, kama ni kwa kesi, wacha tuandike, tu file hizo petitions na tu demand huyu jamaa tuambie audit yake, kwa sababu wamelianzisha wao. Bunge la 13 lilikuwa limesukumwa na nguvu ya huyu jamaa ili aweze kusustain katika power. But tukiacha haya, kutaletwa lingine, tutasahau, tutafuata badala ya hili ambalo tuko nalo sasa hivi na limetupa mwongozo wa kuweza kuwatoa wote, kwa sababu imani yetu tubaki tunamsema kwamba Gachagua waende. Huu msemo wa kufa gari kufa makanga ndio hii picha ambayo tumeonyeshwa na Gachagua hapa katika Senate, kwamba hii kesi haina ncha. Ushahidi wao si wa nguvu kwamba unaweza mtoa, kwa sababu hata wewe Roba nikikuuliza kwa nini Gachagua anaenda, sababu yake ukinipa sababu za huu uchafu ambao tumeushuhudia katika Senate uliopangwa bungeni na ukapitishwa, Gachagua hana haki ya kuenda kwa mtazamo ule. Hizo si sababu za kumuondoa Gachagua, kwa sababu it's like ni kitu kimepangwa. Kwa hiyo tumepata hiyo picha ya kuweza kuondoa hao wote political class, kwa sababu wanacheza hii game kuweza kutula akili zetu na kutuibia akili zetu. Mimi nitaachia hapo.
Okay, Msimama, thank you. James, can you have your closing arguments, please?
Well, all I can say to everybody, need to, as Kenyans, to zoe, to chew the gum and also walk. So hatuwezi kuwa wale watu wenye tushaelewa mchezo ya politicians, but we are also, you know, by avoiding some things, also it might be a loophole. So mambo ya Gachagua wakituletea, tuna handle hiyo mambo ya Gachagua na tuna handle mambo ya Adani. So it is only gonna be what is this story in conjunction with the Adani. But we cannot say we are also stuck with Adani and forget that also history ya Gachagua, in my own view too. I will say who's gonna benefit. If I was Ruto, if I get rid of Gachagua, I'm getting rid of a snitch. The same way they say there's a snake in their midst. So who benefits when Gachagua goes? If I am the leader of a country and I'm corrupted and I want to pass Adani, then I'm already even vetting the next corrupted leaders. Na niwaambie, the only reason Gachagua is going home is because he did not comply. He asked too much out of the loot. So yeah, ni mzuri kuongea story ya Gachagua in conjunction with what's going on in the country. Obviously, we know it's a joke. Whether they are setting up Gachagua setting him up to fail or not, but I guarantee you, Ruto is the one that's gonna win. He is the beneficiary, chief beneficiary. We all need to look at all these things in conjunction to what is Kenya gonna lose and who's benefiting. So tusikue wale watu wa kusema ndio wanaturushia maneno na unachukua ni gani utaavoid, ukute chenye walikurushia ndio ulikuwa unafaa ushike. We should trust ourselves to interpret everything that's happening within our country without picking and choosing when our watu watatuambia what's important and what's not. We take everything and say this is to let go, this one and this one will handle. Currently, I feel like the case against Gachagua is to get rid of someone mwenye is an unhappy looter, and they're going to recruit someone that's going to comply, and Kenya is going to lose a lot of money. Should Gachagua go? Gachagua should go. But if he goes, will Kenya win? I think sometimes hata unafikiria heri the noises za Gachagua, because sometimes he may slow down some looting. And it could have been worse. Maybe Ruto wanted to steal more, but Gachagua asked for more. So he could happen. And because he's a guy that speaks too much, his weakness is that he speaks too much. It was risky to steal with Gachagua around. That's how I look at things sometimes. And all I'm trying to say, especially to Kay, if we look at things in a bigger perspective, then we can solve the country's problem. At this point, with Gachagua gone and a bad next VP, mwenye ata comply na Ruto, Kenya is going to be worse than having Gachagua there making noise. And that's my submission.
Okay, thank you, guys. Let's see you in 3 hours because we are about to start another program later on.
Can I just finish? I didn't make my last submission.
Okay, guys. No, we have to go. I have to end this one because I need to do something here. Thank you.